You have Congress and IUML as well accusing the PFI of indulging in communal activities and violently attacking their members. In Karnataka, there is a history of physical confrontation between the Sangha Parivar outfits as well as organizations such as Ram Sene, all these outfits coming in physical confrontation with the PFI. So clearly, even they are in odds with the Sangha Parivar and the BJP, and very interestingly, in the pockets such as Bantwal, which is part of Mangaluru, what you will see is the Congress party local leaders are actually very critical of the PFI because they often accuse the PFI for their electoral defeats in that particular belt. So clearly in the southern part of the country, PFI is at odds with all political parties. For the northern part of the country, PFI does not have strong organizational hold, but all political parties, be it the BJP, Congress, Aam Aadmi Party, any other political political organization, consider themselves as untouchable because of their controversial activities, because they are...
Stay on with me, Amit, because now we are getting more news coming in. Another state that has been raided in this mega NIA operation is the state of Maharashtra. Even in Pune and Mumbai, there have been raids that have taken place by the NIA, the ED and the state police. I'm joined by my colleague Mustafa Sheikh on the latest. Mustafa, what are you picking up on the NIA raid in Maharashtra?
Well, we have been told by NIA sources that there are two locations in Maharashtra, Pune and Navi Mumbai, where these raids are taking place. Out of the 105 people who have been arrested, 60 people are from Maharashtra, Karnataka and other states. So this is the information we are getting, though the maximum presence of this organization called PFI is in South India. But still, what we are told by intelligence reports is that this organization was trying to spread its root in other parts of the state, of the country also, and Maharashtra was one such location where in Navi Mumbai, Pune, these raids are being conducted. PFI members were present, some of them have been arrested, and the raids are still going on. We are yet to know what evidences have been collected from these sites, but as far as the various intelligence inputs are concerned from Maharashtra, the central agencies had already informed Maharashtra police about the PFI being present in the state, trying to spread its working area in the state, and now these raids and arrests coming. Back to you.
Stay on with me, Mustafa, because after Maharashtra, even the state of West Bengal is facing the NIA raids. Ritik Mondal joins me from Kolkata. So after Karnataka, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra, we're now also picking up about Bengal. Pan-India raids, a coordinated action. What are you picking up on the details in Kolkata, Ritik?
Right. Good morning, Pooja. Amid Pan-India, raids are being going by NIA. Now a team of NIA has reached to Kolkata, of course, probing the PFI case, and what we are given to understand at this point in time, in a very posh area of Tiljala, which is at the center of Kolkata, one place of Sheikh Mukhtar, who is allegedly involved in the PFI, and what we are given to understand, our top officials of NIA have reached at Tiljala, and they are raiding the residence of this Said Sheikh Mukhtar, who resides in Tiljala area in Kolkata. But we are yet to understand what are the documents they are going to get from that particular place. What else we are picking up, that particular alleged person, he stays there and he is inside his home at a time when NIA officials reach his place. So it's showing that how a pan-India search operation also reaches to land of West Bengal as well. Back to you, Pooja.
Please stay on with me. So now Bengal is another state that's been added to the list. More than 10 states where the raids are taking place. Let's go across now back to Mustafa Sheikh in Mumbai. Mustafa, what are the details about? Did it happen and start late last night? Are the raids still on? And what areas in Maharashtra are being raided?
Well, the most important point about these raids are that they happened simultaneously around in the wee hours of Thursday, around 3 a.m. This morning the raids started. And the other important point is that many of the local agencies, local police are not yet informed about the extent of which this operation has taken place. It was a very hidden operation which has been undertaken by the NIA, and they knew about the target specifically and the locations where they want to raid, and because they didn't want any of these persons to escape, and they did it in the wee hours when there was no room for any miscalculation happening. And as of now, when we speak, the local police are also getting to know even only now that these kind of raids are ongoing in various locations, be it Maharashtra or other states. But what we know is that the central agencies were keeping an eye on the movement of the Popular Front of India since last many months, because the developments which had taken place in the state of Karnataka, especially during the hijab issue, they had realized that somewhere the PFI, the SDPI are in planning to do something big, and hence be it Enforcement Directorate, be it National Investigation Agencies, they were all probing the movements of this
were they being instigated as a law and order situation by the radical PFI group? That's why it's been under the scanner, it's being investigated, and it's not just one charge. We're not talking about one state, we're talking about more than 10 states. So after Maharashtra and Bengal, now I have reporter coming in from Telangana, because in Nigambodh also there have been raids that have taken place. Apurva, over to you. Pan-India raids taking place. What are the details in Hyderabad, in Telangana, and have arrests been taken place?
Well, as of now, there have been several areas that have been identified by the NIA officials, not only in Hyderabad but also across Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. These raids that are being conducted, in fact, are ongoing in several areas, including Nigambodh and in Andhra Pradesh, in Kurnool and Nellore as well. What we do know is, as of now, in Nigambodh, the PFI offices have been sealed. In fact, officials there who had started raids since 3 a.m. early this morning conducted
The latest from Hyderabad. Remember, one by one, we are going to all different states through the morning. India Today was the first channel about these NI raids that are taking place. Started at about 1 a.m. Imagine the scale of these raids that have taken place. National Investigation Agency gets an approval for the from the Union Home Ministry. The Intelligence Bureau is monitoring all the details. State police of more than 10 states are kept in a confidential loop. By 1 a.m. the raids begin. And now over 100 leaders have been taken into arrest. We're looking at Karnataka, Kerala, Hyderabad, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra, Bengal. I'm going to go across now to Ritik Mondal. Ritik, what about the arrests in Bengal? How is the law and order situation? Have any protests broken out yet? Also a big scale of the allegations against the Popular Front of India in Bengal. Ritik. Also, before I go across to Bengal, let's go again to Maharashtra and Mumbai, where my colleagues are. Apurva will also shortly join me from Hyderabad. So, Mustafa, over to you now. So, started at about 1 a.m. and you're telling us Pune and Mumbai were the areas that were raided. What about the status right now? Are you picking up on any further arrests that have taken place of the PFI? Any protests that have broken out yet?
Well, as of now, from Maharashtra, we have not heard about reports of protests happening, because it was a very efficient raid operation which was done by early morning, even before the people or the locals realized. And what we have seen is that PFI does not enjoy that much of a local support in Maharashtra and other states like it does in Karnataka, Kerala and other parts. What we are hearing about the arrest, especially what we have been told, that it's totally 105 arrests which have been made, and 60 arrests out of this have been made from Maharashtra, Kerala and Karnataka. So these three states are where the major arrests have taken place. And as you were saying rightly, that there are angle of terror funding, there are many other angles, there are many evidences which have been seized from these spots, and now the NIA will be investigating further. Remember, it's the biggest raid. They'll all have to be produced in a special court, and the charges will have to be decided against them. So these will happen throughout the day, and it's likely that the NIA will soon come out with a press release and an official version version as to what has really happened, what they have seized and how the investigation has progressed. Back to you.
Mustafa Sheikh, thank you very much for giving us the latest coming in from Mumbai. But if there is one place where the protests have taken place, it is Karnataka's Mangaluru. It is a volatile, sensitive region. There, the PFI arrests that started to be taking place with this massive crackdown. Tension now simmers in Mangaluru. What we are being told is at least 50 to 100 people, supporters of the PFI, started to raise slogans. Now, the Mangaluru commissioner says the situation is under control. The protesters have been dispersed. But the visuals coming in on our screen right now show that at least for a short while ago, there were these protests that had broken out in Mangaluru after the overnight raid of the PFI. I'm leaving you with these visuals. I'm heading into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. This is the big news coming in. Unprecedented, extremely significant about these raids of NI, ED, state police. More than 10 states overnight. In some states, the raid is still on. The question is, will this eventually lead to the ban of the Popular Front of India, as is the chorus, or it will be these raids as the messaging that radicalization, terror funding, terror camps, terror activities will not be tolerated?
My headmistress said that, I remember her name Mrs. Fernandez, she said, Alia, come in the front, everybody will sing like Alia. So now Alia sing. And I started singing and I remember loving the fact that everybody was looking at me. I remember just like, wow, they are looking at me. Like there's no other attention is only for me right now. And that was it. After that it was only all about the attention and how people looked at me and how good and great I was.
She came to a photo shoot of mine, which my friend Sumit Chopra was shooting me with her little water bottle and a little change of costume in her little bag with her nanny at that time, Sharda, and patiently sat around and took pictures like a pro.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Mega pan-India NI investigation taking place with the ED and the state police of 10 states. The raids are still on. 100 leaders have been arrested of the Popular Front of India. This is the most unprecedented first ever crackdown on the radical outfit PFI. Andhra Pradesh, Assam, Delhi, Karnataka, Kerala, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Puducherry, Rajasthan, Tamil Nadu, Uttar Pradesh. These are the states that have faced more than 10, where more than 100 leaders have been taken into arrest. The charges of radicalization, funding terror, terror activities, criminal conspiracy, instigating violence, law and order situation against India. Leaving you with these visuals, this remains our top story on India Today morning. Don't go anywhere. Thank you for watching.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshata Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities, and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Kerala's public health. All political parties travelling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Watch Maharani Season 2 on Sony Live now.
Assam, Delhi, Maharashtra, Kerala, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Hyderabad. These are areas over 10 states. Pan-India, unprecedented NIA crackdown on the radical outfit Popular Front of India. 100 leaders have been taken into arrest. That's the big story on India Today, today morning. Good morning and welcome. Thank you for tuning in. We get you the latest coming in from across India about the NIA-ED State Police crackdown on PFI. Let's begin first with the headlines. It's a major NIA crackdown on the Popular Front of India. Over 100 members of the radical group have been arrested. 60 arrests from Maharashtra, Kerala, Karnataka. From instigating the hijab protest to the CAA agitation, NIA raids prompted by PFI's alleged link to multiple unrest and terror funding. In other news, 2.3 crore Waqf land scandal in Karnataka has exploded. BJP MLAs are demanding abolition of the Waqf board. Prominent Congress Neta is being accused of encroachment. Now in Maharashtra, it is the Sena versus Sena war intensifying over the fresh salvo that Uddhav has thrown at Shinde, calling him father thief. Chief Minister Shinde counters, says it was Uddhav Thackeray who sold Bala Saheb's ideology. Anti-hijab protests raging across Iran, with Iranian women burning their headscarf in public. Iran has restricted access to internet, social media as these protests break out across the country. Massive security deployment at the National Investigation Headquarters. This, remember, is big news coming in after the Pan-India protest. Arrested members are likely to be brought to the NIA headquarters. Some arrested members of the Popular Front of India may just be brought to the national capital, Delhi, by the NIA. Therefore, the security around the premises of the NIA headquarters has now been increased. We have visuals coming in from different states about the heightened security deployment. What you're looking at are multiple arrests, raids that started at 1 a.m. last night in different places have now been as a crackdown on the Popular Front of India radical outfit and is seen as a security concern behind several unrest situations across the country. And today morning, I'm joined by our reporters from across the country. Remember, we are talking about more than 10 states, irrespective of the government in that state. They have readily agreed for the crackdown on this radical outfit because there have been concerns in the past few years. All of this was on track of the investigating agencies. Let's quickly introduce my reporters today morning. I'm joined from Kerala, also Shibimol joining me, but also Priyanka Rudrappa from Bengaluru. And also let me tell you about other reporters as well. First to you, Priyanka Rudrappa, because in Karnataka is the first mega crackdown that has taken place. Do tell us about the arrests and the reasons likely behind that raid. Priyanka, can you hear me?
Hello? Yeah.
Priyanka, if you can hear me, that because the biggest raid was apart from Kerala in Karnataka that has taken place. What are you picking up about the details? All right, let's bring in other reporters as well. Joining us from Jai Kishan is joining us because in Rajasthan as well, there were concerns and arrests that have taken place. Jai Kishan, what are you picking up about the details?
Three people have been detained so far from different parts of Rajasthan. That includes Kota, Paran and Jaipur. In Kota, the NIA team reached the Sangot area of Kota city around 4 a.m. in the morning, and they were supposed to detain Asif Mirza, who is the state president, but when he was not found, the NIA had detained his brother Arif. After Arif was detained, the people around started protesting against the detention. Later, Arif was taken to NIA, the local police station, where he was released later. Along with this, in Kota, another action took place in Baran, where Sadiq, who is part of the political outfit of PFI, which is SDPI, has been detained so far. Other than Baran district, the NIS also raided locations and offices of PFI in MI Road of Jaipur. So far there is no confirmation of detention from Jaipur, but what sources are telling is that they have detained, they have seized documents from the offices of PFI. Sources have confirmed that these people were involved in radicalizing the youngsters from the rural pockets of Rajasthan to different social media platforms. And in that social media platform, many radical outfits outside the country were also present. They used to send messages to people from particular community, religion, and radicalize their brains. Everybody knows that recently the incident of Kanhaiya Lal in Udaipur has put Rajasthan under the scanner of NIA and other agencies. In talk also a few days ago, ATS had detained few people, and ATS also investigating the role of many people in radicalizing the minds of youngsters in Rajasthan.
So it was specifically Udaipur's brutal killing and then also boasting about it on camera. It was the murder of Kanhaiya Lal, but that has brought the PF under scanner. Jai Kishan is telling us about the raids that have taken place in Rajasthan as well. One by one, our colleagues across the country are constantly updating us that their state and the PFI units in that state has also been raided and arrests have been taken place. So what you're looking at are at least 8 states that we have confirmed right now. So whether it's Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Kerala are the two main states that have faced a massive crackdown. Bengal, national capital Delhi, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, across the country, the PFI crackdown. This is a top secret operation that's taken place. Quickly, let's go across to Bengaluru. Priyanka Rudrappa joins me. Priyanka, what is the latest that you're getting in from Bengaluru? Because Karnataka, specifically the coastal belt, had PFI under the scanner of the investigating agencies. Have arrests also taken place in Karnataka?
Now, the National Investigation Authorities are conducting raids on the residence of members of the Popular Front of India in Bengaluru as well. The raids are also being conducted in Mangaluru, Karwar, in Puttur and Koppal districts is what we are hearing. Now, in Bengaluru, this is the residence of Mohammad Shafaq, where the raids were conducted on since the early hours on Thursday. Now, according to the officials, the raids are being conducted in 4 places in the city. Now, this is the residence of Mohammad Shafaq in Richmond town. So Shakib was reportedly not in the house when the NIA officials conducted the raid. However, his family members were present, and the officials have so far seized a couple of phones and some documents from his house is what we are hearing. So after the raids, hundreds of supporters of Shakib, they gathered here in Richmond town and they protested against the National Investigation Authorities for the raids, and they said go back NIA, and they raised slogans against them, alleging that the raids are politically motivated as well. Now, the officials are yet to reveal the findings of the raids and the investigation, but what we hear is that the members of the PFI are being investigated and their houses are being raided for allegedly radicalizing the minds of youths, and these raids are being conducted not just in Bangalore but in Mangalore, Koppal, Karwar, in Puttur, in other districts as well.
Priyanka Rudrappa telling us about the raids taking place on the PFI. Remember, the PFI statement that is coming from Kerala says, we are the dissenting voices of this fascist regime. We will not stay silent against this regime. That's the statement that's come in amid over 100 arrests that have taken place on charges of terror funding, radicalization and creating a criminal conspiracy against India. These are the latest visuals on our screens. We'll try and get you the latest about the raids that are taking place. Because remember, we are talking about more than 10 states and on allegations of training. So we're looking at Kerala, where there has been a PFI angle of several murders, political murders that have taken place, of radicalization, of money coming in from the Gulf nations as criminal conspiracy against India through Hawala transactions. Karnataka, specifically its coastal belt, has been facing a security concern with regard to PFI for years now. Assam, national capital Delhi, is also now under the radar. Let's quickly go across to Shibimol KG for the latest on that. Shibimol, in Kerala, since morning you've been updating us about the information that has come in. So do tell us about the arrests now that have been confirmed, if there is any sort of protest that have taken place, and a little background of PFI in Kerala, because it is in the state of Kerala where there has been an increasing concern, irrespective of state governments, of PFI indulging in radicalization of young men and women from the Muslim community and also indulging in criminal activities.
Well, Pooja, the raids in Kerala that started around 3 a.m. at various locations from Thiruvananthapuram to Malappuram, Kozhikode, Kottayam, Pathanamthitta, Kollam, all the major districts, the raids took place, and it's come to an end, which started at around 3 a.m. And most importantly, the most important people, PFI's national chairman, OMA Salam, and state president, CP Mohammad Bashir, has been taken into custody as of now. And the SDPI is all set to take out a press conference at 11:30 a.m. today to speak about the issue. And in fact, what is interesting here is the Kerala police in other states, in comparison to other states, Kerala police here has not been a part of the raids here. But what we're getting to know from sources is that the information that they collected recently, there was a PFI leader, the Palakkad district secretary of PFI was arrested in the murder of RSS leader that took place in April this year. So the information, the inside info that the Kerala police, the Palakkad police collected was given to the national agencies is what we are picking up from sources. Though the Kerala police did not directly get involved in the raids. We saw a lot of protests from 3 a.m. The vehicles of the NIA and ED were blocked by PFI workers ever since the raids took place. Like you mentioned, PFI has been accused of being involved in a lot of murders here, political murders. PFI and RSS recently, like I mentioned, PFI's district secretary was arrested. So this concern has always been there in the state, irrespective of any governments. Even when recently when the PFI district secretary was arrested also, they accused that the state government is not able to accept the acceptance of PFI, because recently they took out a rally in Kozhikode, a massive public rally which was attended by a lot of people in the calling Save the Republic. So, like you mentioned, irrespective of state governments or everything, PFI has always been accused of being involved in various activities, and this time the raids have been conducted on allegations of...
Go ahead, finish your point. Shibimol, go ahead.
Yeah, so the raids have been conducted in connection with funding for terrorism and for foreign funds being used for funding terrorist activities. These are the two main reasons that's been put forward by the national agencies in conducting these raids, and it's been conducted in two cases that's been registered in Kerala as well as Delhi.
Okay. Shibimol KG from Thiruvananthapuram telling us about the raids in Kerala. On your screens right now, take a look closely about why these raids are taking place, where these raids are taking place. This, remember, is not a one-day assignment. Our reporters on the ground are telling us of how, after the Home Ministry's clearance, the Intelligence Bureau is monitoring. All these states were on the radar. Their activities were being tracked for several past few months, and with solid evidence with the agencies now, these raids have gone ahead and have now been taken into arrest as well. Let's go across now to Hyderabad, because Telangana also has faced arrests and also Andhra Pradesh. Joining me from Hyderabad is my colleague Apurva. Apurva, what are you picking up from Hyderabad? Specifically, the Nizamabad area is where the PFI unit has been raided. What about the arrests? Any protests that have broken out?
Well, early in the morning, protests had broken out right outside the PFI offices. In fact, we're here at Chandrayana, one of the popular Front of India offices here. And as you can see, not only has the Chandrayana office been sealed, but we're also, getting to notice that there has also been a notice that has been issued. This is the seal that has been put in place by NIA officials. Raids were conducted here since early in the morning. What do we know? What we do know as of now is that several incriminating documents, hard disks, as well as pen drives and other important materials were seized from these raids that had been conducted. We're also seeing that a notice has also been stuck here at the office as well. This is the notice that has been set in place by officials. We also know that several raids are underway in across various locations, not only in Hyderabad, but also in across Telangana and other locations as well. We do also get to know that in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, both of these states, that these raids are being searched simultaneously in across various locations in Hyderabad as well. We do know not only here in Chandrayana, but also two other locations in Hyderabad that have been identified where searches are underway as of the moment. But as of now, right outside the Chandrayana PFI office here, we can see that not only have the officials stuck notices, but also that the entire office has been sealed after several incriminating documents and other important things had been seized from this office here in Chandrayana.
All right, so that is the latest visual coming in of the PFI office that has been sealed. Apurva is getting us that live visual. I want to stay with you, Apurva, because what you're telling us is very significant, that this office has been sealed. Arrests have also taken place. What are you picking up on the allegations? When did this raid begin? What were the charges against this unit? And is the raid now over, or around that area more raids are on?
Well, the raids as of now have completed here at Chandrayana. In fact, we do know that NIA officials had conducted these raids since early this morning, and now with the raids that have been completed here, the officers not only have been seized, several documents that have been seized here, but also we're seeing that incriminating documents, pen drives, as well as hard disks have also been seized from this area. The entire PFI office here in Chandrayana has been locked, and a notice has also been put in place for the officials as well. So far, arrests
can you read out what's written, if you can, Apurva Jayachandran, on that notice that has been put? Is it possible for you to read and let us know?
Well, that's right. In this notice, as you can see, what it reads out is that this premises has been locked and sealed by National Investigation Agency Hyderabad in connection with investigation of, and there's a case number there, and it says that the owner of this premises may contact the Honorable NIA Special Court of Hyderabad or the NIA at the following address before opening the seal.
All right.
So that is what is, the notice that has been stuck here, the official seal that has also been put in place, the entire office that has been locked.
Apurva Jayachandran is on location in Hyderabad at the PFI office that has been sealed, getting us that first and exclusive visual of the sealed office, of also these raids taking place across the country. Apurva, keep tracking all the latest on that. Thank you for getting us that big visual. We are now getting more information. Non-stop raids that continue on the Popular Front of India. The Popular Front of India's district president's house has been raided in Kalaburgi. The PFI supporters have gathered and they've gathered there, as you can see the visuals of the Rosa police station, to protest against the raid, because that's the police station limit area where these raids have taken place. These are some of the supporters. Kalaburgi in Karnataka, where this specific raid has taken place on the PFI by the NI. Remember, it's not just the National Investigation Agency. It is in coordination with the Enforcement Directorate, with the state police, monitored by the Intelligence Bureau, clearance given by the Home Ministry, and then this mega crackdown on the PFI. So Kalaburgi is where the house also of a PFI senior leader has been raided, PFI district president in Kalaburgi. Now Karnataka, just to give you a background, has faced maximum security concerns apart from Kerala. Especially the coastal belt of Karnataka is where there have been, remember, the hijab protests that had broken out, the allegation that the PFI was instigating young girl students to go out on the streets as well. And that apart from the CAA violence protests that had erupted, the Delhi riots in the national capital also had got PFI under the scanner of instigating violence and law and order situation in India. Let's go across to Priyanka Rudrappa for the latest on that. Priyanka, so you're outside the house of one of the PFI leaders whose house has been raided. There's another PFI district president whose house is raided in Kalaburgi. What are you picking up about the ground situation?
Now, the National Investigation Agency authorities have been conducting raids on the residence of several PFI members, the Popular Front of India members, since the early hours of Thursday is what we are hearing. I am at the residence of Mohammad Shakib, who's also a PFI member. So the officials reached the residence around 4 a.m. is what we are hearing, and the officials searched his houses. Shakib was not at the residence at the time.
पहले ही मुस्लिम राष्ट्र बना देना चाहता 1947 के पहले, तो जो इतना बड़ा कुकीर्त करता हो, फंड इकट्ठा करता है, भारत के खिलाफ आंदोलन करता है, भारत के जनमानस को भड़काता है, तो ऐसे संस्थानों पर अगर कार्रवाई हो रही है, दुर्भाग्य है जब फुलवारी शरीफ में पीएफआई पर छापे पड़े तो जो पुलिस का वक्तव्य आया था वो निराशाजनक आया था। उसे सांस्कृतिक संगठन बताने की कोशिश की गई थी। ये नीतीश बाबू, ये लालू बाबू, लालू यादव, ये लोग, नीतीश जी तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करते हैं। तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति में कभी लालू जी सिम्मी को, लोग कहते हैं कि सिम्मी पर जब बैन हुआ तो सिम्मी को बंद करके पीएफआई बनाया, तो ये सिम्मी को जब बंद हुआ था उसमें लालू यादव का राज था। ये बिहार खास करके स्लीपर सेल आतंकवादियों के लिए बनते जा रहा है। राजनीतिक संरक्षण है और ये संरक्षण के कारण यहाँ फलता फूलता है। और 13 राज्यों में फुलवारी शरीफ में जो कागजात मिले उसमें 13 राज्यों से जुड़े हुए रहे, 13 जिलों से।
कल गृह मंत्री भी आ रहे हैं पूर्णिया।
These are the ministers in the government now reacting since the raid that started at about 1 a.m. late last night went on till today morning. The Intelligence Bureau monitoring all the updates. We'll try and get you updates. Remember, one by one, we are getting developments about what's happening in states. We are talking about Delhi, Assam, Karnataka, Kerala, Maharashtra, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Bengal. Now, Giriraj Singh says PFI wanted India to become an Islamic nation, and if for an outfit that is seen as radical and with security concerns, what was wrong for a crackdown on that? Now, this, remember, of course, will become into a political face-off also very soon. But with these developments coming in, I want to take you through the top developments on these pan-India raids against the radical outfit Popular Front of India. Let's begin. It's a major crackdown against the PFI, the National Investigation Agency, and the Enforcement Directorate, carrying out searches at multiple locations in more than 13 states. 105 members arrested, 60 of them from Maharashtra, Kerala, Karnataka. The NIA raids the Popular Front of India office in Hyderabad, Chandrayungutta, Delhi, and several other locations. Several items such as hard disk documents have been seized. Meanwhile, the PFI National Chairperson OMS Salam and Delhi PFI head Parvez Ahmed have been taken into arrest by the agency. But the situation has turned tense in Karnataka's Mangaluru. Paramilitary force had to be deployed. Shops have been shut, protesting against the raid and arrests. The agency is investigating PFI link with the Hawala money. Recently, the Ministry of Home Affairs was made aware that the PFI was covertly mobilizing funds through well-organized network in the Gulf countries as part of the criminal conspiracy against India. The Popular Front of India that have been taken facing arrest has criticized these raids against the organization. People staged protests against the raids in Karnataka, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. Let's quickly go across now to Chandigarh, where my colleague Kamaljeet Sandhu is. Kamaljeet, because you closely track the Home Ministry and the security agencies, what are you picking up about the reasons for the raid which is, of such an unprecedented large scale? What is the reason? How many states? What is the agency's plan to have an outcome as a consequence of these raids? Kamaljeet.
So the PFI has been under scanner for over a decade now, with several of the times the central government pondering over the point of whether to ban PFI or not. But over the past few years, we've seen how the number of cases has risen, especially with involvement of PFI members, right from Delhi riots to the links involving extreme violence in Kerala. We've seen violence linked in Karnataka as well. So there have been instances, several states, including Uttar Pradesh, have demanded and written to the centre demanding a ban on PFI. But over a period of time, it's the IB and the other agencies who've managed to collect data. And we've been told that in the past 2 weeks, that is when the Home Minister has actually taken a meeting. And this is where the planning was done. Till about 2 days ago, when the planning was being done, there was a worry that the information could have been leaked. And that is where they actually put down together the list of people they wanted to raid. 200 phones so far have been recovered, along with huge documentation so far. So we've been told that this is being done at tandem right from midnight onwards. This is where they spread out to north and south part of India, right from Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, Assam, West Bengal, Rajasthan, towards the south, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Tamil Nadu. So it's a vast expanse, and this is where the central agencies are now wondering whether they all need to be put together at a certain place and jointly interrogated. But because the scale is so big, they would perhaps wait for the arrest to be done. In fact, the arrest memo have already been made. So quickly...
Kamaljeet, what happens next? You've arrested these PFI members and leaders, even a chairperson of the unit in Tamil Nadu. Will they be brought to the NI headquarters in Delhi? Will they be perhaps in the specific states? What are you picking up on that? Quickly.
See, we've been told that once this entire material is collected, whether it's mobile phone devices, whether it is other evidences, including documentation, there will be a need to put some of the top leaders together and jointly interrogation done by several agencies who are involved, which includes the ED, the NI, as well as the intelligence agencies. But clearly, this is a point of juncture. Perhaps a decision would be taken later. At least 105 of them have been arrested, and the raids are still continuing on. So we do not know the final data as of now, but a decision will be taken on that soon. At least some of the top members would be brought in together to discuss and make them stand face to face with each other. There are several questions, including the one on radicalization of youth, induction of youth. The other is about the Hawala transaction, about how there has been foreign funding which has been coming in. So several of these questions needs to be answered by the top leadership of the PFI. Meanwhile, they've already called it as a witch hunt of sorts. We've seen the sort of scale, and that is why the Central Armed Police Force, the CRPF, being roped in several of the places, including that of the state police, to ensure that no untoward incident happens. They have to ensure that nobody really runs away while the raids are on.
Stay on with me, Kamaljeet. We are getting live visuals from Karnataka's Bengaluru, because right, like you also correctly pointed out, in some places, sensitive volatile regions, there could be a security situation. Even CRPF has been deployed in some areas. These are the visuals coming in from Karnataka's Bengaluru. Now, just to update you that in Karnataka itself, specifically in the coastal belt, more than 20 arrests have taken place already. In Bengaluru, which has been a volatile area, specifically with communal overtones, in the past few years have been, also there has been PFI under the scanner. This looks to be the investigation agency's officers. The raid appears to have concluded. But take a look. Unlike other states, in Karnataka, even the CRPF and paramilitary had to be deployed. This in view of any protest that could have broken out and become a law and order situation. This, as it looks like, as the reporters are telling in from Karnataka, the raid has ended, started at about 1 a.m. across the country. NI, ED, state police, monitored by the Intelligence Bureau, cleared by the Home Ministry, that is Karnataka specifically, where in Bengaluru, at least for now, the officers have now left the location. Earlier, there were some protests in Bengaluru, but according to the Bengaluru Police Commissioner, Sashi Kumar, they were dispersed and the area is currently normal. What you're looking on the screen right now is important. These are the reasons of why the Popular Front of India has been raided as Pan-India raid. It was in Telangana's Nigambodh that the karate camp, so to say, was being organized, under which there was terror training and radicalization allegedly taking place. Also, as you could possibly look at, the reasons was it started from the Ghazwa-e-Hind plot, and then in Kerala, Praveen Netaru's murder. These are some of the reasons for which the raids have taken place. Bengaluru, Manjeri, Kurnool in Andhra Pradesh, and also in Tamil Nadu. In Tamil Nadu, in fact, the whole unit, the chairperson and the office members of senior level of the PFI taken into arrest, and now protests have broken out. And this visual now from Delhi. We started with Karnataka, went to Tamil Nadu, now in the national capital, Delhi. This is the PFI office in Delhi that has been sealed. One by one, the offices are being sealed. Notices have been put. This, remember, the flags and banners had got into controversy as well. PFI's name came under the scanner on the Delhi communal riots that had taken place in 2020. And then also the CAA protests and violent agitations that were allegedly instigated by the PFI. The name had been under the scanner. Previously, also the police and the agencies had attempted to raid these specific units of the PFI, but its headquarters is in the national capital, Delhi. This is the Shaheen Bagh area in Delhi. Our colleagues are soon going to get us the latest from this location. But for the office to be raided and sealed primarily means that no other operations will now be permitted. Any document, all of this will now be right inside that office. Members will not be allowed to access. From Delhi, let's go across now to Bengal. Ritik Mondal joins me because Bengal is another state. More than 10 states that have been raided. Bengal is one of it. It's very interesting, Ritik, that these are states irrespective of the party ruling as a government in the state. In Bengal, it is the Trinamool Congress. In Delhi, it is the Aam Aadmi Party. In Karnataka, it is the BJP. In Andhra Pradesh, there are other parties. And yet all of them have willingly agreed for a coordinated action against PFI. What are you picking up on the details from Bengal?
Right, Pooja, what I was mentioning earlier, that we are bringing this live broadcast from the place where, amidst the nationwide crackdown by NIA related to PFI, now a team of NIA officials, they reaches to Bengal, and it's, the capital city, Kolkata, and let me show you what exactly happening here, that residents of Sheikh Mukhtar is under a scanner now. What we are told that NIA officials are raiding this particular building, which is located at the densely populated area in Tiljala. You can see that poster showing that this is a particular office of PFI, Popular Front of India. This is the office of that organization. It is written on that particular poster in both in Bengali and in English, and this is considered to be the office of PFI here in Kolkata, which is underway. Scanner now, and NIA officials have reached the location. They are grilling that person, Sheikh Mukhtar. Now let me show you what are the situation here at the ground zero. We can see that CRPF personnel are blocking the way heading towards this PFI office, and a team of NIA officials have reached here and they are blocking the entire corridor. Remember, the Tiljala area is one of the busiest places in Kolkata, which is why they are not allowing anyone to venture or to go towards that particular location. And this is the particular building we are bringing this visual, that this is the office of PFI, which is under radar now, and we are told that Sheikh Mukhtar is the person. He is the member of PFI who was holding and holding the chief of West Bengal. As per this particular organization is considered, he is under questioning now. NIA officials are grilling him at his residence, and we can see that a huge deployment of police personnel, particularly CRPF personnel, have been deployed here, and they are asking anyone and not allowing any particular vehicle, not allowing them to go to that particular point. So remember, amidst the situation, a crackdown by National Investigative Agency, that particular organization, PFI, has been alleged in several allegations like terror funding, collecting people or spreading hatred. So these are the allegations what usually made against raised against that particular organization, and a team of NIA has reached here in Bengal, and this particular location is the place and the office of PFI, which is under scanner now, and raids are going on. You can see multiple vehicles are placed, and I believe these are the vehicles where, in which that NIA officials have reached here, and I am showing you the visual. Let me cut across the neighborhood. We can see many onlookers are also taking a glance what exactly is happening here as NIA reaches to Kolkata, probing the PFI organization. Back to you, Pooja.
All right, Ritik Mondal getting us that special telecast coming in from Bengal. Even Bengal is where the arrests and raids have taken place. We have big news now coming in from Uttar Pradesh. The PFI member, one Wasim, has been taken into arrest from Lucknow. He was in fact also arrested earlier in the CAA NRC violence case. Wasim's name had actually come in the clashes in Lucknow's Khadra area. He's now been taken into arrest. At around 2:30 a.m., the team of the National Investigation Agency and the Anti-Terror Squad, along with more than 50 policemen, arrested Wasim from his house. All of this has happened overnight, remember, across the states in coordination with the state police. And this, remember, are not random arrests. It's not like randomly the agencies or the police have gone into these houses. These members have been under the radar. Their activities have been on the surveillance of the security agencies, and with only after solid evidence with the agencies and with the state police in a coordinated action, which was a confidential assignment, was then started at about 1 a.m., went on till morning, in which a lot of arrests have taken place. Now, according to the agencies, they say there clearly is under the scanner with evidence that was tracked. The Intelligence Bureau is also now tracking it. Political reactions have started to come in. Let's listen in. All right, so reactions are also coming in of the netas, specifically from the BJP. But remember, the raids that have taken place are irrespective of the parties in the government, whether it's Karnataka, Kerala, Assam, Bengal, Delhi. This primarily is because the Popular Front of India, for the past few years, for these reasons, the Ghazwa-e-Hind plot that was surfaced in Phulwari Sharif in Patna, the violence incited by the PFI in the CAA violence case. This also, remember, in Kerala, Parveen Netaru's murder had become a huge controversy. The Nigambodh, which also has been raided today in Telangana, it was a karate camp that was being run. But apart from the official karate reason, it was the reason of radicalization and funding and inciting terrorism in the garb of a karate camp. Conducting raids, and with regard to that, even protests have now taken place. This visual is of the protests that have taken place of the PFI supporters against the raids. The PFI member from Kerala, its General Secretary, has said, "We are fighting against a fascist regime. We will not be silenced." These are the dissenting voices that are being attacked. 8 states at least, Karnataka, Bengal, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, all of this witnessing raids and protests, political reactions coming in. Let's listen in.
प्रयास है और उसका परिणाम आने वाले समय।
सर, एक सवाल है, पीएफआई की फंडिंग को लेकर के रेड्स हो रही हैं। उत्तर प्रदेश में खासी सक्रियता रही है, जो अलग अलग कार्यक्रम हुए हैं उसमें फंडिंग देखी गई है, तो यूपी पुलिस को अभी तक भनक किसकी नहीं लगी? आपको लगता है कि
नहीं, ये कहना कि भनक नहीं लगी है वो सही नहीं है, लेकिन पीएफआई निश्चित तौर से सिमी का बदला हुआ रूप है और वह बदले हुए रूप में तमाम देश विरोधी, समाज विरोधी गतिविधियों का हिस्सा बनती है। तो आज एनआईए की जो छापेमारी है उसमें बहुत कुछ सामने आ रहा है, लेकिन उसके संबंध में छापेमारी के बाद जो भी विषय आएगा वो एनआईए के माध्यम से बताया जाएगा।
शुक्रिया बातचीत के लिए। तो ये हैं डिप्टी सीएम केशव प्रसाद मौर्य, जिनका कहना है कि आज महिलाओं के लिए खास दिन है।
More than 10 states. Specific focus on the southern states of Karnataka, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh. Allegations of radicalization and taking funding from the Gulf nations. Allegations of criminal conspiracy, inciting violence, inciting communal tensions. But protests broken out from the PFI side, from the PFI supporters who are against the raid and the arrest. From Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, in Kerala and Karnataka as well. 4 states where mainly these protests have taken place. Take a look of how even the paramilitary, the CRPF, had to be deployed in some areas, specifically in Karnataka and in Tamil Nadu, where the state police had to ensure that the protesters are dispersed for now. Bengaluru's police commissioner Sashi Kumar had said 5,200 people had gathered, and after that they were dispersed. The situation appears in control now. But what a day it has been. Since today morning, we've been getting updates one state after another. What started as appeared from Karnataka, Kerala and Delhi, then went on to all other states one by one. Even Bengal, Assam, Puducherry. These are places where arrests have also taken place. More than 10 states. More than 100 leaders and members of the Popular Front of India, which is seen as a radical outfit, has been under the scanner in the past as well for the past few years. Remember, could it be, again, the bigger question is, you're looking at the raids, the action has been taken by the agencies, but there is a chorus that the PFI needs to ban. Will the government take that step? Are we looking at history repeating with regard to the Simi outfit, a radical outfit, a Students' Islamic Movement of India that was banned in 2001? In 2020, could PFI go the same way, or this raid will be that messaging that radicalization and terror attempts will not be tolerated? Just to give you a background, that now even in Uttar Pradesh, one Wasim has been taken into arrest. He was already taken into custody earlier as well with regard to riots cases. This is the national capital, Delhi, NI's headquarters, where PFI's Parvez Ahmed was taken into custody. This is the latest visual on your screen. PFI's headquarters main member, senior leader Parvez Ahmed has been taken into arrest and has now been brought to the NI headquarters. Information and sources telling us from our reporters across the ground in different states that similar situation could be for other PFI members as well, that one by one they may just be brought to the NI office, the headquarters in national capital Delhi. These are the first images of the first arrested PFI leader who has been brought to the NI headquarters. Considering, of course, it is the same city, this is the first presence and summon that has been taken for this man arrested for alleged attempts of inciting communal clashes, violence and tensions in the country. But we are being told that this could be possibly followed by others as well. Now this, remember, with the agencies need to have solid evidence. When such a scale of raids and arrests have taken place, according to the agencies, they've had in the past few months tracked and on the intelligence radar, there have been proper evidence that has been gathered. It is with confidence that the agencies are raiding these areas, and that PFI has been for the past few years, and in fact for the past 1 decade, has been under the radar of the security agencies. It's also interesting to tell you here that while the PFI is trying to say that they're fighting against fascist regime, no political party officially comes out in their support as well, realizing the security concern.
They're extremely dangerous. And the focus, the kingpin of these organizations are in Kerala. And of course now they are spreading their wings across the country. And I think it was really the apt time for the government of India to take these actions. And now I hope it just doesn't end up in banning the PFI alone. Because banning means they will, another organization with another name will pop up with the same people. I think we just need to get to the roots of these people. Their funding process, how the money is being spent, and what kind of a danger threat they are to the country. I think these are the issues into which certainly the National Investigation Agency will go into, and I hope they get prosecuted and they go behind bars for a long time.
But sir, state government is not very serious about the PFI.
See, that's precisely why the state government was...
All right, Kerala, remember, is one of the states where murders, political murders, killings, and the PFI allegation and accusations against the outfit has been under the scanner for a while. We'll continue to track the latest on that. That was a reaction coming in from Kerala. What we are looking at on your screen is the first image of Delhi's PFI chief, Parvez Ahmed, who was taken into arrest late last night by the National Investigation Agency, is now being brought into the office. The PFI headquarters in Shaheen Bagh in Delhi has also been sealed for now. Earlier also there have been attempts to raid and with evidence take into custody the netas. Remember, there is these allegations of specifically inciting communal violence in India. More reactions coming in. Let's listen into that.
Organization ನಮಗೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ರಸ್ತೆ ರೋಕೋ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. 100 ಜನ 200 ಜನ 500 ಜನ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ಥರದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕೆಲವು ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಜಾಲತಾಣಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಕೇಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ ಥರದ್ದು ಯಾವುದೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಜೋಕಟ್ಟೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 45 ಜನ ಸೇರಿದ್ರು, ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳಿ ಡಿಸ್ಪರ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ರು. ಕಾವೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 100 ಜನ ಸೇರಿದ್ರು, ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಡಿಸ್ಪರ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ರು. ಮತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ನಗರದ ಬಂದರ್ ಏರಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 60ರಿಂದ 70 ಜನ ಸೇರಿದ್ರು, அவர்களுக்கு பிரிவென்டிவ் அரெஸ்ட் ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು.
எங்களுடைய மாநில துணைத் தலைவர் அவருடைய வீடுகளிலே ரெய்டு வந்து அவரை தற்பொழுது அவருடைய கஸ்டடியில் எடுத்திருக்கிறார்கள். அவர் எங்கிருக்கிறார் என்று தெரியவில்லை. ஆக இந்த ஜனநாயக விரோத போக்கை பாஜகவுடைய ஆர்எஸ்எஸ்னுடைய கைப்பாவையாக இன்று மாறி இருக்கக்கூடிய என்ஐஏவும் இடியும் இந்த ஜனநாயக விரோத போக்கை, ஒரு சர்வாதிகார போக்கை பாப்புலர் ஃப்ரண்ட் ஆஃப் இந்தியா வன்மையாக கண்டிக்கிறது. இதை கண்டித்து தேசம் தழுவிய அளவிலே மாபெரும் மக்கள் போராட்டங்களை நாங்கள் முன்னெடுப்போம்.
So Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, where arrests have taken place, protests have also broken out. I want to go across now to Bengal, because Bengal is another state of more than 10 where these raids have taken place. Ritik Mandal with all the latest. Ritik, you've been on location where the raids were taking place, arrests have taken place. What is currently the ground status? Ritik, can you hear me? Yes.
Agency landed here in Kolkata related to pan-India crackdown of PFI office, and let me show you and cut across what exactly happening here. Residents of Sheikh Mukhtar, what we are given to understand that he is an office bearer of PFI and he was conducting the office of PFI from at a very busiest and dense densely populated location here in Kolkata, which is located in Tiljala, and now NIA officials have reached here and they are grilling that particular person. And what more we're picking up at this point in time, that several crucial documents related to PFI have been recovered from that particular place, which is located in Tiljala. Remember that couple of hours back, a team of NIA officials landed here in Kolkata and they reaches to this particular place, which is considered to be the PFI office here in Bengal. And it seems like that land of Bengal and Kolkata were also being used as for activities of PFI. Now he has been detained and being questioned by NIA officials. We are showing you the visuals and the multiple vehicles that have been placed. Now let me cut across. The entire corridor and the stretch of this road has been converted into we can see that how a heavy police deployment has been made along with the CRPF personnel. Also Kolkata police have also reached there and they are also asking and requesting people and neighbors of this location not allowing them to go at that particular stretch. I would try to get some locals who stays here. जरा बताना चाहेंगे कि ये जो शख्स है उनको पहचानते हैं आप?
नहीं, हमको कुछ नहीं मालूम है. अरे कुछ नहीं मालूम है यार.
So these are the quick reaction we are getting, that local and people who stays here, we can see that they are not ready to say anything about that particular person. His role is under scanner now. So what more we are picking up, that several documents have been recovered from that particular place, which is located in Tiljala, which is considered to be the office of PFI. And as NIA reaches to Kolkata, probing this PFI's and its role pan-India. Back to you.
Stay on with me, Ritik, because I want to show our viewers how our reporters from across India are joining me right now. Whether it's Tamil Nadu, whether it's Kerala, Karnataka, Bengal, Delhi, our reporters are constantly updating us, because remember, this is a developing story. So everyone's tracking constantly about the arrest, the raid, that protests in return are taking place. I want to go across now to Tamil Nadu, and Pramod Madhav is joining us with the latest. Pramod, PFI chairperson unit, also the senior members of the unit have been taken into arrest, and that perhaps is a big one for Tamil Nadu, where perhaps the PFI cadre is not as active or as controversial as in Karnataka or Kerala. What are you picking up about the raids in Tamil Nadu?
Well, in Tamil Nadu in recent times, NIS footprints and NIS searches have been constantly high, especially after the Vellore incident, where one person was arrested for communication with ISIS. In fact, we are currently outside the National Investigation Agency office here. There is like high security on one side. You have CRPF Jawans, and the other side, you have the Tamil Nadu police who are also standing at this spot. And for the first time in Chennai, where NIA raids are being conducted, this much deployment of CRPF Jawans are also here. In fact, here itself there are 2 buses with CRPF Jawans at this spot. And what happened is that early morning there were raid occurred in PFI headquarters. We spoke to PFI personnel there. They claimed that pamphlets and various other documents, like electronic documents, were also recovered from the spot, and all these have been brought to this location over here. In fact, in the state of Tamil Nadu, NIA has been constantly clear about some kind of event that's occurring, and that's the reason for several months we've also reported about a few people trying to communicate with ISIS. That is very important for them. And for today, we were able to find out that 4 people were detained, of which one person called Ismail was arrested also. He was one of the chairpersons with the committee. And not just that, in the state of Tamil Nadu, these raids are about recruiting, training, and also bringing money from foreign countries for terrorist activities. These seem to be the reasons for NIA raid. Definitely, this is the first time huge raid with a lot of protection outside NIA office currently.
Also, Pramod, do tell us, because there were serious allegations, and under the scanner were any links to the terrorist outfit, the ISIS, and perhaps if there were some men who were wanting to go and join the terror group. But what are you picking up about today's development? Will these arrested being brought to the Tamil Nadu office of the NIA, or will they be taken to the Delhi office?
Well, for now, one of the person who's been arrested is not from Chennai, and it looks like here all the documents that has been recovered all are brought over here, and that's the reason so many CRPF jawans at this spot. In fact, we will not find anyone before. Only Tamil Nadu police used to give protection at this spot, but right now the situation is entirely different, and that's the reason two bus lot full of CRPF jawans are present at this spot. Now, equally with importance in Chennai, raids are also being conducted at Madurai, Theni, Coimbatore, and various other locations. And though there also, like I said earlier, Ismail, a chairperson, was arrested. 3 people have been detained. 2 people who had come from Bengaluru through a train have been detained, and they are also being questioned. And one more person in Theni is also being questioned. So 1 has been arrested, 3 has been detained, and that's been currently happening over here. With the day's progress only, we can identify if those personnel will be brought to Chennai. But there are more probability for these personnel to be taken to Delhi as well.
Chennai, which is the NIA office there in Tamil Nadu, where also arrests have taken place and the raids. Pramod, stay on with me because I want to now go across to Assam. Assam is also another state which has faced raids and arrests. Let's now go across to my colleague Afrida, who's joining me for the latest. Also joining me right now from Karnataka is Sagai Raj. Sagai, first to you, because in Karnataka, it's the coastal belt that's been under the scanner for a long time now. What are you picking up about and where are you presently? Have any protests also broken out?
See, I am here at SK Garden, which is the state head office of Popular Front of India in Karnataka, and you can see the supporters of Popular Front of India are protesting outside the office. And what we also get to learn is there are a few movements which is happening outside PFI office. Sir, क्या आपका क्या
ये नहीं आकर जानबूझकर आकर यहाँ पर राइड करी है, कुछ नोटिस भी इश्यू मत किए है, नोटिस इश्यू करे बगैर आकर एनआईए राइड कर रहा है, बहुत सारे जगह एनआईए राइड करके इसके पर हमें प्रोटेस्ट
क्या चाहते हैं?
हमें होना है ना, क्यों आया बोल के ये कर रहे हैं.
And this is the supporters of Popular Front of India who are protesting here, and you can see here there is a 3-story building of Popular Front of India in the SK Garden here in Bengaluru, which is a regional state head office of Popular Front of India. And what we get to learn is around 3 a.m. The NIA officials had raided the place. They have seized the laptops and mobile phones of close to 6 to 7 employees of Popular Front of India who were in the office, and all those laptops and mobile phones have been sent to the cyber police for them to go ahead and retrieve all the informations in that particular phone. And what we also get to learn is that apart from here, there were also raid which has taken place in Anis Ahmed, who is the National General Secretary of Popular Front of India, and State President Shakir's residence in Richmond Tower, as well as even in one of the office of Popular Front of India in Frasertown. Only in Karnataka alone, there is a raid in more than 30 places, including Uttar Kannada, Mangalore, Mysore, Koppal, Gulbarga, Mandya, and many other places. As we speak now, it is a simultaneous raid which is happening. As you rightly pointed out initially, yes, there are many places, including coastal region of Karnataka, which is quite sensitive, and even there was tense kind of situation at that point of time when the raid started. There were protests which was broke out in Mangalore, and even the shops and many commercial properties have shut down today, protesting against this particular NIA raids in coastal region of Karnataka.
Sagai Raj telling us about and showing the protests of the PFI supporters who are agitating against the raids and the arrests that have taken place in Karnataka, which is one of the most prominent states where these arrests have taken place. I want to quickly bring in other reporters as well. Let's go across to Assam now. In Guwahati, joining me is Afrida Hussain for the latest. Afrida, what about Assam? When did the raids happen? Are you picking up about any arrests that have taken place?
Yes, right now I'm in front of the PFI office, which is situated in the Hatigaon of the Guwahati city. And you can see this is a residential area, and they have built the office in the top floor of this building. And as far as the NIA, ED and the state city police who have who have done the raids today early morning, and 10 arrests has been made so far from the Assam. 10 arrests, 6 from the Guwahati city and Kamrup, and rest are from the Barpeta district, Baksa, Nagaon and Karimganj. And the search operation is still on. We are waiting for more updates from the police.
Ida Hussain with the latest from Guwahati, because even in Assam, there have been the NIED state police raids on the Popular Front of India group. From Assam, let's go across to the national capital, Delhi. Because Shaheen Bagh is where the headquarters of the PFI is. It has been sealed. Amit, what are you picking up about on the details about the PFI office in Delhi and the arrests?
Well, Pooja, I'll also show you the visuals so that it becomes very clear as to how the picture of the national headquarters of the Popular Front of India has changed overnight. So this is the very office where the Popular Front of India runs its national headquarters. Until yesterday, you might have seen poster banners of the PFI right here. And today, the entire picture has changed. What you would see are these locks hanging on the gate of the office from where the PFI's national headquarters used to run. All this wall of the building used to have PFI posters, banners, and this is the main entrance of the PFI's national headquarters. What is to be noted here is that PFI used to hold several press conferences from this very office, and it also used to serve as the center for distribution of the literature of the PFI, the Popular Front of India, SDPI and different outfits of the PFI. So this particular office has been sealed. I'll request Deepak to come on the other side of this particular area to show you the visuals as to how the PFI used to operate from the office, and until before we are being told that before the raid there used to be a poster right here. In fact, I have also come here at a different point in time to speak to the PFI officials as well as to cover their press conferences here. The Save the Republic program was supposed to happen in Delhi a couple of months back, and that was cancelled.
Now that office has been sealed. Amit Bhardwaj has been closely tracking the Popular Front of India and what we have from the national capital, Delhi, where also the NIA headquarters is. Take a look closely. These are reporters from Bengal, Assam, Karnataka, Kerala joining us to give us the latest on that. After that, I also now want to go across to Rajasthan. Rajasthan, another state. Remember, the government is of the Congress party. Exactly like in Kerala, another state government. Yet all these states, more than 10, have agreed for a joint raid on the PFI. That's the level of security concern that the states have felt. In Rajasthan, Jaikishan, what are the details that you're bringing in? What exactly were the allegations? Specifically after Udaipur's killing, the scanner and the allegations against the PFI definitely emerged much more for the agencies.
See, Pooja, as of now, we have 3 updates that the NIA has raided 3 locations in Rajasthan. One in the capital city, Jaipur, their headquarters from where they have sealed multiple documents, no confirmations of any arrest or detention so far. Other than Jaipur, the NIA raided the state president's house, Arif's house in Kota in Saugod region around 4 a.m. in the morning. And when Arif was missing, they have detained Asif, his brother. He was quizzed for 2 hours, and after locals protested, he was released from the Sangod police station. But the biggest update which you are giving from Rajasthan is that Sadiq, who is secretary of SDPI, a political outfit of Popular Front of India, has been arrested. He has been arrested under sections of UAPA. According to
the PFI, what you're telling us is very important. In Rajasthan, even the SDPI has faced arrest. I request all our reporters to stay on, because here at 11, I first bring you the headlines and then we continue with our special telecast. Let's begin with the top story that's coming in from the country. It's the major NIA crackdown on the Popular Front of India. Over 100 PFI members arrested in pan-India raids. 60 arrests from Maharashtra, Kerala, Karnataka. From the hijab protest to the CAA stir violence, the national investigation raids prompted by PFI's alleged link to multiple unrest and communal tensions created across India. 2.3 crore rupees Waqf land scandal is Karnataka is exploding. The BJP MLAs are demanding abolition of the Waqf board. Prominent Congress Neta has been accused of encroachment. It's the Sena versus Sena war intensifying in Maharashtra. Uddhav Thackeray launches a fresh salvo at Shinde, calling him father thief. Chief Minister Shinde counter says Uddhav Thackeray sold Bala Sahib's ideology. Unprecedented anti-hijab protests raging across Iran, with Iranian women burning their headscarf in public. Iran restricts access to internet, social media, while these protests escalate across the country. So the top story since today morning has been the unprecedented pan-India raids by the National Investigation Agency. It's a massive crackdown on PFI, and now amid other states, even Maharashtra has faced those raids where 20 members who've been arrested from Maharashtra. Pune, Mumbai are two cities where these raids have taken place. 6 to 7 members have been taken into arrest in Mumbai. Raids also in Aurangabad, Thane, with the members who've been booked under the section of the IPC and even the UAPA. Biggest ever crackdown on allegations of criminal conspiracy against India, communal tensions, participating in radicalization and terror funding, organizing terror camps, and even with regard to funding allegations from the Gulf nations. Let's go first across to the national capital, Delhi, because Amit Bhardwaj is tracking the latest coming in. So in Maharashtra, there are arrests and raids taken place. What happens in Delhi now? Apart from the Shaheen Bagh sealing that has taken place of the PFI office, Amit, are we looking at all these arrested people being brought to the NIA headquarters in Delhi?
Number one action was Pooja, two actions happened in the national capital.
Pooja, two actions happened in the national capital. Number one action was the National Investigative Agency coming to Shaheen Bagh and then, carrying out searches at the national headquarters of the Popular Front of India. This is the office that we are showing to our visuals. The look of the PFI headquarters has completely changed. Now you don't have the posters, banners, reading out that this is PFI's national headquarters, and there are locks hanging on the gate of the PFI. The second major development in the national capital is that, as per sources, we are learning that 3 individuals have been arrested by the NIA ED in the mega crackdown on the PFI, and this includes Parvez Ahmed. Remember, Parvez Ahmed is the head of the PFI network in the national capital, and he has remained the face of the PFI network in the national capital, and he has been now taken to the Enforcement Directorate office. That is what we are learning, and so clearly major crackdown that we are witnessing in the country unfolding right now with every passing hour. You are seeing the action happening in Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Western Uttar Pradesh, and then even at the national headquarters of the Popular Front of India. So clearly this is a massive crackdown on PFI. And the big question, Pooja, that remains unanswered right now, is PFI now heading towards the semi fate? Is PFI actually now heading towards getting banned in the country? Because there have been, remember, demand of banning PFI because of its several activities, including radicalizing the youth. There are allegations of them being involved in radicalization activities. There are allegations of them being involved in conducting political violence in the state of Kerala, in the state of Karnataka, in the coastal areas of Karnataka. There are allegations on them of getting funding from foreign sources through illegitimate sources, and that is why several of their bank accounts were sealed in the past as well. But today, there's a mega crackdown on the entire PFI network, and what we are learning even from the PFI sources is that even the communication team of the PFI has been unable to reach out to their top leaders, including the PFI chairman and General Secretary Anis Ahmed. And that is why what we are seeing is there is no official response by the PFI as far as the national perspective is concerned. Yes, there are responses coming in from several units of Kerala and Karnataka, but the national team is yet to respond. And possibly the reason is that, in Delhi, their face, Parvez Ahmed, has been arrested. We are learning 3 people, including Parvez Ahmed, has been arrested. And, leaders such as the chairman of the PFI himself getting detained and arrested, Anis Ahmed being incommunicado. So clearly this is a mega crackdown in a joint operation by the NIA as well as the Enforcement Directorate. Back to you, Pooja.
Right, Amit Bhardwaj there, of course, reporting from outside the PFI office in Delhi. Our reporters are spread out across the country as the NIA and the Enforcement Directorate conduct these joint raids and searches and arrests against the Popular Front of India. My colleague Jitendra Singh earlier filed this report from outside the NIA headquarters in Delhi, where security has been beefed up in anticipation of these arrested individuals being brought to the headquarters.
पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया और उससे जुड़े हुए संगठनों पर एनआईए ने देश भर में ताबड़तोड़ छापेमारी की है। रात में एनआईए ने सीक्रेट तरीके से जो छापेमारी की है उसमें 106 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है। साथ ही अलग अलग राज्यों में भी गिरफ्तारियां हुई हैं। इसके अलावा 106 जगहों पर एनआईए ने इसको लेकर के छापेमारी की थी। कुछ लोगों को एनआईए गिरफ्तार करके दिल्ली हेडक्वार्टर भी ला सकती है। यही वजह है कि एनआईए के इस हेडक्वार्टर में सुरक्षा भी बढ़ा दी गई है। आप देखिए कि यहाँ पर जो दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान हैं उनको तैनात किया गया है भारी संख्या में, साथ ही बैरिकेडिंग भी यहाँ पर की जा रही है। इसके अलावा पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस के जो जवान हैं उनको भी तैनात किया गया है। ये इसलिए कार्रवाई की जा रही है क्योंकि जो पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया और ऑफिस बियरर से जुड़े हुए जो लोग हैं उन लोगों को दिल्ली लाया जा सकता है और यहाँ पर उनसे पूछताछ की जा सकती है। बड़ी कार्रवाई एनआईए ने पैन इंडिया कार्रवाई की है। बताया जा रहा है कि ईडी ने भी इसमें सहयोग किया है क्योंकि ईडी के पास जो पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया को फंडिंग विदेशों से मिल रही थी उसकी जानकारी मिली थी। यही नहीं, इस पूरे मामले को लेकर के गृह मंत्रालय भी मॉनिटर कर रहा था और गृह मंत्रालय के साथ साथ अलग अलग जगहों पर 6 कंट्रोल रूम बनाए गए थे जहां से देखा जा रहा था कि पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया से जुड़े हुए लोग किसी भी तरीके का हंगामा न कर सकें। इसके लिए बाकायदे कुछ दिनों पहले से ही सीक्रेट तैयारी की गई और आने वाले दिनों में पीएफआई पर बड़ा एक्शन किया जा सकता है, उस पर बैन लगाने की कार्रवाई भी की जा सकती है। हालांकि अभी सबूत एनआईए और दूसरी एजेंसियां पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया के खिलाफ जुटा रही हैं।
Now, India today has accessed the inside scoop of the NIA midnight operation. The NIA operation started at 1 a.m. last night. 6 control rooms were set up. The MHA monitored the raids from these control rooms. A key meeting was held in the MHA 3 days ago with the NIA, the Enforcement Directorate and the Intelligence Bureau. So those are the details, some of the inside details of what went on behind this massive operation that these agencies have launched early this morning. It started at about 1 a.m. this morning. We believe that now it is coming to a conclusion and the NIA teams in fact are reaching their respective branches, but it's been a massive crackdown on the Popular Front of India by these agencies led by the NIA, followed by the Enforcement Directorate and the IB as well. My colleagues are in fact tracking all of these developments from across the country where these raids have been happening, be it in Karnataka, in Kerala, in Maharashtra, in Delhi, in Bengal, in Chennai as well, where these raids have been taking place. They are spread out across the country, tracking all those latest developments in Rajasthan as well, where these raids have in fact been conducted, and top leaders of and functionaries of the PFI have now been arrested. My colleagues Jai Kishan from Rajasthan, Ritik Mondal from West Bengal, Sagai Raj from Karnataka, Amit Bhardwaj from Delhi and Pramod Madhav from Chennai, tracking all of those developments. Pramod, I'll come across to you right now. What are the latest developments in Tamil Nadu as far as this massive crackdown
is concerned on the Popular Front of India?
Well, 4 locations are considered very important, of which Chennai, the NIA raid is over. We are standing outside the National Investigation Agency office, where still the CRPF Jawans are still present at this location, because from nearly 2 kilometers from here is where the PFI headquarters is, and there, as the officials gone over there, we were able to find out that incriminating documents and electronic devices were recovered and have been brought over here. At the same time, a major NIA conducted a search at Coimbatore, and this is where one person called Ismail, A.S. Ismail, has been arrested. At similar time in Madurai, in Theni and in Dindigul also, raids are occurring. But for now, officials from Chennai who have finished the raid are present behind us in this NIA headquarters. Both Tamil Nadu police and CRPF Jawans are present over here to make sure that no untoward incident occurs, because already in Coimbatore there were multiple protests at the spot and police had to intervene and bring the situation under control.
Right. That is, of course, Pramod reporting from outside the NIA office in Chennai. Multiple locations that are being raided at the moment as far as this investigation, this ongoing investigation is concerned. Sagai is also reporting from Karnataka at the moment. Ritik, I'll come across to you. Ritik is reporting from Bengal. Give us a status update on the investigation that is currently underway in Bengal as far as this crackdown on the Popular Front of India is concerned.
Well, we continue to bring the live broadcast from the place where raids are being underway. In Kolkata as well, we are given to understand that particular location, which is located in a densely populated area in Tiljala, which is considered to be the office of PFI here in Kolkata. This is the place of Sheikh Mukhtar. He resides here, and what we are given to understand that the team of NIA official landed here in Kolkata and reaches to this particular office, and the person, Sheikh Mukhtar, who believed to be an office bearer of PFI organization, he is being grilled by the National Investigative Agency, and we can show you what are the visual we are getting from here. We can see that multiple vehicles have been lined up here in which that officers came here, and the entire stretch of this area has been barricaded by a huge police deployment. The kind of bandobast has been made here. Let me show you and to our viewers through these visuals that we can see that multiple CRPF personnel have been lined up here. They are blocking that stretch and that particular road heading towards that particular Tiljala area. Remember, this is a densely populated area in Kolkata. What we are given to understand, multiple documents related to this organization have been recovered by National Investigative Agency from the residence of Sheikh Mukhtar, his role is under scanner now, and amid it, a nationwide crackdown which never happened before a pan-India crackdown on PFI. Now it reaches to Bengal as well, and let me show you the surrounding and the neighborhood of this particular area, which is located at a busiest point and busiest location here in Tiljala. It's a densely populated area of Kolkata, which is just adjacent to the busiest highway and busiest main road of Kolkata, connecting Pasakas area, and this is the place where the person Sheikh Mukhtar, what we are given to understand, he was carried out he has been carried out that particular office of here in Kolkata of PFI. Now, role of this organization are under scanner now. Multiple questions are being raised. Several allegations are being leveled against the activities.
Absolutely, and some very serious allegations that are being leveled against the PFI and their functionaries at the moment, some of whom who've been arrested by the NIA already. But in Kolkata, one of those functionaries currently being questioned by the NIA officers in Tiljala, Kolkata. Jai Kishan is joining us live from Rajasthan at the moment. Jai Kishan, give us an update on what is happening in Rajasthan. How many locations is the NIA raiding, searching and investigating at the moment?
So far, 4 districts of Rajasthan have been raided by NIA. One is the recent update which we are getting is from Udaipur. In Udaipur, the NIA has raided the Kamirpur area. Remember that it was Udaipur where Kanhaiya Lal Taylor was more brutally murdered by the radicalized mindset people. Along with Udaipur, the NIA has also arrested Sadiq from Baran, who is secretary of SDPI, a political outfit of PFI. Earlier in past also, the ATS, the Anti-Terror Squad and other intelligence agencies of Rajasthan Police were also investigating the role of PFI. They found the preliminary probe had revealed that it's a group of people on social media which has presence of people from Gulf and other countries to radicalize the minds of youngsters in Tok, Chittorgarh, Bharatpur, Baran, Kotan and different outfits. So far also the big update coming from Rajasthan is that the PFI president Arif has been detained from Kerala. The sources have confirmed that the PFI Rajasthan president has been detained from Kerala along with secretary of SDPI. The recent update is that the NIA has also reached Udaipur where they have accusing some people, accusing some suspects. It is the PFI will also held a protest around 12 p.m. in the capital city of Rajasthan, Jaipur. So these are all updates coming from Rajasthan. The big question is that also in past the ATS has arrested few people. 3 years ago, few people were arrested of PFI and SDPI. They were also under scanner during elections. Yes.
Okay, so they were also under scanner during the elections is what Jaikishan is, of course, informing us. Multiple locations in Rajasthan that are in fact being currently searched as we speak. I'd request all our colleague reporters to stay on with us. Pooja is, of course, giving us now a breakup as to why PFI is being raided today. Over to you, Pooja.
So here's why. Over 10 states have faced raids in a coordinated action of the NIA, ED and the state police. The first reason on top is primarily in the past few years there have been constant allegations coming in of radicalization and terror funding. Let's begin first with the allegation that came in from Patna, because it was in Ghazwa-e-Hind that the first accusation that there was something happening behind that must be found out. So it was the mobilizing of terror network. Money was sent to India illegally. So Hawala transactions, Gulf nations, specifically with regard to the South Indian states, was where the money being brought in from other nations against India as a criminal conspiracy was being checked out. Also, Hawala money with regard to was changed as white money, but with the transactions that were shown, it got revealed that that was not true. And we are talking about Kerala, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Delhi, Assam. The money was raised for unlawful activities. So this is the CAA agitation that is under the scanner, the violence that was there, the Delhi riots, the murders in Karnataka and Kerala, the hijab protests in Karnataka, for example, and the Ghazwa-e-Hind plot in Patna. Large criminal conspiracy, again, with connection to some of these activities that were being hatched. According to the agencies and the Intelligence Bureau, all of this was on the radar for the past few months. And finally, what we are looking at is in a coordinated action with digital evidence specifically available to the security agencies, this action has been taken out.
Right. Pooja, thank you so much for all of those details. Pooja, of course, taking us through the details of why exactly the Popular Front of India has been raided today in this massive operation which was launched by the NIA, supported by other agencies like the Enforcement Directorate as well. Shibi Mole is now joining me live from Thiruvananthapuram. Kerala has been one of those states which has been seen to be the hub of the PFI. The Kerala government on various occasions has in fact raised the red flag, Shibi, against the PFI and its activities. What is happening today on the ground?
Columbi, we're seeing massive protests by PFI across the state, like since morning, since the raids began in the morning, we're seeing massive protests. I'm right now in Thiruvananthapuram's Injikal region where the PFI workers have blocked the highway here. They've completely covered the highway. You can see a lot of vehicles are stuck in traffic because people have come out. The workers have come out in massive numbers to protest against. We saw early morning protests taking place in Malappuram and Kollam. in Thiruvananthapuram. Early morning when the raids were happening, there were not much protest or workers had not assembled outside the office. But right now, people have come out. It's not just here, but in other parts of Thiruvananthapuram also. They're blocking the roads and protesting. There was a press conference earlier by the PFI's state secretary who said that this is RSS agenda to destroy PFI, but we will not let that happen. We are going to fight this, and they in fact all called out their workers to come out on the roads and protest. There was a small tussle between the workers and police also right now here some time back. And this is the same scene, not just in Thiruvananthapuram, but across the state. In fact, like you mentioned, it is the hub for PFI. It's PFI's hub, Kerala, because PFI was launched in Kerala back in 2006. And over the years, they have been engaged in many political killings, alleged political killings, as well as the tussles with state governments also. The state governments has often banned the PFI rallies. In fact, it was just 2 days back that Palakkad PFI district secretary was arrested in connection with the murder of RSS leader. So it's been a hub. Many workers of them have been arrested in cases relating to political murders as well as rallies. Now, last few months back in the same year, this year, we saw a young boy was allegedly used to raise slogans in PFI rally. And in fact, these rallies that they organized was banned by the government in 2006, which was again, they were again allowed to conduct rallies. Now the workers here are saying that this is an agenda to destroy us, but we will not let this happen. Today, 50 locations were raided across the state. PFI's national chairman, OMA Salam, and the state president, CP Mohammed Bashir, were also taken into custody among the main names here. And the workers, in fact, the Kerala police have not been involved in the raids directly, but they've given info, what they collected in the last few days in connection with the PFI's arrest, PFI work leaders' arrest in connection with the RSS murder, whatever information collected by the Kerala police, the Palakkad police was given to the NIA and ED is what we are learning in the latest. So massive protests taking place across the state. Like you mentioned, the most number of arrest has taken place in Kerala. Polumi.
And also the fact is that this is information. You do say that the Kerala police has in fact shared information with the agencies, the central agencies, which in fact launched this massive internal security operation earlier this morning. But this is information that has been possibly collected by the agencies on the ground, the state agencies in Kerala, the State Intelligence Bureau as well, over a period of time. Because like I was mentioning earlier, even in court, the Kerala government has raised a red flag against the PFI and its activities.
Well, Polmi, from what we are learning, the police was behind this. The police has arrested close to 27 workers from PFI in connection with the murder of RSS leader Srinivasan that took place in April this year. So they arrested PFI's Palakkad secretary and said that from the info shared by police sources, it says that they've collected information that PFI was making a list of leaders to be murdered from various political parties that include CPI, BJP and Muslim League's Youth League also. So they have collected that information, and there are also allegations that they were giving training to their cadres to be all ready for to give up their lives also. In fact, recently there was also a PFI rally, a massive PFI rally that was held at Calicut on Saturday, 16 September, in the name of Save Republic, where a lot of people gathered, and there also a controversial speech was made where one of the leaders said that he in fact asked the workers to please be ready to give up your lives to fight against RSS. So the inside info that the police has connected from ground when they were investing the murders that took place is what they have shared with the central agencies, is what we are learning. In fact, these are information from the sources,
Right. That is of course what the protesters, these are members of the PFI who are blocking the highway right now. A crucial and a significant highway is being blocked by them in protest against the raids which has in fact been conducted by the NIA and the Enforcement Directorate earlier this morning. Kerala, of course, has seen the maximum number of arrests as far as this raid is concerned. Shibi, stay on with us. My colleague Pooja will now take us through the reasons as to what prompted these raids.
Here are 5 big reasons as to why this coordinated, unprecedented action by the National Investigation Agencies, the ED, and with the state police have been taken on in 10 states, leading to the arrest of more than 100 people. On top is Patna's Pulwari Sharif, where this Ghazwa Hind plot was surfaced and had connections to the PFI. That was in terms of allegations of establishing an Islamic Republic in India. Now, it was in Hyderabad and in Nizamabad, specifically in Telangana, where a karate camp was being run. Now, in the garb of the karate camp, allegedly there was terror training, radicalization that was being indulged in. Arrests have taken place in Nizamabad as well. PFI linked to Praveen Netaru, who was killed in Karnataka, was when specifically in the coastal belt of Karnataka, PFI's name had surfaced and has been under the scanner ever since of the security agencies. Also importantly, remember, across the country, we have seen widespread agitations and protests. So the PFI role in multiple hijab protests, first that started in Karnataka, the allegation that the girls, the students were instigated by the Popular Front of India to take to the streets and even to the legal matter. But it was in the anti-CAA violence, the Delhi riots violence, in which the Popular Front of India's name came directly under the scanner of the agencies. Ever since they've been on the radar and their activities have been tracked by the Intelligence Bureau. And this with digital evidence with them, a coordinated crackdown today morning since last night. Over to you.
Of course, taking us through all the reasons, at least the most specific and recent events and incidents which have in fact prompted this action by the agencies this morning. News coming in right now. Union Home Minister Amit Shah chairs a meeting with officials including from the NSA, the National Security Advisor's Office. The Home Secretary is also present over there. DG NIA is also present over there. The National Security Advisor Ajit Doval is present in that meeting. So the top officials of the government who are in fact associated with internal security matters are currently in a meeting that is being chaired by Union Home Minister Mr. Amit Shah. Munish Pandey, my colleague, is now joining me for the details. Munish, take us through what's happening at the MHA at the moment.
Well, follow me. In the morning, India Today broke the story that Home Minister Amit Shah had held the meeting in the past with the NIA and ED chief, and the meeting was regarding the PFI, the activities of PFI, and how the raids can be conducted, how the arrest can be made by these agencies. Now, we have been given to understand is that a meeting is underway, chaired by Mr. Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister. Along with Amit Shah, there are NIA chief, ED chief, the NSA, and other senior officials of Intelligence Bureau. Now, this meeting is in backdrop of the PFI raids which are being conducted by NIA, ED and several state police departments since midnight, and the arrests which have been made by these agencies. Now, why the Union Home Ministry? Because remember, in the past there have been several requests made by the state police, including UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, saying that PFI should be banned. And recently there was a report which was prepared and given by NIA and ED that how PFI has been involved in not only money laundering but also anti-national activities. And based on those inputs, MH decided to conduct an operation in which more than 100 arrests have been made.
Right. Munish, also this has been a very calculated and a coordinated sort of an action which was obviously planned very meticulously as well. Could you share with us some details of how this operation was planned? Because multiple agencies were of course involved in this operation.
Well, follow me. In the past, we have seen that there are multiple cases being investigated by the NIA and the Enforcement Directorate. So far, the efforts of these agencies were to frame PFI members in those particular cases. But later on, when a report was prepared by NIA and ED, then the MHA decided to act on these reports, and several FIRs, several ECIRs were combined, and then a meeting took place between Amit Shah and the other chiefs of different law enforcement agencies. In that meeting, it was decided that there should be a plan to focus on these PFI members and made arrests in this case. That is why this Operation Midnight took place where not only the ED officials but also the NIA and several state police departments were roped, especially the anti-terrorism squads of those state police. And in that operation, what the intention of the agencies was to arrest not only the PFI leaders but members who have been actively involved in the anti-national activities, money laundering activities, and spreading hatred in the society. And that, according to MHA sources, that particular job has been done by the ED as well as the NIA. So far, we have been given to understand is that more than 110 people have been arrested by both these agencies and state police, but there are several other people who are being questioned. We are expecting that more such arrests will take place in the coming days.
Okay, so you're saying that there could be more arrests that could be made in the coming days because more such people are, of course, who are associated possibly with the PFI are still being interrogated by the officials of the agencies who are on the ground at the moment. But this, could you tell us about these raids that were conducted today? We believe it started at about 1 a.m. this morning. And at the moment, have they concluded per se? Have all the arrests been made or will they continue through the day?
Well, Porami, more than 200 NIA officials from Delhi and more than 100 officials from the enforcement directorate. They were mobilized midnight by both these agencies, and in several other states, the state units of both these agencies were alerted about a very important raid. Now, most of the concentration of these agencies was in Kerala and Maharashtra, and that is why we have seen that the most number of arrests have been made in Kerala. More than 22 PFI leaders and members have been arrested in Kerala, more than 20 from Maharashtra. From national capital, 8 people have been arrested so far. Several others are being questioned. So it was an operation which was very meticulously designed by both the agencies. It was a joint operation under the supervision of Ministry of Home Affairs, and also there were control rooms of NIA and MHA which were set up in
Manish,
different
just hold on
states
for a second. Just hold on for a second. We're just showing pictures right now of protests that are happening in Malappuram in Kerala at the moment. PFI members who have taken to the streets. Earlier we did show you pictures of PFI members who blocked a very crucial highway in Kerala. Now those pictures coming in of a PFI protest march in Malappuram, Kerala, where they are, of course, protesting against the raids and the crackdown on the Popular Front of India by the central agencies. My colleague Munish Pandey continues to be live with us. He's bringing us all the details of the raids that are being conducted by the central agencies. Munish, one of the biggest crackdowns as far as... Okay. Munish, stay on with us. Shibi Mole is now joining us from Kerala at the moment. Shibi, we're bringing to our viewers pictures from Malappuram at the moment where a protest march is being conducted by members of the Popular Front of India. You did say that several such protests were being witnessed across the state of Kerala, from Ernakulam to Malappuram to, of course, Thiruvananthapuram, from where you've been reporting as well. Clearly, the PFI is trying to block public life, so to say, in protest against the crackdown which has happened against the PFI, the outfit.
Well, Polumi, yes, the protest here in Kerala is taking place across various districts. In Thiruvananthapuram also, from morning we're seeing they're blocking roads and protesting. They're taking protest march also. Here in Thiruvananthapuram, they have been blocking this highway since a long time, and the commuters here are facing a major difficulty. In fact, they all got out of their vehicles and started complaining with the police. Now the police has asked them to move to another side, and now the vehicles from one end is being allowed to move. And yes, the workers earlier had, when they blocked the highway, there was a small clash between the police and the workers here. And the workers here are saying that we are going to continue the protest. The PFI State Secretary has said that if their leaders are not left free, they are going to call off a strike tomorrow. There are no confirmation, but he said that we'll go to any extent to protect our leaders. This is an RSS agenda, is what they are alleging, and they're saying that we will fight against it. How much of a time or effort it takes, we are going to be on the road in various districts, not just in Thiruvananthapuram, this particular area, but in many places in Thiruvananthapuram this is happening, and across the district, especially in Malappuram and Kozhikode. Kozhikode is where the PFI's headquarters is. In fact, before it broadened its base, their main headquarters, the national headquarters, was also in Kozhikode, and now the state headquarters is in Kozhikode, and it's there in the Malabar side where PFI is more prominent is where massive protests are taking place. The workers are right now in Thiruvananthapuram slowly moving out, but they've said that it's not going to end here. We're going to continue the protest for the whole day.
Shivi Mole there reporting from Thiruvananthapuram, reporting that massive protests are taking place across the state of Kerala, from Ernakulam to Malappuram to Kozhikode as well, where the PFI's state headquarters is at the moment. We're slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned. Our continuous coverage of this massive crackdown by the central agencies on the Popular Front of India will continue on the other side of this break.
You are watching India Today.
Arvind Kejriwal is on the campaign trail in Gujarat, one of the big upcoming elections. He said the Congress is finished.
You look at it on a larger, on a national scale, no, the Congress is not finished, you know, and this is coming from a party which has 0 Lok Sabha MPs right now.
Arvind Kejriwal is positioning himself as a potential challenger, if not in 2022, then in 2027.
One party who can take on the Congress at this point as the leading opposition in this country is optics.
Kejriwal attempted something similar in Uttarakhand, didn't quite work. Small state, didn't quite work. In Goa, yes, he got 6% of the vote, but the Congress was still substantially larger.
14, if he takes 14 Vidhan Sabha seats, this election in Gujarat, the Aam Aadmi Party would have done more than what they wanted to do. 14 is their figure.
Aam Aadmi Party is certainly a natural national replacement. This is what Raghav Chadha said, and I totally agree with him, because they've mostly wiped out the Congress in Delhi.
Rahul Gandhi actually given up on Gujarat completely. The fact remains he's spending 18 days in Kerala, only 2 days in Uttar Pradesh, and practically it's a splinter yatra that's going into Gujarat.
But actually the voters resonate with the Delhi model of governance pitch that they've been making in Punjab, similarly in Gujarat as well, because honestly speaking, what is the Delhi model of governance?
I think Kejriwal sold this education health model of his, and these are two areas where Gujarat has traditionally been weak.
Delhi is Congress Mukt. Punjab Congress has been defeated. So Arvind Kejriwal is eating into the opposition votes or the Congress votes. Both these states he is successful. In the third state, Congress is in a disarray.
I would not write off any political party which has got 35 to 40% vote like the Congress completely. The Congress has a well-entrenched vote in Gujarat. Can AAP completely take that vote over in one election? We don't know. They did it in Delhi. But as I said, Delhi is not India.
Are watching India Today.
India's biggest terror crackdown. Mega raids on radical PFI. From Hyderabad, Mangaluru to Chennai. From Delhi, Kolkata to Coimbatore. Massive NIA and ED raids underway. Amid PFI protests and go back NIA chants, raids in over 13 states, 100 plus arrests. Money trail, radicalization in focus. Biggest terror cleanup.
Protests erupt across Kerala over the raids. A mega PFI protest march at Malappuram. PFI workers and supporters hit the streets in Kerala at the moment, but you can see those pictures that are coming in from across Kerala at the moment, those images coming in from Thiruvananthapuram, where the protesters seem to be clashing with the cops as well because they are blocking commuters, blocking highways at the moment, blocking public life. Shibi Mol, my colleague, is joining me on the phone line right now. Shibi, we're playing out visuals of those protesters, those members of the PFI who are trying to block the roads and are clashing with the cops as the cops are trying to stop them.
Well, Palmi, yes. In fact, the protesters, the moment they came and blocked the roads, they completely covered the roads that from no way people were able to move. The vehicles, the commuters were finding it very, very difficult. In fact, a lot of them got out of their vehicles and started questioning because they were all asking that we have to move. This is highway. You can't block highways and protest. And there was a small tussle between the police as well as the workers. Initially, when they just came and blocked the roads, they had a clash, and after which the police, there was heavy police deployment also, and the police all moved the workers to one side. Now the road has been cleared. After the workers agreed to move aside, and they let the vehicles, commute. And this is not just the case in Thiruvananthapuram, one particular region. In fact, they blocked roads in various parts of Thiruvananthapuram as well as the state. Like you mentioned earlier, also the PFI's prominent regions, the Malabar region of Kozhikode and Malappuram, that is where, because they have, the National PFI chairman, OMA Salam, and the state president was taken into custody from Malappuram's Manjeri. So the massive protest that's been broken out across the state is being held and led by the protest in Malappuram. and Kozhikode. The headquarters is also in Kozhikode, which was in fact in the morning when early morning when the raids were happening, the protesters gathered outside Kozhikode's head office and stopped the vehicles from moving, stopped the NIA's vehicles from moving, saying that we will not allow this. And the PFI's president has also said that, secretary has said that we are planning to call off a strike tomorrow if our leaders are not let free. The whole day we're going to protest, and if our leaders are not let free, we'll go to the extent of calling a strike across the state tomorrow. There's been no confirmation yet, but they've said that they've asked all their workers to be ready, and the protests are taking place across different parts of the state.
Okay, so protests taking place across different parts of Kerala, which has in fact seen maximum arrests being made as far as this national crackdown on the Popular Front of India is concerned. Shibi Mole, thank you so much for joining us. We're cutting across to Delhi, the national capital, where in fact the PFI office, the local PFI office, has now been sealed by the investigating agencies. Here's a report my colleague Amit Bhardwaj has filed.
The National Investigation Agency has sealed Popular Front of India's national headquarters based in Delhi's Shaheen Bagh. This is the lock hanging on the PFI's national headquarters with a seal right on that particular lock, and the other entrance of the PFI office has two locks hanging on it as well. This action on the PFI comes on the day when the National Investigation Agency and the Enforcement Directorate is carrying out a mega unprecedented crackdown on the PFI network across the country. The action is being carried out in at least 10 to 12 states of India, including Kerala, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh and Delhi. And 3 people from the national capital have been arrested as well, including Parvez Ahmed, who is the Delhi PFI chief. What we are also learning from our sources is that PFI's chairman, national chairman, has been arrested by the investigative agencies as well. This mega and unprecedented crackdown on the Popular Front of India comes at a time when the several investigative agencies, including NIA and the ED, had kept the PFI network on its radar and was sealing several bank accounts of the PFI network, as well as arresting individuals here and there in different states of the country. And today there has been a massive crackdown, probably to break the backbone of the PFI network in India. With video journalist Deepak Bisht, this is Amit Bhardwaj reporting for India Today from Delhi.
So that, of course, is the report that my colleague Amit filed from outside the PFI's office in the national capital. That is an office in Shaheen Bagh, which in fact had witnessed massive anti-CAA protests as well. In fact, that is also one of the red flags as far as the PFI is concerned, which has been raised by the central agencies as they went about, in fact, cracking down on this outfit, this radical Islamist outfit, which has been allegedly involved in anti-national activities. The charges are grave, the charges are extremely serious against the Popular Front of India, and this crackdown by the NIA, by the Enforcement Directorate and the state polices of at least 10 different states, in fact, has been quite coordinated across the country. Here are the top developments on the pan-India raids against the Popular Front of India. Delhi PFI Chief Parvez Ahmed has been arrested by the NIA after raids. The central agency seized documents, hard disks and other material. The office has also been sealed. NIA has also raided the residence of PFI leader Mukhtar's in Tiljola area in Kolkata. The probe agency has claimed that Mukhtar is an active member and a leader of the Popular Front of India. He was looking after the West Bengal wing of the group. Security has been beefed up at the NIA headquarters in Delhi. PFI leaders who have been arrested are likely to be brought to Delhi for questioning. Union Minister Giraj Singh slammed the PFI and called it a terror organization. Giraj said that PFI wants to make India a Muslim nation. PFI cadres staged road roko at Tamil Nadu's Mettupalayam. The workers of the organisation also protested in Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and several other states against the raids. A major NIA crackdown on the PFI. 105 PFI members have been arrested in pan-India raids. 60 arrests made so far in Maharashtra, Kerala and Karnataka. Home Minister Amit Shah has been chairing a meeting of top security officials amid this pan-India raid, which is being conducted by central agencies led by the National Investigation Agency. In fact, from hijab protests to CAS to NIA raids prompted by PFI's alleged links to multiple unrest, PFI has hit the streets in protest as well. We're slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned. Our continuous coverage of this pan-India crackdown on the Popular Front of India will continue on the other side of this break.
You are watching India Today. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Listening to music puts you in a good mood, but have you ever heard of music that gets you high? In a never-ending quest to get high or feel better, people are listening to binaural beats to mellow their minds. A study shows that many have been trying binaural beats as a form of therapy or even an intoxicant. The term binaural means two sounds, and binaural recording without the beats refers to a kind of stereo recording wherein the listener feels totally surrounded by the musicians. Everyday sounds range from 250 to about 6,000 Hz. Binaural beats are usually below 1,000 Hz, which is in the low range of average human hearing. Hector Orozco Perez, an author of a recent study on the mysterious beats, puts it this way. What happens is when you listen to two pure tones separated into each other, the tiny difference causes a frequency mismatch as the sound travels to the auditory part of your brainstem. Simply put, if your right ear is hearing 260 Hz and your left ear is hearing 250 Hz, then your binaural beat comes in around 10 Hz. What makes binaural beats interesting is the ability to synchronize or entrain your brain's electrical response to adhere to a certain rhythm, and rhythmic stimuli can help people concentrate. There are several types of beats. Delta is the lowest frequency, just 0.5 to 4 Hz. Next is theta, between 4 and 7 Hz. Alpha beats range from 7 to 13 Hz, and beta is from 13 to 30 Hz. Finally, gamma includes sounds from 30 to 50 Hz apart. Delta binaural beats may help people sleep more deeply, while beta beats may help people stay more alert. The Global Drug Survey, an independent research company based in London, conducted a survey of voluntary participants. It found that 5.3% of respondents, over 1,600 people who completed the survey, reported using binaural beats either alone or in combination with other drugs or treatments. Respondents most commonly used binaural beats to relax or fall asleep, that's 72.2%, and to change their mood, about 34.7%, while 11.7% reported trying to get a similar effect to that of other drugs. The effect of music on people has been studied for long. For instance, it's said if babies are made to listen to classical music, they'll turn out to be smarter. Studies showed that those who listened to Mozart and Strauss had markedly low systolic and diastolic blood pressure, as well as lower heart rates. ABBA's tunes, on the other hand, didn't produce the same effects. There's also Mozart's music that can increase your general intelligence. What are your views about this?
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. In association with Acco, download the app now. India's biggest terror crackdown. Mega raids on radical PFI. From Hyderabad
Mangaluru to Chennai. From Delhi, Kolkata to Coimbatore. Massive NIA and ED raids underway. Amid PFI protests and Go Back NIA chants, raids in over 13 states, 100 plus arrests. Money trail, radicalization in focus. Biggest terror cleanup.
വിരുദ്ധമായ ആശയം അവതരിപ്പിച്ച് അധികാരം കൈയാളുന്നവർ ഏതൊരു എതിർ ശബ്ദങ്ങളെയും വിയോജിപ്പുകളെയും വിസമ്മതങ്ങളെയും അതീവ ഭീതിയോടുകൂടിയാണ് കാണുന്നത്. നമുക്കറിയാം, അടുത്ത കാലങ്ങളിലായി ഇത്തരം ഏജൻസികൾ നടത്തിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ഇടപെടലുകൾ സത്യസന്ധമായി നിരീക്ഷിച്ചാൽ എത്ര ഭീകരമാണ് എന്ന് ബോധ്യം വരും. രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധിയും സോണിയാഗാന്ധിയും ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ളവർ, ശിവസേനയുടെ നേതാക്കൾ BJPയോട് ചില വിയോജിപ്പ് രേഖപ്പെടുത്തിയതിൻ്റെ പേരിൽ ശിവസേന നേതാക്കൾ ഉൾപ്പെടെ, കർണാടകയിൽ ശിവകുമാർ ഉൾപ്പെടെ, കേരളത്തിൽ അവസാന തോമസ് ഐസക് ഉൾപ്പെടെ ഇത്തരം ഏജൻസികളുടെ നിരന്തരമായ വേട്ടയാടലുകൾക്ക് വിധേയമായിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ജനാധിപത്യ രാജ്യത്ത് രാഷ്ട്രീയമായ എതിരഭിപ്രായങ്ങൾ ആഭ്യന്തര ജനാധിപത്യത്തെ ശാക്തീകരിക്കുമെന്ന് വിശ്വസിക്കുന്നവരാണ് ദേശസ്നേഹികളായ പൊതുപ്രവർത്തകരും പൗരന്മാരും രാഷ്ട്രീയക്കാരും. എന്നാൽ അത്തരം വിയോജിപ്പുകളെ അഭിമുഖീകരിക്കാൻ പ്രാപ്തിയില്ലാത്തതുകൊണ്ട് തങ്ങൾ അതിനെ അടിച്ചമർത്തുമെന്ന നിലപാട് സ്വീകരിക്കുന്നവരാണ് പൊതുവെ ഫാഷിസ്റ്റുകൾ, ഇന്ത്യ ഭരിക്കുന്ന ഫാഷിസ്റ്റ് ഗവൺമെൻറ് പ്രത്യേകിച്ചും. അതിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമാണ് ഇവിടെ പരാമർശിക്കപ്പെട്ടതുപോലെ വ്യത്യസ്ത രാഷ്ട്രീയ പാർട്ടികളിൽ പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്ന ആളുകളെ, ജനാധിപത്യപരമായി ഇടപെട്ടുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നവരെ, പല വിയോജിപ്പുകൾ നിലനിൽക്കുമ്പോഴും ഭരണഘടന ഉയർത്തിപ്പിടിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് രാജ്യം മുന്നോട്ട് പോകണമെന്ന് അഭിപ്രായപ്പെടുന്നവരെ, RSS അപകടകരമായ ഒരു പ്രവർത്തന രീതിയും പ്രത്യയശാസ്ത്രവുമുള്ള സംഘാടനമാണ് എന്ന് സമൂഹത്തിൽ എഴുതുന്നവരെ, വർത്തമാനം പറയുന്നവരെ, അത്തരത്തിൽ മുഴുവൻ ആളുകളെയും അടിച്ചമർത്തുന്ന, അന്വേഷണ ഏജൻസികളെ ഉപയോഗപ്പെടുത്തി തകർക്കുന്ന ഈ ജനവിരുദ്ധമായ, ജനാധിപത്യ വിരുദ്ധമായൊരു പ്രവണത അതിൻ്റെ ഏറ്റവും അവസാന ഘട്ടത്തിലേക്ക് എത്തിയിരിക്കുന്നു. അതിൻ്റെ ഏറ്റവും ഭീകരമായ സ്വഭാവം പ്രകടമാക്കിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നുവെന്നതാണ് പോപ്പുലർ ഫ്രണ്ട് ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള പ്രസ്ഥാനങ്ങൾക്കെതിരെ ഇപ്പോൾ നടന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന വേട്ട. ഒരു കാര്യം നിങ്ങൾ ശ്രദ്ധിക്കേണ്ടത്, പോപ്പുലർ ഫ്രണ്ടിന്റെ ഒരു പ്രാദേശിക നേതാവിന്റെ വീട്ടിൽ ചെല്ലുമ്പോൾ 16 വയസ്സുള്ള മുഹമ്മദ് അഫ്സൽ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു കുട്ടി സ്വാഭാവികമായും ഇതെന്ത് കണ്ടാലും അത് മൊബൈൽ പകർത്തും. അതൊന്ന് മൊബൈൽ പകർത്താൻ വേണ്ടി ശ്രമിച്ചതിന്റെ പേരിൽ NIA എത്ര ഭീകരമാണ്! എന്ത് സന്ദേശമാണ് ഇവർ ജനങ്ങൾക്ക് കൊടുക്കുന്നത്? അതുകൊണ്ട് ഞങ്ങൾ ആവർത്തിച്ച് പറയുന്നു, SDP-യെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം ഇത്തരം ഏത് ജനവിരുദ്ധമായ നിലപാടുകൾക്കെതിരെയും ജനാധിപത്യപരമായി ഇടപെട്ടുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു ദേശീയ രാഷ്ട്രീയ പ്രസ്ഥാനം എന്ന നിലയിൽ ഇത്തരം ഉപകരണങ്ങളാക്കി RSSന് വിടുപണി ചെയ്യുന്ന,
This is a conspiracy by the RSS and the BJP right now to target us, especially because we are representing the people and their demands.
ഇത്തരം അന്വേഷണ ഏജൻസികളുടെ ഇത്തരം പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ അവസാനിപ്പിച്ചില്ലെങ്കിൽ രാജ്യം അപകടകരമായ സ്ഥിതിവിശേഷത്തിലേക്ക് എത്തും. പ്രതിപക്ഷ പ്രവർത്തനം അനുവദിക്കുന്നില്ല രാജ്യത്ത്. ചില ആളുകൾ ഒരു മതവിഭാഗത്തിന്റെ പ്രശ്നമല്ല, ഇതേതെങ്കിലും ഒരു പ്രസ്ഥാനത്തിന്റെ മാത്രം പ്രശ്നമല്ല. പ്രസ്ഥാനങ്ങൾക്കിടയിൽ യോജിപ്പും വിയോജിപ്പുകളും ഉണ്ടാകും. പക്ഷെ അടിസ്ഥാനപരമായി ഇന്ത്യൻ ഭരണഘടന ഉയർത്തിപ്പിടിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ബോധ്യമുള്ള ജനാധിപത്യ രീതിയിൽ പ്രവർത്തിച്ചു കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന വ്യക്തികളെയും പ്രസ്ഥാനങ്ങളെയും ഇത്തരത്തിൽ വേട്ടയാടുകയെന്ന ഭീകരകൃത്യം അനുവദിച്ചു കൊടുത്താൽ ആവർത്തിച്ച് ഓർമ്മപ്പെടുത്തുന്നത് ഈ രാജ്യത്തിന്റെ ഭൂരിപക്ഷം വരുന്ന ജനവിഭാഗങ്ങളും ഇന്ത്യ ഭരിക്കുന്നവരുടെ കാഴ്ചപ്പാടിൽ അവർ ഈ രാജ്യത്ത് ജീവിക്കാൻ അവകാശമുള്ളവരല്ല. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെയാണ് സംഘപരിവാർ ഗവൺമെൻറ് അധികാരത്തിൽ വന്നതിന് ശേഷം നിരന്തരമായി രാജ്യത്തിൻ്റെ അടിസ്ഥാന ജനവിഭാഗങ്ങൾക്കെതിരെ വേട്ടയാടൽ നടന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഈ രാജ്യത്തിൻ്റെ ദളിത് ജനവിഭാഗം സ്വസ്ഥരല്ല, പട്ടികജാതി പട്ടികവർഗം സ്വസ്ഥരല്ല. ഈ രാജ്യത്തെ ക്രൈസ്തവ സമൂഹത്തിന് നടന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന വ്യാപകമായ ക്രമം ആംനസ്റ്റി ഇന്റർനാഷണൽ ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള അന്താരാഷ്ട്ര സംഘടനകൾ ഇടപെട്ടു. അതോടൊപ്പം UN ആ വിഷയം ചർച്ച വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. വളരെ വ്യാപകമാണ്. മനുഷ്യാവകാശ പ്രവർത്തകർ കൽബുർഗി ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള പൻസാര ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള നമുക്കറിയാം, അങ്ങനെ എണ്ണിയാൽ തീരാത്ത സ്വതന്ത്രമായി പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്ന മനുഷ്യാവകാശ പ്രവർത്തകർ നമ്മുടെ രാജ്യത്ത് കൊല്ലപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഇത് രാജ്യം നേരിടുന്ന ഏറ്റവും വലിയ പ്രശ്നമാണ്. ഈ വേട്ടയാടലുകളെ ന്യായീകരിക്കുന്നുവെങ്കിൽ ജനാധിപത്യ സംവിധാനത്തെ കശാപ്പ് ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് കൂട്ടുനിൽക്കലാണ്. ഞാൻ ആവർത്തിക്കുന്ന വിയോജിപ്പും അത് മനുഷ്യ സഹജമാണ്. അത് ബൗദ്ധിക നിലവാരത്തിന്റെ ഭാഗമാണ്, ജനാധിപത്യ അവസരത്തിന്റെയും അവകാശങ്ങളുടെയും ഭാഗമാണ്. പക്ഷേ അതൊന്നും ഇത്തരം വേട്ടയാടലുകൾക്ക് കൂട്ടുനിൽക്കാൻ ന്യായമല്ല എന്നതുകൊണ്ട് ഈ പ്രവണതയ്ക്കെതിരെ ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത് ഭീരുത്വമാണ്. സംഘപരിവാർ ഭീരുക്കൾ, ഞങ്ങളാണ് ഇന്ത്യ ഭരിക്കുന്നതെന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ, സർവ്വ സംവിധാനം ഞങ്ങളുടെ നിയന്ത്രണത്തിലാണ് എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ ഒരു കാരണവുമില്ലാതെ എതിർ ശബ്ദങ്ങളെയും എതിർ വിശ്വാസങ്ങളെയും വ്യക്തിത്വങ്ങളെയും നിലപാടുകളെയും എല്ലാം അമർച്ച ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് രാജ്യത്തിൻ്റെ പൊതുസംവിധാനത്തെ ഉപയോഗപ്പെടുത്തുന്ന ഫാഷിസത്തിൻ്റെ ഏറ്റവും ഭീരുത്വത്തിൻ്റെ മുഖം കൂടിയാണ് ഇതിലൂടെ പ്രകടമാകുന്നത്. ഇന്ത്യ തോൽക്കില്ല, ജനാധിപത്യ ഇന്ത്യ മുന്നോട്ട് പോകും. ഫാഷിസത്തിനെതിരെ അതിശക്തമായ ജനകീയ പ്രക്ഷോഭ രാജ്യത്ത് രൂപം കൊള്ളും. നീതി നിഷേധിക്കപ്പെടുന്ന വ്യത്യസ്ത സാമൂഹിക വിഭാഗം ഈ കാര്യത്തിൽ ഐക്യപ്പെടും. ഭയപ്പെടുത്തലാണ് ഭരണകൂടം ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നതെങ്കിൽ ഭരണഘടനയിൽ വിശ്വസിക്കുന്ന ഒരാളും ഭയപ്പെടാൻ പാടില്ല. ഭയപ്പെടുന്ന പ്രശ്നമില്ല, അതിജീവിക്കും ഫാഷിസത്തിന്റെ ഈ ക്രൂര വിനോദത്തെ. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഇത്തരം അനാവശ്യമായ വേട്ടയാടലുകളും അപരവൽക്കരണവും ഏജൻസികളെ അനാവശ്യമായി ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന ധിക്കാരവും ഉപേക്ഷിച്ച് രാജ്യത്തിന്റെ ജനാധിപത്യ സംവിധാനത്തെ ഭരണഘടന ഉയർത്തിപ്പിടിക്കാനും ഒരു ഗവൺമെന്റിന് സാധ്യമാകേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. അതല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഭരണഘടനാ വിരുദ്ധമായ ദേശദ്രോഹപരമായ പ്രവർത്തനമാണ് ഈ ഗവൺമെന്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന വസ്തുത പൊതുസമൂഹം തിരിച്ചറിഞ്ഞ് രാജ്യത്തെ രക്ഷിക്കാൻ സന്നദ്ധമാകേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. അത്തരം ജനാധിപത്യപരമായ ഇടപെടലുകൾക്ക് കാർമ്മികത്വം വഹിക്കാനും അത്തരം മുന്നേറ്റങ്ങളോടൊപ്പം നിൽക്കാനും പാർട്ടി തീരുമാനിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഇത്തരം നിരപരാധികളായ ആളുകളെ നിങ്ങൾ ഓർക്കണം, 16 വയസ്സുള്ള തൻ്റെ പിതാവിനെ കസ്റ്റഡിയിലെടുക്കാമെന്ന ഒരു സംഘം ബോധ്യപ്പെടുത്താൻ ആരുമില്ല. അത്തരമൊരു പശ്ചാത്തലത്തിൽ തന്റെ കയ്യിലുള്ള കസ്റ്റഡിയിലെടുത്തു കൊണ്ടുപോകാൻ അത്രത്തോളം മാനവിക വിരുദ്ധമാണ് രാജ്യത്തിൻ്റെ അന്വേഷണ ഏജൻസിയെങ്കിൽ അത് തീർത്തും ഫാഷിസ്റ്റ് വൽക്കൃതമായിരിക്കുന്നുവെന്നതാണ്. ആ ഫാഷിസത്തിൻ്റെ മുന്നിൽ പകച്ചു നിൽക്കാൻ ജനാധിപത്യ ബോധമുള്ളവർക്ക് സാധ്യമാകില്ല. പകച്ചു നിൽക്കാൻ അനുവദിക്കില്ല. ഇന്ത്യ മുന്നേറും, ഇന്ത്യ ജയിക്കും, ഭരണഘടന ജയിക്കും, ഫാഷിസം പരാജയപ്പെടും. ഈ ഭീരുത്വം, ഫാഷിസം അധികാരത്തിലൂടെ ഗർവ് കാണിക്കും. ഇത്തരം ജനവിരുദ്ധമായ ഭരണഘടനാ വിരുദ്ധമായ ഫാഷിസത്തിന്റെ താല്പര്യങ്ങൾക്കെതിരെ സമരോത്സുകരാകേണ്ടതുണ്ട്, ഇടപെടേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. ഇതാണ് ഈ സന്ദർഭത്തിൽ ഓർമ്മപ്പെടുത്താനുള്ളത്. STPI ഇതിന് പൊതുജനങ്ങളെ സംഘടിപ്പിച്ച്, അത് ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ, ഇവിടെ ഏതെങ്കിലും ഒരു പ്രസ്ഥാനം എന്നത് മാത്രമല്ല. നമ്മുടെ രാജ്യത്ത് ഇത്തരം വേട്ടയാടൽ നിരന്തരമാണ്. ഇത്തരം സാഹചര്യങ്ങളിലെല്ലാം സമരരംഗത്ത് പാർട്ടി ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇവിടെ ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ കൽബുർഗി ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ളവർ കൊല്ലപ്പെട്ടപ്പോൾ ദേശവ്യാപകമായി പ്രക്ഷോഭം നടത്തിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതുകൊണ്ട് ജനാധിപത്യപരമായി ശക്തമായ സമര സംഘാടനം അതാണ് പാർട്ടി കാണുന്നത്. ോടുകൂടി ജനാധിപത്യത്തിന് വേണ്ടിയുള്ള പോരാട്ട വീതിയിൽ ഈ പ്രത്യയശാസ്ത്രവും ഇതിൻ്റെ പ്രതിനിധികളും ഇത് വളർത്തിക്കൊണ്ടുവന്ന ഒരു വലിയ പൊതുസമൂഹവും അടിയുറച്ചുണ്ടാകും എന്നാണ് പറയാനുള്ളത്. റെയ്ഡ് ഒരു കാര്യം ഇവിടെ RSS ഭരിക്കുന്ന ഇന്ത്യയിൽ നിർഭയത്വത്തോടുകൂടി പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്നുവെങ്കിൽ എപ്പോഴും വെടിവെച്ച് കൊല്ലാം. ആര് ചോദിക്കാനേ നാട്ടിൽ? അതാണല്ലോ ഫാഷിസം. എപ്പോഴും എന്ത് ആകാലോ? അതൊക്കെ പ്രതീക്ഷിച്ചുകൊണ്ടല്ലാതെ ഒരു പൊതുപ്രവർത്തനം ഇന്ത്യയിൽ സാധ്യമാകും. ഞാൻ അതാണ് ആവർത്തിച്ച് ചില പേരുകൾ പറഞ്ഞത്. കൽബുർഗി കൊല്ലപ്പെട്ടത് എന്ത് ചെയ്തിട്ടാ? കൊലയാളികൾ ആരായിരുന്നു? പൻസാര കൊല്ലപ്പെട്ടത് എന്ത് ചെയ്തിട്ടാ? അങ്ങനെ എത്രയോ ആളുകളുണ്ട്, എത്രയോ ആളുകൾ കൊല്ലപ്പെട്ടുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു. ജഡ്ജിമാർ കൊല്ലപ്പെട്ടതിൻ്റെ പിന്നിൽ പോലും കഥകൾ പറയുന്നുണ്ടല്ലോ. എത്രയോ സംഭവങ്ങളുണ്ട്. RSSന്റെ ചില നേതാക്കൾ.
All right, that's the SDPI, the PFI slamming raids across India. One of the representative from the SDPI and the PFI who's held a press conference saying that this is motivated, targeted to marginalize Muslims. They've been raided only so that they can suppress their voice. In fact, the man there representing the PFI says that RSS is to be blamed. RSS is behind the raids and RSS wants a Hindu nation. They want to wipe out the Muslim population in India. And that's the reason why these raids have been launched across India, and mostly the arrests have been made or people have been detained. Many of them are innocent. Even a 16-year-old boy has been targeted by the NIA. In fact, this is ruthless and uncalled for. There is no crime, no fault of ours, but yet we've been constantly targeted. In fact, the representative there speaking for the PFI, a spokesperson it appears, in Kerala says that this is a deliberate attempt to target the Muslims in different parts of India as the RSS wants a complete Hindu nation and wipe out the Muslim population. This is a bid to terrorize us and scare us, but we're not going to bend. That's what the PFI says, saying that the RSS is behind the raids launched by the NIA. The NIA has now, right this morning, raided at least 10 states, including Uttar Pradesh, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. And over 100 top PFI leaders and functionaries have been arrested nationwide. The raids carried out by the NIA and the state have now detained over 110 people, is what we hear. The maximum arrests have been made from Kerala. At least 22 people belonging to the PFI have been arrested from Kerala, and then Maharashtra, 20 PFI leaders from Maharashtra. Andhra Pradesh, at least 5 of them have been taken in by the NIA. Assam, 9 of them. Delhi, 3. Madhya Pradesh, 4. Puducherry, 3. Tamil Nadu, 10. Uttar Pradesh, 8. And Rajasthan, 2. So overall, about 110 PFI leaders across India have been rounded up by the NIA. This is possibly the largest ever crackdown so far by the NIA on the PFI. Now, the raids, as per the NIA, has been carried out to crack down on terror funding. Terror funding and radicalizing people. That's the charge based on which the NIA has launched this pan-India crackdown, where they've arrested nearly 110 PFI leaders. Let me quickly cut across to Jai Kishan Sharma, joining us live from Jaipur. Jai Kishan, we're seeing PFI protesting in different parts of India over this massive crackdown. Raids by the NIA, after which they've arrested close to 110 PFI leaders pan-India. What's the situation in Jaipur? Have the PFI come out in numbers?
See, Nabila, few minutes ago, the PFI was protesting here in the MD Road of Jaipur city. They are saying that the government is trying to move down their constitutional rights to make an organization. They said that they are doing nothing wrong. NIA and other agencies are being misused by the central government. They allege that the central government is afraid of the rising unities of the minorities in the country, and they will give a tough competition to them in the coming years ahead. But let me give you a fresh update that along with Kota, Baran, Jaipur, 2 people have been allegedly detained from Udaipur also. Udaipur is the place where few months ago Kanhaiya Lal Taylor was brutally murdered by people linked to terror outfits. Few months ago, the ATS, the other local agencies were also investigating role of few people linked to PFI and other agencies. The another big update coming from Rajasthan is that the Asif, who is the state president of PFI, has been detained from Kerala. Sadab, another person from SDPI, a political outfit of PFI, has been arrested. So far 3 people have been arrested from Rajasthan. More than half a dozen people have been detained from 4 districts of Rajasthan. Few minutes ago, PFI was protesting here in Jaipur. They had banners in the hand. They were condemning NIA. They were condemning the central government. They are telling that they had refused, although they have refused to talk to the media. They said that their government is using muscle to move down the voices of the minority.
Jai Kishan, were you present when the raids took place? Were you present when the raids took place? And tell us on what basis have these arrests been made? Many of them, like you said, even from Rajasthan have been arrested. On what grounds have they been arrested? Any proof that the NIA has taken with them while they've rounded up those men in Rajasthan?
Nabila, what information we are getting here from is that Sadiq, who is part of the General State Secretary of SDPI, a political outfit, as well as Asif, they are arrested. They have been detained and arrested under different section of UAPA. NIA has registered a case in which they were allegedly found to be radicalizing youth through social media and different social media groups over phone, where they had also found presence of people and radicalizers from Gulf countries and other parts of the country. Let me tell you that the NIA had found that many sleeper cells are also active in Rajasthan, in different pockets of Rajasthan. In Kanhaiya Lal murders also, it was Al-Sufa, the sleeper cell named as Al-Sufa, was the accused were part of that group. So in this case, in this particular case, the sources are telling us that they were part, or they were operating a social media group in which they were radicalizing youths. They were sharing messages of hatred. They were trying to disturb communal tensions. So as a part of this, the NIA had made crackdown with the help of local police in Kota, Bara, Jaipur, as well as Udaipur. Nabila.
All right. You know, for our viewers and a better understanding on why the NIA has cracked down on different parts of India, especially PFI offices, Pooja Shali brings us the reason for the raids. Pooja, over to you.
So here are the 5 big reasons that a coordinated action of the NIA with the ED and the state police in 10 states have taken place overnight. More than 100 people arrested. On top is the first one was from Phalwari Sharif in Patna, that the Ghazwa-e-Hind plot was surfacing, that the intention to create and establish an Islamic Republic in India. Once that plot started to surface and the PFI came under the scanner and radar of the investigative agencies, here's what happened next. Nigambodh, which is in Telangana, even there the arrests and raid have taken place. There was a karate camp that was being run, but in the garb of the karate camp there was allegedly terror training, radicalization that was taking place. Now the PFI linked to Praveen Netaru's murder in Karnataka, which is in Karnataka and Kerala, both states have seen murders, and in that link to the PFI also brought in the coastal Karnataka belt under the radar of the investigating agencies. Let's take a look at other issues. Remember the hijab protest that started from Karnataka. The allegation was that the Popular Front of India was instigating these young girl students to take to the streets and also reach out to the court. All of this with allegation and accusation of creating unrest in the country and creating communal tensions. PFI role primarily in the anti-CAA riots case and the Delhi riots in 2020 was prominent, and since then the Intelligence Bureau and the agencies were tracking. On the radar were activities for the past few months. This is not a random raid that has taken place. It's a coordinated action with regard to all the evidence that the agencies have surfaced in the past few months. Over to you.
Let me quickly cut across to Apurva joining us from Hyderabad. Hyderabad as well, NIA has launched raids where they've arrested a few PFI leaders from that state, from the city of Hyderabad. Apurva, over to you. What more do we know, and any evidence substantially that they found while they made those arrests? Anything particular that you want to mention?
Well, Nabila, what we do know is that this particular office where we are at, that is the Chandrayan Gutta Popular Front of India office where we are, these were the offices from where NIA officials had conducted searches since early morning. Let me remind you, since 3 a.m. early this morning. And we do know that from this particular office, they had seized several incriminating documents, hard disks, pen drives and hard drives as well. This is the seal that has been stamped and the entire office that has been sealed by the NIA officials. The notice here has also been stuck, wherein the NIA officials have called upon the owner of this premises, that is the PFI office here at Chandra Gutta, to arrive at the NIA office here at Hyderabad, contact them and speak with them before this seal can be removed from this office as well. With respect to the raids, in fact, we do know that 4 persons have so far been detained. These 4 persons are from the raids that were conducted in Andhra Pradesh. In fact, specifically in Andhra Pradesh, 4 of them have been detained from Guntur, where these raids had been conducted. In fact, there also got several police officials and the bandobast there that had been created to ensure that law and order prevails as well. Early this morning, we saw that these raids that were carried out simultaneously across various locations in Hyderabad, Telangana, as well as in Andhra Pradesh and in Guntur. So far, 4 persons have been picked up, including that of Riaz, Abdul Rahim, as well as Jafrullah Khan. All of them some of them who own a mobile shop, some who is a fruit vendor, and another person who's a dry fruit vendor as well. So we do know that 4 of these persons.
A mobile shop, a flower vendor, a fruit vendor. Purva, tell us, have these men had suspicious history? Do they have criminal history? Have they been taken in based on their criminal past? What kind of suspicion has led the NIA to them?
Well, we do know that just a few days back we had seen that 4 people had been arrested. They had been picked up by the NIA, and charges of UAPA had been slapped against them. This particularly in Nizamabad, where we had seen that some of them who had been named in these arrests that were done just a few days back in Telangana, we saw that all of them were linked to have PFI, and they had been linked to giving training of martial arts as well as training camps that had taken place there in Nizamabad. In fact, one such person had also been served notice with links that they had joined the dots from the arrest that had been made just a couple of days earlier. NIA officials and ED, in fact, had picked up these 4 of them today, in fact, and they have also been detained. These 4 of them have been detained. This comes after the investigation and the interrogation that was done by NIA officials after the earlier raids that were conducted just 4 days back in Nizamabad and several other constituencies here in Telangana. Following that, massive raids that took place across various locations, over 100.
Yes, we saw that 100 odd PFI leaders across India have been rounded up. Now, what the NIA says is that many of these leaders have been responsible for terror funding. Now, that's a huge charge and allegation. Of course, now that they've arrested them, investigation will continue. But the PFI, they're coming to streets in large numbers, have been protesting against the NIA raids, saying that this is an RSS attempt to target them. Let me cut across to Jai Kishan, also joining us from Jaipur, Rajasthan. Kishan, a quick word. While the PFI got down to protest on the streets, what really was their grouse? What did they say while protesting there? We know that they feel they're being targeted, but have they agreed that some of them may have links to the murder, like you mentioned, in Rajasthan that took place recently, or any kind of terror funding that the NIA is accusing them of? What's their justification? Have they responded on that?
That just because they come from the minority community, they are being targeted by people of right wing. They say that the central government is misusing the agencies. Why they only target people from PFI or SDPI? Why not any other outfit? Their allegations are very clear cut on the NIA. They say that they are misusing their muscle and their organization to move down the voices of the minority community. They are uniting together. They are fighting against the Hindu extremism, what they are claiming. So this is the voices. Few minutes ago, they were protesting here in the MD Road of capital city of Rajasthan. They didn't even talk to media, but they were raising slogans constantly against the central government, against the NIA. When we tried to talk to them, few of them told us off the record that this is the misuse of the agency, this is the misuse of muscle, this is the misuse of security, guys, to harass the people from minority community. We are not linked to any. When we ask them that many sleeper cells are active in this area, what they have to say. Their youngsters are being radicalized through WhatsApp group and other
Stay with
social
us,
media
Jai
forums.
Kishan. I'm going to quickly cut across to former DGP Uttar Pradesh, Vikram Singh, joining us on the phone line. Mr. Singh, the first ever crackdown by the NIA on PFI offices span India. It's a coordinated anti-terror crackdown where they've rounded up close to 100 odd PFI leaders, all the top-rung leaders of the PFI. What's really the intention of the NIA? They call this an anti-terror crackdown. Do you believe that there is substantial evidence that the NIA has to carry out these raids and arrest over 100 people? These PFI members on the streets, they're saying that this is nothing but targeting the minority.
Unprecedented raids and search operations, and I would compliment the NIA. Well, it was long overdue, better late than never. Now that it is happening, the PFI should cooperate with the NIA rather than sing out the old gramophone record songs that they are a minority. Anybody who transgresses the rule of law, whether a minority or a majority or anybody, will have some answering to do. Now, we have been talking about this, the Delhi riots, the role of the PFI, anti-CA riots, the role of the PFI, the Bengaluru riots, the role of the PFI, Sartan se Juda, the role of the PFI, hijab controversy, the role of the PFI. For 2 years or 3 years that we have been debating on the subject of wherever the internal disturbances are happening, the crowdfunding, etc., the Hawala funding, the misuse of the Zakat funds, obviously the common denominator has been the PFI. And the NIA has justifiable reasons to conduct these raids and searches. They are not doing it out of malice or out of any premonition. They are doing it because they have cogent and logical reasons to do it. And since they are doing it, the PFI and everybody should cooperate with the NIA. And that 100 apprehensions have already come about. This is the first stepping stone to a major investigation. Well, the PFI has no legs to stand on because Sartan se Juda in Rajasthan, in Udaipur, the beheading, whether it was any other such incidents in the country. The common name that
what the PFI, right, Mr. Singh, we heard your point. What the PFI is saying at this point when they come out on the streets and protest, they say that this is nothing but a mere target by the RSS, in fact, pushing and trying to operate the NIA to target the minorities. That's what they say, more or less. But stay with us. I have some big news that we're currently breaking for our viewers. Political backlash now erupts over these NIA raids on the PFI. Congress calls the NIA raids a mere diversion tactic. Congress says attempts to divert focus from unemployment and real issues in India. The CPI says don't know what actual truth is. Centre should share facts of the case. All right, Mr. Singh is still with us. Mr. Singh, all right, let me cut across to a reaction on that first, and then I'll cut across to our panelist, Vikram Singh, joining us to give us an understanding on what substantial evidence has the NIA found over the years against the PFI that's led to this massive, massive crackdown across 10 states, rounding up over 100 top PFI leadership.
देखिए, कहीं अपराध हो, उसका कोई इनपुट हो तो उसकी जानकारी सार्वजनिक करनी चाहिए। अन्यथा तो सरकार महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, राहुल गांधी की यात्रा के दबाव में, तो वो मुख्य मुद्दों से ध्यान हटाने के लिए तमाम ऐसी गतिविधियां कर रही हैं।
This is what is being reported, but we don't know what is the truth, what are the facts. Let government come forward to share the facts and truth with the people. Then only one can speak on that issue. Nobody knows. These are all agencies which are conducting the probe or searching or arresting. But what is the assessment of the government? What is the truth? That let us wait what government has to say.
BJP also reacting to this. Let's cut across BJP leaders who've responded.
संगठन है जो भारत विरोधी काम करता है। पूर्णिया को उसने अपना सेंटर बनाया है। फुलवारी शरीफ में पकड़े गए, उसकी प्लानिंग आपने देखा सुना, और ये संरक्षण के कारण यहाँ फलता फूलता है। और 13 राज्यों में फुलवारी शरीफ में जो कागजात मिले उसमें 13 राज्यों से जुड़े हुए रहे।
मुझे लगता है कि जो पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया ये संगठन है, ये संगठन आतंकवादियों से संबंधित है। संगठन चलाने में हमारा विरोध नहीं है, मुस्लिम समाज को इकट्ठा करने में हमारा विरोध नहीं है, लेकिन देश का नाम लेकर मतलब यहाँ आतंकवाद को फैलाने की कोशिश अगर होती है तो जरूर उस पर एक्शन लेने की आवश्यकता होती है। जिस तरह NIA और ED के छापे पड़ रहे हैं, इसका मैं स्वागत करता हूँ और पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया ने अपनी भूमिका बदलनी चाहिए। अगर इंडिया में रहना है तो इंडिया के साथ रहना चाहिए।
All right, BJP leaders there welcoming the NIA raid, saying that all the anti-India elements in the country must be dealt with. Now, this has come as a massive raids by the NIA, where over 100 leaders of the PFI have been rounded up. They've been arrested. Congress now calling these NIA raids as a diversionary tactic, while the CPI says, share details with us. What exactly have you found against these PFI leaders? And then we'll understand the case better. Vikram Singh on that. Mr. Singh, CPIM saying, why don't you share facts with us? That will make this a more transparent operation. At least the minorities would then not feel threatened the way they're expressing their grief there.
This is absolutely bizarre and absurd. The investigating agencies cannot share details with anyone, much less others who have no need or requirement of sharing sensitive knowledge, evidence and information. Only the courts and the CVC and others who have a right to know will have the need to know, and they will be privy to all the evidence. Asking for evidence in respect of such sensitive information is bizarre and in extremely bad and poor taste. And though there was another panel I heard talking of first talk of Mahangai and Berozgari. It may take another 50 years before we get over Mahangai and Berozgari. Do you for a moment feel that we have to wait for 50 years to handle anti-national forces and those who are working against the interests of the nation? Well, how absurd and how bizarre can politics become? I don't know who that gentleman was, but my strong condemnation of such things, that please don't bat for anti-national forces. You're with the country, with your motherland, not with those who are working.
Mr. Singh, of course, politics is something that we can't stop in the country. We will see back and forth, and that's almost the norm here in India. We have that many political parties and that many opinions. Now, if you could tell us, the NIA specifically, how do they carry out raids? On what grounds and basis do they launch the nationwide raids? Unless and until they have something substantial, we know that the NIA wouldn't crack down in such a manner. So why don't you give us an understanding on what do you believe the NIA may have found substantially to launch this pan-India raids against the PFI senior leadership? In fact, all the top leaders of the PFI, we believe, in every state have been picked up.
Now let me tell you, PFI and SDPI have very deep pockets, and if they could collect 140 crores before the CA agitations, 40 crores for the Bengaluru riots, they have very deep pockets. Now, NIA, the way they work, have actionable intelligence that are channelized through sister agencies and their own network of intelligence. Getting inputs from all, then actionable intelligence doubly verified through field work and also other surveillance. I would stop at that, and other surveillance, both field surveillance and electronic surveillance, and also surveillance in respect of technical surveillance. So the technical inputs, the field intelligence, and inputs from other sister agencies, they are compiled and then they are further put into a dry run. And if there is partial verification of such intelligence, then such raids and apprehensions happen. You see, every single act of the NIA is accountable in the court of law. Any false step and one is over the cliff and their career is finished of that officer who works in an irresponsible manner, perverse manner, or a vindictive manner. It is just not possible. NIA has the best talent pool amongst all the agencies in the country. And I, for one, would like to believe that they are putting their best foot forward. We bungled up when we handled the Simi maybe around the year 2008 because we did not do our homework as thoroughly as the NIA has done now. You see, they have done that like the tip of the iceberg. They did not. We were talking of banning the FI for the last 2 or 3 years, you may recall.
That was my next question to you. Why so far has there been no ban? The NIA itself has already branded the PFI as a radical extremist outfit. Then what took them so long for them, one, to launch these nationwide raids? We were hoping that they do it earlier. And why no ban so far? Do you believe that this should have been done long ago? We would have probably dealt with much earlier on.
Absolutely. I said these were expected much earlier. Well, better late than never. But I believe probably their logic is to put their best foot forward, and after compiling incontrovertible evidence against them, lest they were cut a sorry figure before a court of law, that the evidence that they have collected is inadequate. That would have been indeed a very...
All right, Mr. Singh, thank you very much. We've heard you. I'm going to cut across to some big news that we're tracking right this moment. Meeting at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence finally ends. Amit Shah has shared a meeting with NSA Dowal as well as the NIA DG. Amid the raids, Amit Shah meets with the NSA chief as well as the NIA chief, meeting with regards to the pan-India raids against the PFI, basically an anti-terror crackdown, possibly the largest ever that's been carried out in the country. The NIA has raided at least 10 states, rounded up at least 100-odd PFI leaders, top leaders. They've been arrested amid the protests that you see on our screens, visuals coming in from parts of Kerala where at least 22 PFI leaders were taken in, were arrested by the NIA. Huge protests were launched. And as we see the raids that are currently being carried out across 10 states, Amit Shah, the Home Minister, has been holding a meeting with the NIA chief as well as NSA Dowal. The meeting has just ended.
Not assembled outside the office, but right now people have come out. It's not just here, but
the meeting with NIA chief as well as the NSA Dowal, both of them meeting with Amit Shah, Home Minister, just ended at Amit Shah's residence. This, of course, has come as a huge anti-terror crackdown, the first of its kind in the country. It appears led by Amit Shah, the Home Minister. The NIA has gone right ahead, raided at least 10 states and picked up 100 PFI leaders, including the state of Kerala. At least 22 of them have been picked up from Kerala alone. And that's why we see huge, large-scale protests that have been launched in Kerala. And many other states, we saw even in Rajasthan, a bunch of the PFI leaders who came out to protest, saying that this is nothing but deliberate targeting. Rahul Gautam, our reporter, joining us on the phone line. Gautam, a quick word from you. Amit Shah's meeting with NIA and the NSA has just ended. Tell us, what do you think that they've deliberated upon? Rahul Gautam, if you can hear me, please tell us. Amit Shah meeting with NIA and the NSA. The meeting has ended at his residence. What really has transpired there? Any word on what was spoken and discussed on?
Well, this high-level meeting between Home Minister Amit Shah and other senior officials of the Modi government, including NSA, is over now. We've been informed that this meeting was called in the backdrop of ongoing raids, all across the country on PFI. And as we are learning from our sources that the central agencies are going to continue to tighten the noose around PFI. Also, the situation emerging following the raids on PFI was also discussed, and in fact, you can expect that proper security arrangements would be made all across the country in and around PFI establishments. So you can expect that it is certainly going to be in a difficult situation for PFI, given the fact that a lot of objectionable material have been found in the raids, and it seems that the trouble seems to be mounting as far as PFI is concerned.
All right, tell us a little more. Who's been part of that meeting? Was it just the NSA Dowal and NIA chief along with Amit Shah? Just the three of them at the residence of Amit Shah?
Well, apart from Mr. Amit Shah, NSA Ajit Dowal was there. And then there were senior officials from intelligence agencies. They were also part of this meeting. And in fact, then there were several high-ranking officials from Home Ministry also who attended this important meet. In fact, what we are learning from our sources that it was discussed as to how they're going to tackle PFI in coming days, given the fact that PFI has been indicted in many, riots in many cases, and therefore the government feels that it is high time that they should tighten the noose around PFI, given the fact that several associates of PFI have been found involved in anti-national activities, and therefore the government took this initiative that they're going to tighten the noose and obviously going to take strict action against PFI.
Rahul, a quick word. As we see, protests have erupted across the nation. PFI leaders have come out in large numbers to protest. We saw protests in Kerala, parts of Jaipur. All right, we have lost Rahul's connection there. But here, like I was mentioning, PFI, as they come out in protest, have strongly condemned these raids by the NIA, saying that this is nothing but a fascist regime's moves to use agencies like the NIA to silence dissenting voices. This is precisely what the official statement of the PFI says. And while this happens. Either way, the NIA has carried out raids and arrested over 100 PFI leaders. A top-level meeting that's currently underway at Amit Shah's residence. The NIA and the NSA, both the chiefs at Amit Shah's residence, to discuss terror funding activities that may be prevalent in parts of the country, all linked to the PFI. That's what they suspect. That's what the NIA suspects, and has often mentioned how that most of the tensions in different parts of the country, when it comes to communal tensions, have been provoked by the PFI. That's what the NIA often indicates and hints towards. Today, finally, we see a huge crackdown where they've raided at least 10 states, including Uttar Pradesh, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, Rajasthan, Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra, many more states, where they've rounded up at least 100 top PFI leaders. They've been arrested now. Investigation into terror funding will continue. All right, now some big update coming in. Arrested PFI Neta's wife has spoken out. Big vendetta charge against the NIA. India's biggest terror hunt currently underway, while PFI leader's wife says that this is nothing but an attempt to target and muscle down dissenting voice. The PFI Neta speaks out, and we're going to bring you exactly what the word she said. She, of course, believes that her husband is being targeted, they're being targeted. This has that they're innocent and they really have nothing to do with any terror activity or terror funding activity. Let me cut across.
सबसे पहले तो मैंने उन्हें 2-3 लोगों को देखा जब वो मेरा दरवाज़ा नॉक कर रहे थे। फिर मैंने उनसे कहा क्या काम है आपको बताइए, तो उन्होंने कहा कि मुझे मिलना है परवेज साहब से। फिर मैंने उन्हें बताया कि वो घर पे नहीं है, ठीक है, लेकिन वो बाहर जिद करते रहे कि मुझे उनसे ही मिलना है। जिद करते करते 7:30 हो गई। फिर मैंने कहा कोई वारंट है आपके पास अंदर? वो कह रहे थे, मुझे बार बार धमकियाँ दे रहे थे कि अगर आप अंदर नहीं आने दोगे तो मैं दरवाज़ा तोड़ के भी अंदर आ जाऊँगा, मुझे फुल परमिशन है। तो फिर मैंने उनसे बात किया कि क्या आपके पास कोई वारंट पेपर है जो आप मेरे अंदर आना चाहते हैं तोड़ कर? तो वो ना तो सही से मुझे वारंट पेपर दिखाए न कुछ दिखाए, और बहुत सारी समझिए मिलिट्री फोर्स पूरा आगे पीछे जमा हो गई। फिर मैंने डर के मारे उन्हें गेट खोल दिया। देखिए परवेज साहब ऐसे आदमी तो है नहीं, बहुत शरीफ आदमी है, लेकिन जो भी है कुछ उन्होंने ऐसा इल्ज़ाम लगा के उन्हें अरेस्ट किया है। मैंने रिक्वेस्ट किया कि उनकी तबीयत ठीक ही नहीं है, आप जो है बाद में थाने पे जाके मिल लेंगे वो, लेकिन वो उन्होंने नहीं माना और ज़बरदस्ती मतलब कहा चलने के लिए साथ में, और फिर वो लेकर गए साथ में। घर में भी उन्होंने बहुत सारी मतलब सामान की देखभाल की, अलमीरा वगैरह, लॉकर वगैरह सबको खोल खाल किया, इधर उधर पूरा सामान को चेक किया उन्हें। 2 मोबाइल मेरा लेकर गए।
All right, that was the wife of Parvez, who's the Delhi PFI chief. She says that the cops knocked on their doors right in the morning, and in fact, she believes that there is absolutely no mistake of her husband, and that she was deliberately heckled by the police, and then her husband was taken away. This is what the wife of the PFI leader Parvez says in Delhi. In fact, this is one of the PFI leaders' family members who's spoken to us, but this has extensively been the sentiment across India. Wherever there's been a crackdown by the NIA and the PFI leaders have been rounded up, the PFI leaders, family members, as well as the others associated with the PFI have been extensively saying that this is nothing but a deliberate target by the RSS using central agencies to heckle them. Let me cut across to a short break as we continue this relentless coverage. Stay with us.
इंडिया टुडे मीडिया इंस्टीट्यूट आपको दे रहा है मौका देश के नंबर 1 न्यूज चैनल के साथ पत्रकारिता के गुण सीखने का।
रजिस्टर करने के लिए www.indiatodaymediainstitute.in पर विजिट करें।
Ever heard of zombifiers? No, I'm not talking about flesh-eating maniacs. This is a rare phenomenon that is also known as overwintering fires. This occurs mostly in countries like Russia, Canada, and Alaska. So what are zombifiers really? Peat fires burn underground and are very difficult to detect. They're also known as zombie fires as they can burn underground and reignite weeks or months later. Climate change is drying peatlands and making them more susceptible to fire. During a fire, burnt trees fall to the ground, igniting the flammable peat in the soil. The embers can continue to burn more than a meter underground for weeks or months, even in winter in certain regions of the world. The embers are fed by peat, a spongy material rich in carbon formed by decomposition of organic matter. They burn underground and return to the surface where in dry and windy conditions they can start a new fire.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
La main des aides-soignants. Pourquoi ? Parce que les aides-soignants aujourd'hui, ils sont globalement sous l'eau. Ils ne peuvent plus faire leur métier qui est de soigner. Et donc nous, Emobots, on leur fournit cette information de l'état émotionnel. Ils vont pouvoir mieux comprendre l'évolution de l'émotion de leurs résidents, de leurs patients. Et derrière, on sera aussi capable d'objectiver. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, quand on fait un test pour la dépression, c'est un test normé, ponctuel, où on demande à la personne de verbaliser les informations. Et donc ça pose plein de problèmes. Et notamment de difficultés pour les personnes qui ne peuvent pas verbaliser.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
All right, as we track the raids by the NIA, the Popular Front of India, the PFI, has condemned the raids and the Enforcement Directorate, saying that this is nothing but harassment of its national and state leaders. In a statement issued today, the Popular Front of India's National Executive Council, the NEC, has condemned the national-wide raids by the NIA and the ED and the unjust arrests and so-called harassment of its national and state leaders across India and the witch hunt against members and supporters of the organization. NIA's baseless claims and sensationalism are solely aimed at creating an atmosphere of terror. Popular Front of India will never surrender on any scary action by a totalitarian regime using the central agencies as its puppets, and will stand firm on its will for recovering the democratic system and spirit of the Constitution of India. Let me cut across to Amit Bharadwaj joining us live for more on that. Amit, a quick word. As we see PFI crackdown pan-India, we see that the leaders of the PFI believe, or at least their press release very clearly has put out a statement saying that this is nothing but an attempt to arm twist them. The Popular Front of India's Executive Council has put out a statement saying that this is harassment of its national and state leaders across India, a witch hunt rather, against its members and its supporting organizations. All the NIA claims of terror funding is absolutely baseless, and this is nothing but sensationalism solely aimed at creating an atmosphere of terror. A totalitarian regime. All the words used by the PFI quite heavy against the government as well as the NIA. Tell us a little more on, in Delhi, the PFI raids, what kind of reaction has it attracted?
Well, Nabila, we were expecting the Popular Front of India's response since morning, but because their top leaders were either detained or arrested by the investigative agencies, the official word from the PFI, the main ideological body of the PFI network, had not come out. And right now, what you just read is the statement issued by the National Executive Committee of the PFI. And they're clearly saying that these arrests are unjust. They are saying that it is an attempt to harass their national as well as state leaders. They're saying that, it is an action by the regime, Modi government's regime, to scare them. And they're also maintaining that they are not going to back down. They're not going to get scared because of the investigative agency's action. Crackdown on the PFI network in the states as well as at the national level. While on the other side, Nabila, what we are seeing is that this particular building that you are seeing is F31B in Shaheen Bagh. This is exactly where the national headquarters of the Popular Front of India is located. And the spot where the CA and RC protest were staged is not very far from this particular spot. And on the left-hand side, Deepak will show you the visuals of the office. This is the second gate of the office of the PFI, where you will see locks hanging. And on the other side of this particular building, Nabila, there is a seal lock like this is hanging on the gate, and it has a seal. So we have been told that the investigative agencies, that is the NIA and the ED, sealed the PFI's national headquarters. So clearly a pan-India crackdown on the PFI network. Its national and state leaders are now facing the heat of the National Investigation Agency as well as Enforcement Directorate. And that is why what you are seeing is that despite there was a delayed response.
All right, we're cutting across to some big breaking news coming in. Stampede over T20 India-Australia tickets. A woman dies in stampede in Hyderabad. The stampede occurred after people gathered to buy tickets for an India-Australia cricket match. The T20 India-Australia match, tickets being sold in Hyderabad, resulted in a stampede where people gathered in large numbers. A woman, unfortunately, has died in that stampede in Hyderabad. Visual coming in of the Gymkhana grounds in Hyderabad. Unfortunate state of affairs, absolutely no discipline, not organized in the way it should have been. We see that tickets that were being sold for India-Australia cricket match, the T20 cricket match in Hyderabad, a huge crowd gathered and a stampede has resulted in one woman losing her life. This is the Gymkhana ground in Hyderabad. Killer stampede after police lathi charge mob. Very sad, a woman there has died after there was huge gathering to buy tickets for an India-Australia cricket match. I'm going to cut across in a short break. We'll be right back with news and updates. Stay with us. All right, I'm going to cut across to Chandigarh. Visuals coming in. Protests against Bhagwant Mann. Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. A protest has just erupted against the Chief Minister. As Chandigarh, people there come out in large numbers and protest. The police now using force to chase them away. We're going to bring you updates on what the protests all about. But for now, these live visuals coming in of protesters who have gathered in large numbers to protest against the Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. It's a BJP-led protest. BJP protesting against Bhagwant Mann and the Punjab government. Huge showdown that we see in Punjab over trust vote that was called for by Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. Punjab BJP now tries to get out the Chief Minister's residence. This is, remember, a protest led by the BJP where they are protesting against Punjab government, Bhagwant Mann, against the trust vote that the Chief Minister has called for. BJP now tries to clear out the Chief Minister's residence. This is visual coming in of some hectic protests and the cops there using water cannons to chase those protesters away. But the BJP-led protests here. Force being used to chase those protesters away. These are BJP workers who are protesting against Bhagwant Mann and the trust vote called by the Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. BJP now trying to get out the Chief Minister's residence. Punjab governor had cancelled a special session of the assembly after Mann had demanded a trust vote. AAP alleging Operation Lotus in Punjab now. Lalit Sharma joining us live right from the spot. Lalit, a quick word. Why exactly is the BJP protesting outside Bhagwant Mann's home? Give us clarity. We see some injuries being reported, people there, some of them bleeding as well.
Nabila, definitely, if you just talk about yesterday, the way the governor of Punjab just did not allow the session. Now, the BJP leaders are protesting that it was unconstitutional to call a session as there was no need for the no confidence motion of the Vidhan Sabha. So now BJP workers in large numbers have assembled in their Punjab BJP headquarters here in Chandigarh and have marched towards the CM residence of Punjab Bhagwant Mann, and water cannons have been used now on the BJP workers to disperse them. So in large number, the BJP leaders and workers all across Punjab have assembled here, and these are the visuals live where you can see that from the past 15 minutes, water cannons have been used, shouting slogans against the Aam Aadmi Party and the Bhagwant Mann. So let me get across to certain people. आप लोग क्यों धरना प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं? क्या मांगे आपकी क्यों कर रहे हैं आप?
सभी मांगे ही हैं उनसे, क्योंकि जितने वादे किए, पखंड किया, उन्होंने ड्रामा करके पंजाब दे विच सरकार बनाई उन्होंने। बेरोजगारी का वही हाल है, माइनिंग वैसे ही चल रही है। जो यहाँ पे उनसे बात हुई थी हर लेडीज को 1000 देने की, वो भी नहीं मिला। नशा वैसे का वैसे ही है, बल्कि पहले से ज्यादा बढ़ गया नशा। हर गांव में, हर गली में पंजाब के नशा सरेआम मिलता है। भगवंत मान से पूछना चाहते हैं, कब अपना हनीमून खत्म करके पंजाब वापस आओगे और पंजाब के मुद्दों पे बात करोगे? भगवंत मान कहता सी लाठी चार्ज पानी दे बुछारा मेरी सरकार आन दो, मैं ਤੁਹਾਡੀਆਂ ਮੰਗਾਂ ਮੰਨਾਂਗਾ। ਇਹਨੂੰ शर्म आनी चाहिए है होए बंदे नूं। बेशरम आज हमारे सिख पगड़ी उतारेगी पानी की बुछारों से, ये हम कतई बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे, क्योंकि पंजाब में हिंदू सिख का भाईचारा कायम रहना चाहिए। लेकिन भगवंत मान और केजरीवाल की साजिश है, इन दोनों धर्मों में फाड़ पाने की, ये हमें कभी बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे। केजरीवाल मुर्दाबाद था, है और हमेशा रहेगा। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਐਮਐਲਏ ਦੀ ਵੈਲਿਊ 25 ਕਰੋੜ ਆਮ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਦੱਸ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ 25 ਰੁਪਏ ਖਰੀਦਣ ਨੂੰ ਤਿਆਰ ਨਹੀਂ। ਰੋਜ਼ ਕਰਪਸ਼ਨ ਤੇ ਕਰਪਸ਼ਨ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਹੁਣ ਜਰਮਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ਰਾਬ ਪੀ ਕੇ ਕੀ ਕੀਤਾ? ਹੁਣ ਜੇ ਭਾਰਤੀ ਜਨਤਾ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਸੜਕ ਤੇ ਆ ਕੇ
ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਹੁਣ ਪਾਣੀ ਦੀਆਂ ਬੁਛਾਰਾਂ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜ਼ੁਲਮ ਇਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸੀ ਅੱਗੇ ਲੋਕ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕੋਈ ਧਰਨਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਊਗਾ, ਹੁਣ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਧਰਨੇ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਬੁਰਾ ਹਾਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ, ਕਿਵੇਂ ਲੋग रो रहे हैं कि सिखों की पगड़ी उतारी गई, हर तरह से जुर्म ढाया जा रहा है। आम पार्टी सरकार हर तरह से फेल है।
ये भगवंत मान की सरकार है, केजरीवाल की या चड्डे की है।
All right, there you have BJP workers. They're stepping up the ante and attacking the Punjab government. Aam Aadmi Party's Bhagwant Mann, they tried to get out his residence, where they're condemning the Aam Aadmi Party of all the failures on the promises that they've made while being elected. They say mining is still underway, unemployment is still rampant in the state of Punjab. When will Bhagwant Mann complete his honeymoon, finish his honeymoon and come back to working for the people? Those are questions asked by those BJP workers who are protesting, stepping up their attack against the Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab. This is huge protest that the BJP has launched, where the police are now using water cannons and brute force to chase them away. Some of them also seen visibly injured. Who's right there at the spot, joins us live for more on that. Lalit, a quick word from you again. These protesters have come by near Bhagwant Mann's residence. Have they taken permission to protest? Was this an impromptu protest? Do we see large numbers gathering there? And we also hear that Aam Aadmi Party accusing the BJP of attempting Operation Kamala, Operation Lotus in Punjab. Is that right?
आ रही है।
Water cannons being used there to stop those protesters. Huge protests that have erupted right outside Bhagwant Mann's residence, where protesters have been demanding basics that the Punjab government has promised them. Let me cut across to our reporters there on ground.
15 मिनट तक जो वाटर कैनन का इस्तेमाल है वो बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ताओं के ऊपर उन्हें तितर-बितर करने के लिए किया गया। अभी भी आप देख सकते हैं कि हल्की झोंक नोक है अभी भी जो बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता और पुलिस के बीच चल रही है। कुछ लोगों को डिटेन किया गया है, उन्हें यहाँ से हिरासत में लिया गया है। लेकिन अगर हम नारेबाजी की बात करें, खास तौर पर जिस तरह से बीजेपी के तमाम कार्यकर्ता हैं नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं भगवंत मान सरकार के खिलाफ, लगातार नारेबाजी है वो चल रही है। कुछ कार्यकर्ताओं के पास ले चलते उनसे बात कर लेते हैं। धरना प्रदर्शन क्यों, क्या चाह रहे हैं?
देखिए, पंजाब के साथ बहुत बड़ा धोखा हुआ है। सीएम भगवंत मान है, राघव चड्ढा और केजरीवाल दिल्ली से सरकार चला रहा है। उन्होंने 25-25 बोला ना कि लाख लेके बीजेपी को खरीद रहे हैं। आपको कोई 5 पैसे में ना हम बोले कि आपने क्या समझ रखा है, आपसे कुछ होता नहीं, आप रोज झूठ मूठ का कोई पुलंदा खड़ा कर देते हो। आज उनके झूठों के विरुद्ध ही हम यहाँ खड़े हुए हैं।
तो आप देख सकते हैं कार्यकर्ताओं का गुस्सा फूट रहा है। आज का दिन पंजाब के इतिहास में काला दिवस गिना जाएगा। जो प्रशासन ने जो पगड़ी सिर की ताज है उसको उतारा गया, यहाँ पे वाटर कैनल पानी की बौछारें मारी गई, जो पुलिस द्वारा लाठीचार्ज किया गया, ये बहुत शर्मसार है। और मैं मुख्यमंत्री भगवंत मान जी को बोलता हूँ कि आपने पंजाब को नशा मुक्त करने का वादा किया था। आपने पंजाब को नशा मुक्त करने का वादा किया था, लेकिन आज पंजाब की हालत देख के ऐसा लगता है जैसे आप जर्मनी में जिस तरह आपने जर्मनी में शराब पी के एयरपोर्ट पे गिरे हुए थे, आज ऐसा लग रहा है कि ये पंजाब नशा मुक्त नहीं, पंजाब नशा युक्त बन गया है।
पंजाब की जनता आज जिस तरह पगड़ियां उतारी गई हैं पंजाब सरकार द्वारा, पंजाब की जनता आम आदमी सरकार को कभी माफ नहीं करेगी। इसका नतीजा उसको भुगतना पड़ेगा, उसको अपनी गद्दी छोड़नी पड़ेगी।
आज भगत सिंह की बातें करने वाले जनरल डायर वर्गे काम किया पंजाब की सरकार ने। आज पंजाब के मुख्यमंत्री ने पंजाब की जनता पूछ रही है कि शहीद आजम भगत सिंह की कसम खा के नशा मुक्त पंजाब की गल करते सी नशा युक्त पंजाब बनाता। 28 सितंबर को शहीद आजम भगत सिंह का जन्म दिहाड़ा आ रहा। पंजाब के नौजवानों, इन्हों के मंत्रियों के, इन्हों के विधायकों के खराब करो कि जड़ा कि शहीद आजम भगत सिंह जड़ा कि फांसी के फंदे छोटी उम्र चढ़ गया। ये सरकार भगवंत मान की सरकार शहीद आजम भगत सिंह का नाम
आप खुद देख सकते हैं कि जो गुस्सा है इस वक्त लगातार भगवंत मान सरकार के ऊपर नजर आ रहा है। उसके साथ साथ आप तस्वीरों के जरिए देखिए जो तमाम बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता है वाटर कैनन का इस्तेमाल किया गया है और अब कुछ लोगों को डिटेन भी किया गया। लगातार नारेबाजी।
All right, there you have our reporters there who are tracking those developments as protesters gherav the Chief Minister's residence, Bhagwant Mann, in Punjab's Chandigarh. These are live visuals coming in where police are using water cannons to chase off those protesters. BJP has launched a huge protest against Bhagwant Mann, accusing Bhagwant Mann of not living up to promises during the election time. The promises that were made, none of that lived up by the Chief Minister of the Aam Aadmi Party. All right, big news coming in from the Supreme Court. We hear that the Supreme Court has reserved the verdict on the hijab case. No verdict yet on the hijab row. In fact, many petitions have been filed in the Supreme Court against the Karnataka government to ban hijab inside educational institutions. The pleas were requesting the court to intervene and allow these girls to wear the hijab if they wanted to inside educational institutions as well. Let me cut across to Anisha joining us. Anisha, the verdict has been reserved. What does this indicate and how soon do we expect the Supreme Court to give out a judgment on this?
Well, Nabila, to answer your question, after 10 days of detailed arguments, the verdict has been reserved on these 23 petitions on the hijab ban issue. Now, with Justice Hemant Gupta scheduled to retire mid-October, we are expecting this verdict to come before about 18th of October, which is when he's scheduled to retire in the third week of October. Therefore, the verdict will come in before his retirement. But at the moment, what we do need to look at are the arguments and the comments that were presented before the court. Now, the basic line of argument in the court has been threefold. One, is hijab an essential practice of Islam? Two, could the government have restricted the wearing of hijab by this government circular of February 5th? Does that discriminate against Muslim women? Three, if the hijab is not an essential practice, could it have been restricted in or can the practice be allowed under other fundamental rights? And what exactly is the role and powers of the college, the CDC College Development Committees? On these 3 points, on these 3 aspects, the judgment will come. We've seen detailed arguments about the essential practices of Islam. We've seen detailed arguments on various constitutional issues, right to privacy, right of choice, right of dress. We've also seen the court asking multiple questions about how all of these rights will intersect with each other, whether the government's decision to ban any kind of religious outward clothing along with the uniform, would that affect only a hijab wearing woman students, or does that also ban other students from wearing any other religious symbolism? Because one argument here has also been that this is a discriminatory circular, this is a discriminatory decision, because even though the circular claims that they are banning all sorts of religious symbols, it is only the hijab which actually gets affected. Any person who's wearing a tika or a cross or a rudraksh or anything else is not in fact affected by this particular circular. So a lot of things will have to be considered by the court with regard to religion, with regard to gender, with regard to education and constitutional rights. And we should get a verdict in this by mid-October. Back to you.
By mid-October. Why do you believe that this is going to take that much time? Do reiterate for us, Anisha, that after 10 days of arguments, the court now to give a verdict on this only mid of October. That's quite a while for the petitioners to be waiting on. What do you think is the reason for the delay, apart from the holidays that we believe is some of them in the middle of, right in the start of October?
Well, Nabila, there are two things. Now, Justice Hemant Gupta is scheduled to retire in the third week of October. That is why we know that it will come latest by that time. Whether it will come in the next 5 days before the holidays or will it come after the Dussehra break is something that we cannot predict at all. Of course, this matter has been pending in the court since February, you remember, because this entire issue had come up first in the Karnataka High Court, then it had come here from 23rd of March. This matter has been in the Supreme Court. There was no hearing throughout the summer vacations in this matter. Then the hearings have started from the 5th of September, really. And over the last 10 hearings, we've seen detailed arguments being given. So in a Supreme Court verdict, there is no timeline as such by when the judges will give a verdict. We cannot predict by when or on what date the judge will give a verdict. What we do know is that with Justice Gupta scheduled to retire mid-October, the verdict will come prior to his retirement. Back to you.
All right, Anisha, thank you very much for joining us on that. We see the Supreme Court has decided to withhold the verdict on Hijab Rao, the pleas that were filed before the Supreme Court asking for hijab to be allowed inside educational institutions based on the Karnataka government and the High Court's order saying no religious symbols allowed inside classrooms. Now, a petition against this rule and mandate has been filed in the Supreme Court. After 10 days of deliberation, Supreme Court has now reserved its verdict. Hopefully, mid of October, a judgment will be out. All right, let me cut across to the top news of the day. The images that define the raids carried out by the NIA, pan-India raids by the National Investigative Agency, has been launched in India by the NIA. We are looking at least 100-odd PFI leaders who were rounded up. Many of them came out in protests against the central government and condemned the government of trying to arm twist any dissenting voice. PFI cadre resorted to disrupting normal life in Tamil Nadu as well. Protesters were seen staging a road roko in Tamil Nadu's Coimbatore. PFI workers were seen blocking highways in Thiruvananthapuram in protest over raids. Protesters refused to cooperate with the police. Eventually, violence broke out as clashes were reported between the PFI workers and the cops. Chennai also witnessed protests at PFI workers there gathering outside their office in the city as NIA conducted raids and sealed off PFI offices. Protesters gathered in large numbers to condemn the nationwide crackdown. CRPF personnel were also seen deployed at the PFI office during the raids. All right, here's the big news that we're currently tracking. Operation Midnight, 200 NI personnel involved including 4 IGs, 1 ADG, 16 SP, State Police and the CAPF. Approximately at least 1,000 members and 6 control rooms for monitoring. A command control center at the MHA as well. The inside scoop of NIA's midnight operation to conduct raids across the PFI offices. All the dossiers suspect more than 200 PFI suspects there given to the teams concerned, out of which about 100 of them have been arrested. More than 150 mobiles, more than 50 laptops, incriminating material which includes documents, many of the other forms that were all placed inside offices have all been seized. Bank details have also been gathered and collected. Recce of all suspects for more than a week, we believe. The NIA and agencies have set up spotters on their places. Operations have started at 1 a.m. all the way to 5 p.m. All big hierarchy to back their officers. inside details that are coming in of this midnight raid that was carried out by the NIA, almost an operation that was carried out and launched in the middle of the night. At least 200 NIA personnel all involved in these raids, including 4 IG, 1 ADG, 16 SPs, the state police, the CAPF, approximately a total of 1,000 members who have launched a pan-India raid across 10 states. At least 6 control rooms were monitoring these raids that were carried out. The command control center at the Ministry of Home Affairs that has been monitored during these raids. This dossier that India Today has accessed shows at least 200 suspects of the PFI who have monitored over a week's time. Now, more than 150 mobiles have been seized, along with the 100 PFI leaders who have been arrested. More than 150 mobiles they've picked up, 50 laptops, incriminating material, which also includes documents, vision documents, enrollment forms, bank details, all these so-called evidences that have been collected by the NIA as part of these raids. Mustafa joining us for more on that. Mustafa, a quick word. It appears that this was a very well coordinated operation conducted by the NIA. We believe they carried out these raids in the middle of the night. It was decided for over a week, and then right in the middle of the night, at least 200 NIA personnel, including the other state police departments, the CAPF, the ADGs, 4 IGs, approximately 1,000 of them who have collectively launched this pan-India raid. 6 control rooms that were monitoring it. Tell us a little more about the preparation and planning that the NIA carried out before launching this pan-India anti-terror crackdown.
Well, we are in Navi Mumbai area. This is the Popular Front of India office. As you can see from here, just few minutes ago, in 2 cars, NIA officials and also with some documents, they have left from this office. If you show you this entire office, what the people who are related to the PFI are saying, that it's a social organization. They extended all support to the NIA agency which had come here. It's a central agency. They needed some documents. They have collected the documents. So the visuals which we are showing you is the inside visuals of Nerul office of Popular Front of India. What we are being told is that there are few detentions which have also taken place here after in last night when the raid started. It lasted for a few hours, and after which few people were detained. And here you can see that these are banners and other but a lot of documents which have been collected from NIA, from this office by the NIA, they were seen, and then about 10 officials of NIA were present at this spot, and now a few minutes ago they have left for the NIA Mumbai office. Further details are awaited on who are the people who have been arrested and what are the exact case which is being investigated against this particular unit of the PFI. Back to you.
All right, now let me quickly cut across to Shibi Mol, who's joining us from Kerala. We saw large-scale protests by the PFI that they launched. Shibi, over to you.
The Popular Front of India workers are taking out a protest march in Thiruvananthapuram on the highway at Injikil. You can see in the visuals a lot of workers from the PFI have gathered here. They've completely covered the road here and blocked a lot of vehicles. You can find a lot of vehicles from both the sides, from either sides, being blocked, and people are waiting since a long time since the protest. They are protesting against harshly against the raids that took place since morning across the country. In fact, in Kerala, 50 locations were raided by the National Investigative Agency and the Enforcement Directorate, which started from 3 a.m. and ended at almost 9 a.m. They raided locations, PFI's offices, as well as the residence of leaders, PFI leaders, at different locations from Malappuram, Kozhikode, Thrissur, Kottayam, Kollam, Thiruvananthapuram, and all the major districts were covered in the raids. The workers here are alleging that the RSS is behind this. It's an agenda by the RSS, and we are not going to allow them to suppress us or to destroy PFI. They said that they are going to fight against the agenda that's been brought out by RSS against PFI.
Let me cut across to Mustafa Sheikh, also joining us for a little perspective there. Mustafa, a quick word again on the dossier that we have. The NIA has carried out huge planning before launching this pan-India raids across 10 states. Tell us a little more on how many officers have been involved in this operation, one of the largest anti-terror crackdown in recent times.
Surely so, it was a biggest operation by the NIA, and you can say that many officers were present. In fact, here at the Nerul office of the Popular Front of India, at least 5 to 6 NIA officials were present. They left in 2 cars. There were some documents which were seized. Let me show you the visuals inside the PFI office right now. The Popular Front of India office, which is at Nerul, you can see here what the office bearers here are saying is that they cooperated with the agency in whatever cooperation was needed. It's a central agency. For their defense, they claim that Popular Front of India is a social organization, and hence here you can say that it's a whatever documents were needed by the NIA were given to them. So these are the we are showing you the mezzanine floor of this office of the Popular Front of India at Nerul. So these are the office from which electronic and other paper documents have been seized by the NIA at this point, and they are investigating further. There were 2 cars in which these documents were kept. People who were detained earlier, and after collecting those documents, NIA has left towards Mumbai for their offices, and they'll be investigating further. But we'll know, sir, आप लोग के पास जो जानकारी है, कुछ लोगों को हिरासत में भी लिया गया यहाँ से?
नहीं, किसी को नहीं लिया, मेरे को मालूम नहीं उतना। मैं तो
डॉक्यूमेंट्स लिए गए?
नहीं, खाली डॉक्यूमेंट्स लेके गया, देखा।
So the documents which were in the office were collected by the NIA officials who have just left for the NIA Mumbai office. Back to you.
All right. Mustafa, we're going to come back to you, but as we see, massive crackdown there on the PFI. The NIA raids have come just after a series of events which are linked to the PFI. The PFI was linked to the Ghazwa-e-Hind plot, in which Prime Minister Modi was on target. The plot was to attack the Prime Minister during his Patna visit. Apart from that, member of the group and a karate teacher was nabbed by the NIA, who allegedly provided terror training to youth and inciting them. PFI is also linked to the murder of Praveen Netaru, a BJP worker who was hacked to death on July 26th in Karnataka's Dakshina Kannada district. In fact, we see the group has been accused of also inciting multiple protests when it comes to hijab, as well as the anti-CAA protests. The agency is also probing the Hawala money trail linked to the PFI. Recently, MHA, the Ministry of Home Affairs, was made aware by the central agencies that PFI was covertly mobilizing funds through well-organized networks from the Gulf countries as part of this criminal conspiracy. Now, these are all allegations and suspicion that the NIA has, which now needs to be investigated. Let me quickly cut across to Pooja Shali, joining us for a little explanation there on the reason behind this PFI crackdown in the country.
So here are the 5 big reasons that a coordinated action of the NIA with the ED and the state police in 10 states have taken place overnight. More than 100 people arrested. On top, the first one was from Pulwari Sharif in Patna, that the Ghazwa-e-Hind plot was surfacing, that the intention to create and establish an Islamic Republic in India. Once that plot started to surface and the PFI came under the scanner and radar of the investigative agencies, here's what happened next. Nigambodh, which is in Telangana, even there, the arrests and raid have taken place. There was a karate camp that was being run. But in the garb of the karate camp, there was allegedly terror training, radicalization that was taking place. Now, the PFI linked to Praveen Netaru's murder in Karnataka, which is in Karnataka and Kerala, both states have seen murders, and in that link to the PFI also brought in the coastal Karnataka belt under the radar of the investigating agencies. Let's take a look at other issues. Remember, the hijab protest that started from Karnataka, the allegation was that the Popular Front of India was instigating these young girl students to take to the streets and also reach out to the court. All of this with allegation and accusation of creating unrest in the country and creating communal tensions. PFI role primarily in the anti-CAA riots case and the Delhi riots in 2020 was prominent, and since then the Intelligence Bureau and the agencies were tracking. On the radar were activities for the past few months. This is not a random raid that has taken place. It's a coordinated action with regard to all the evidence that the agencies have surfaced in the past few months.
All right, now PFI condemns the NIA, ED pan-India raids that have been taken place. That right now we see PFI protesters coming out on the streets claim that these raids are nothing but an attempt to suppress dissenting voices. The PFI in its official statement has slammed the centre, saying the government is using these agencies to silence their voice. Popular Front of India, the National Executive Council, has added that NIA's claims is all to sensationalize and solely aimed at creating an atmosphere of terror. Amid the raids, PFI workers have staged a protest across several parts of India, including Kerala, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu. In fact, NIA and the ED both launched this massive nationwide search operation against groups including the PFI and individuals allegedly supporting terrorists. Over 100 PFI members have also been arrested in the wee hours of this morning. ED has been investigating PFI's alleged financial links on charges of fueling the Anti-Citizenship Amendment Act protests that rocked the country, Delhi riots as well that took place in February 2020, where they believe that there's been a conspiracy hatched by the PFI to instigate.
Only local police itself getting the information and they are involving into the issue. So this is a shame to the, we look into this as a shame to the state government. State government should take severe action against these agencies and they should not allow any further actions like this.
எங்களுடைய மாநில துணைத் தலைவர் அவருடைய வீடுகளிலே ரெய்டு வந்து அவரை வந்து தற்பொழுது அவருடைய கஸ்டடியில் எடுத்திருக்கிறார்கள். அவர் எங்கிருக்கிறார் என்று தெரியவில்லை. ஆக இந்த ஜனநாயக விரோத போக்கை பாஜகவுடைய ஆர்எஸ்எஸ்னுடைய கைப்பாவையாக இன்று மாறி இருக்கக்கூடிய என்ஐஏவும் இடியும் இந்த ஜனநாயக விரோத போக்கை ஒரு சர்வாதிகார போக்கை பாப்புலர் ஃப்ரண்ட் ஆஃப் இந்தியா வன்மையாக கண்டிக்கிறது. இதை கண்டித்து தேசம் தழுவிய அளவிலே மாபெரும் மக்கள் போராட்டங்களை நாங்கள் முன்னெடுப்போம்.
20-25 से ज़्यादा लोग थे. 4 बजे आए अचानक से, दरवाज़ा ज़ोर से खड़बड़ाया और मेरे शौहर को बुलाया, खींचा और पूरे घर की तलाशी ली. और सारे हमारे मोबाइल को, हमारे शौहर के दोनों मोबाइल को, सारे मोबाइल को बगैर इजाज़त के उठा लिया.
जो राइट चल रहे हैं ये सब एक डराने की साजिश चल रही है. कौन डरा रहे हैं आपको मालूम है? जो ऊपर सियासत में जो बैठे हैं एनआईए को और ईडी को उनका टूल किट बनाकर यहाँ पर इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं. तो हम सोशल डेमोक्रेटिक पार्टी ऑफ इंडिया कर्नूल डिस्ट्रिक्ट या कर्नूल असेंबली से ये आप सब लोगों को इतला देते हैं. अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आप हमारे हर मेंबर के घर पर आप राइड करो, इंशाअल्लाह कुछ भी नहीं मिलेगा, आपको फटकारी मिलेंगी और आपको नारे ही मिलेंगे.
सबसे पहले तो मैंने उन्हें 2-3 लोगों को देखा जब वो मेरा दरवाज़ा नॉक कर रहे थे. फिर मैंने उनसे कहा क्या काम है आपको बताइए. तो उन्होंने कहा कि मुझे मिलना है परवेज साहब से. फिर मैंने उन्हें बताया कि वो घर पे नहीं है, ठीक है, लेकिन वो बाहर जिद करते रहे कि मुझे उनसे ही मिलना है. जिद करते करते सारे साथ हो गई. फिर मैंने कहा कोई वारंट है आपके पास अंदर? वो कह रहे थे, मुझे बार बार धमकियाँ दे रहे थे कि अगर आप अंदर नहीं आने दोगे तो मैं दरवाज़ा तोड़ के भी अंदर आ जाऊँगा, मुझे फुल परमिशन है. तो फिर मैंने उनसे बात किया कि क्या आपके पास कोई वारंट पेपर है जो आप मेरे अंदर आना चाहते हैं तोड़ कर? तो वो ना तो सही से मुझे वारंट पेपर दिखाए न कुछ दिखाए और बहुत सारी समझिए मिलिट्री फोर्स पूरा आगे पीछे जमा हो गई. फिर मैंने डर के मारे उन्हें गेट खोल दिया. देखिए परवेज साहब ऐसे आदमी तो है नहीं, बहुत शरीफ आदमी है, लेकिन जो भी है कुछ उन्होंने ऐसा इल्ज़ाम लगा के उन्हें अरेस्ट किया है. मैंने रिक्वेस्ट किया कि उनकी तबीयत ठीक ही नहीं है, आप जो है बाद में थाने पे जाके मिल लेंगे वो, लेकिन उन्होंने नहीं माना और ज़बरदस्ती मतलब कहा चलने के लिए साथ में, और फिर वो लेकर गए साथ में. घर में भी उन्होंने बहुत सारी मतलब सामान की देखभाल की, अलमीरा वगैरह, लॉकर वगैरह सबको खोल खाल किया, इधर उधर पूरा सामान को चेक किया. उन्हें 2 मोबाइल मेरा लेकर गए.
Amid a nationwide crackdown by National Investigative Agency, the team of NIA has landed here in Kolkata probing the PFI, and let me show you what exactly happening on the streets of Kolkata at this point in time. We're given to understand that a place which is the residence of office bearer of PFI Sheikh Mukhtar is under scanner now, and we can show you that particular place, that particular building, which is located in Tiljora, is the particular office of PFI, in Kolkata, which is under scanner now. This morning, a team of NIA officials reached here, and they are grilling Sheikh Mukhtar, who is considered to be an office bearer of PFI, as several CRPF personnel, they are blocking the way and not allowing anyone to enter this particular stretch of lane, which is located in Tiljora. What more we are given to understand, that particular person and his role is under scanner now. Several documents have been recovered from his place. So further interrogation, and of course more reveals are yet to come as of now. With camera person Praveen Vishwas, this is Ritik for India Today from Kolkata.
पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया और उससे जुड़े हुए संगठनों पर एनआईए ने देश भर में ताबड़तोड़ छापेमारी की है। रात में एनआईए ने सीक्रेट तरीके से जो छापेमारी की है उसमें 106 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है। साथ ही अलग अलग राज्यों में भी गिरफ्तारियां हुई हैं। इसके अलावा 106 जगहों पर एनआईए ने इसको लेकर के छापेमारी की थी। कुछ लोगों को एनआईए गिरफ्तार करके दिल्ली हेडक्वार्टर भी ला सकती है। यही वजह है कि एनआईए के इस हेडक्वार्टर में सुरक्षा भी बढ़ा दी गई है। आप देखिए कि यहाँ पर जो दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान हैं उनको तैनात किया गया है भारी संख्या में, साथ ही बैरिकेडिंग भी यहाँ पर की जा रही है। इसके अलावा पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस के जो जवान हैं उनको भी तैनात किया गया है। ये इसलिए कार्रवाई की जा रही है क्योंकि जो पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया और ऑफिस बियरर से जुड़े हुए जो लोग हैं उन लोगों को दिल्ली लाया जा सकता है और यहाँ पर उनसे पूछताछ की जा सकती है। बड़ी कार्रवाई एनआईए ने पैन इंडिया कार्रवाई की है। बताया जा रहा है कि ईडी ने भी इसमें सहयोग किया है क्योंकि ईडी के पास जो पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया को फंडिंग विदेशों से मिल रही थी उसकी जानकारी मिली थी। यही नहीं, इस पूरे मामले को लेकर के गृह मंत्रालय भी मॉनिटर कर रहा था और गृह मंत्रालय के साथ साथ अलग अलग जगहों पर 6 कंट्रोल रूम बनाए गए थे जहां से ये देखा जा रहा था कि पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया से जुड़े हुए लोग किसी भी तरीके का हंगामा न कर सकें। इसके लिए बाकायदे कुछ दिनों पहले से ही सीक्रेट तैयारी की गई और आने वाले दिनों में पीएफआई पर बड़ा एक्शन किया जा सकता है, उस पर बैन लगाने की कार्रवाई भी की जा सकती है। हालांकि अभी सबूत एनआईए और दूसरी एजेंसियां पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया के खिलाफ जुटा रही हैं।
The National Investigation Agency is conducting raids across various locations here in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. We're here at one of the PFI offices here at Chandrayan Gutta. As you can see, the Popular Front of India office here at Chandrayan Gutta not only has a notice been issued, but also the entire office has been sealed as well. We do know that these searches that were conducted started early this morning, and officials had also seized various documents, hard disks, pen drives and several other incriminating evidences is what we do know. While searches are underway in across various locations, we also do know that these raids are not only happening in Andhra Pradesh and in Telangana, in Hyderabad, but also in across various locations in South India, including Karnataka and Tamil Nadu as well. In Andhra Pradesh and in Andhra Pradesh, raids are ongoing in Nellore, Chittoor, where in other areas in Hyderabad and several other areas as well, these raids are being conducted. What we do know is that raids that started since early this morning, pan India, are being conducted simultaneously across various locations here at Chandrayan Gutta. The notice that has also been put in place also reads that the people of this PFI office here at Chandrayan Gutta must come and visit and meet with the NIA officials before the seal that has been set in place must be removed. This is the seal that NIA officials had set here at the Chandrayan Gutta office of PFI, and with the seal that has been set in place, sources do say that not only have incriminating documents, pen drive and hard disks been seized here, but also raids are simultaneously underway across various locations here in Hyderabad. With video journalist Asim Apurva, Chandran, India Today.
Let me quickly cut across to Mustafa Sheikh joining us for more. Mustafa, the raids is really one of a kind. This has never happened in the past, this kind of anti-terror crackdown simultaneously across 10 states. It must have needed much coordination. between these NIA officials, the police, the CAPF and all the other police wings who have worked in tandem and launched this statewide anti-terror crackdown. Very carefully done, clearly without letting any of the PFI leadership know about it. They certainly seemed like they were taken off guard.
No, yes, it's true that it's an effort on a national level taken by a national agency called NIA, and we are just outside the Nerul office of Popular Front of India. The office now has been shut down. What we are hearing from here is that some people have been detained for questioning, some documents were collected, and this is not only in Nerul. Only in Maharashtra, there are about 8 to 9 locations where these raids have taken place, be it Mumbai, Navi Mumbai, Nashik, Aurangabad, Nanded, and there are 4 different FIRs under sections of UAPA Act, waging war against nation and terror funding. The only 4 FIRs are registered in Maharashtra. So there are many other states where this raid took place. So it was a very well coordinated effort. All units of NIA and entire country was alerted, and they were informed on a need to know basis, and they were informed about the location at which the raids have to take place. Also, very cleverly done that the raids started in the late night, early wee hours of the day, when most people didn't realize, even for like 5 to 6 hours till it was early morning, that what happened. So this gave a time period for the NIA to investigate, pick up people and question them on the details which were needed, and later on to corroborate, those people were taken to NIA office, and the team waited at the office to corroborate the details and collect as much as electronic and other evidences which are possible for the investigation. It was a effort which was supported by local police team, by ATS of the various states, so that it can be carried out efficiently. Now we'll have to wait and see what has really come out of this entire investigation once these accused are produced before the courts. What is the conspiracy, or what is the act which PFI was intending to do, and it had to be such a big raid over entire country to seize their operations, because clearly the agency has sent out a very strong message about Popular Front of India being an agency which is involved in anti-national activities. So what are the evidences which NIA put forward? Only time will tell us. Back to you.
All right, Mustafa, thank you very much for joining us. I'm going to quickly cut across all the developments that came in today on this pan-India crackdown, mostly against the PFI. Delhi PFI Chief Parvez Ahmed has been arrested by the NIA after raids. The central agency has seized documents, hard disks and all other material. Office has also been sealed. NIA also has raided the residence of PFI leader Mukhtar's residence in Tiljala area, Kolkata. Probe agency has claimed that Mukhtar is an active member and a leader of the PFI. He was looking after the West Bengal wing of the group. Security has been beefed up at NIA headquarters in Delhi. PFI leaders who have been arrested are likely to be brought into Delhi for questioning. Union Minister Giriraj Singh has slammed the PFI, called it a terror organization. Giriraj has also said that PFI wants to make India a Muslim nation. PFI cadres staged road roko protests at Tamil Nadu's Mettupalayam. Workers of the organization also protested in Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and several other states against the raids. Coming up on the other side of a short break, 2 to 3 crore Waqf land scandal that's rocked Karnataka. BJP MLA is now demanding the abolition of the Waqf board. Prominent Congress Neta is accused of encroachment. More details up next.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events. The true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth. The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again. I hustle for the truth, on the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
All right, some big news coming in. The India Today's exclusive news break here. Horrific murder of an ISI agent. A ISI agent shot dead in Kathmandu. Chilling murder that's been caught on cameras. The ISI agent killed right outside his hideout. Agent's daughter jumped to save her father. India Today's exclusive accessed a CCTV camera, a footage of which India Today has access, showing the chilling murder of an ISI agent. CCTV there unfolds the minute details of this execution of an ISI agent, all caught on cameras. This murder has taken place in Nepal's Kathmandu. CCTV details there showing how this ISI agent's daughter also jumped in from the hideout to save her father. On September 19th, ISI agent Lal Muhammad alias Muhammad Darji was killed by unknown assailants in Kathmandu. CCTV here showing how assailants opened fire at Muhammad right outside his hideout. Intelligence agencies tells India Today that Lal Muhammad used to pump. Let me quickly cut across to our reporter for more clarity on this. Arvind, a quick word from you, Arvind Oja. यहाँ पर जो वीडियो दिखाई दे रहा है, CCTV फुटेज यहाँ दिखा रहा है कि एक आदमी जो भाग रहा है किसी से, वो बंदूक लेके उनके पीछे भाग रहा है और उनको अंत में कत्ल किया जाता है. उनकी बेटी भी बीच में आती है उनकी फादर को बचाने के लिए. ये आदमी कौन है और कुछ बताइए ये ISI एजेंट के बारे में.
देखिए, इसका नाम लाल मोहम्मद है और ये काठमांडू के हाइडआउट ने इंडियन एजेंसीज के ये रडार पर था काफी वक्त से. जो पाकिस्तान की खुफिया एजेंसी है ISI, उसके लिए काम कर रहा था और ISI नेपाल में लॉन्च पैड के तौर पर इसको इस्तेमाल कर रही थी, लाल मोहम्मद एलियस मोहम्मद दर्जी को. और इंडिया में फेक करेंसी का सबसे बड़ा ये सप्लायर था. इसको 19 सितंबर को अननोन जो अज्ञात हमलावर थे उन्होंने इस पर अटैक किया और इसको गोलियां मारी है. अगर आप CCTV देखेंगे तो इसकी जो डॉटर है वो भी जंप करती है सेव करने के लिए. इंडियन एजेंसीज ने इंडिया टुडे को ये बताया है कि ये डी गैंग से भी ये लगातार कांटेक्ट में था और पाकिस्तान बांग्लादेश से ISI जो फेक करेंसी नेपाल में पहुंचाती थी, उसके बाद जो लाल मोहम्मद जिसका मर्डर हुआ वो इंडिया में उसे सप्लाई करता था. इसके अलावा जो ISI के एजेंट वो नेपाल पहुंचते थे, उनको शेल्टर देने का काम ये करता था. लगातार जो इंडियन एजेंसीज है, चाहे वो रॉ हो चाहे अदर एजेंसी हो, उनके रडार पर था. उनका डोजियर बकायदा इंडियन एजेंसी ने इसका तैयार कर रखा था और 19 सितंबर इसको कुछ अज्ञात हमलावर के घर पर पहुंचते हैं, हाइडआउट पर पहुंचते हैं और उसके बाद ये अपनी लग्जरी गाड़ी से आता है. उसी दौरान इस पर अटैक किया जाता है. तो इंडियन जो नेपाल की पुलिस है उससे कांटेक्ट में है, क्योंकि ये कहीं ना कहीं भारत का सबसे बड़ा दुश्मन इसे कह सकते हैं, क्योंकि जो FICN है, फेक करेंसी जो बांग्लादेश और पाकिस्तान से आती है, उसको पंप करता था इंडिया में और इंडियन एजेंसीज के रडार पर यह था काफी वक्त से.
और ये विजुअल जो है इसके बारे में कुछ बताइए. उनकी बेटी भी वहां पर उसके फादर को बचाने के लिए पहुंच गई और फिर भी उन्होंने मार दिया था. ये मारा क्यों है, उनको अरेस्ट क्यों नहीं किया गया?
देखिए, ये किसने मारा इसके बारे में अभी तक जानकारी सामने नहीं आई है किसने मारा है, लेकिन ये फेक करेंसी मामले में बहुत पहले से था. इसके अलावा दाऊद इब्राहिम का जो गैंग है उससे भी ये कांटेक्ट में था पिछले काफी वक्त से. तकरीबन 10 सालों से ये FICN का काम कर रहा था. और जो इंडियन एजेंसीज के सोर्सेज हैं उन्होंने इंडिया टुडे को बताया है कि जो ISI है वो इसके हाइडआउट को और इसको खास तौर पे लॉन्च पैड के तौर पर इस्तेमाल कर रही थी. ISI का कोई एजेंट आता था या ISI का कोई ऑपरेशन होता था तो नेपाल में लाल मोहम्मद उनको शेल्टर देता था. उसके अलावा एक बड़ा सिंडिकेट है.
All right, Arvind Oja, with more on that. I'm going to quickly cut across to Tamil Nadu, though. We see large protests that have erupted in Tamil Nadu by the PFI. Stay with us. All right, huge protest that's erupted in Tamil Nadu. I'm cutting across to Akshaya Natya. Akshaya, we see protesters of the PFI, belonging to the PFI, who have come out on the streets there in large numbers. They're protesting. Tell us what is their grouse? Why have they come out in huge numbers? We know many of their leaders have been arrested, but the NIA claims that these people have links with terror funding and have been supporting terrorists tacitly. But what are their claims, those who have come out in protest?
Kabila, from early morning today, we had seen that NIA has been conducting raids across Tamil Nadu and several parts of the country. And based on that, we're seeing that people who are part of the Popular Front of India are conducting protests in different parts of the city. And right now, we are at Pudupete, a very arterial area in the Chennai city, and which also has a huge Muslim population also. You can see here how police officials have completely barricaded the area, and they have actually cordoned off the people people from moving into the road. Just a few minutes ago, we've seen that these people had gone onto the road and tried creating a road roko, but immediately police officials got into force and they had removed them. And at this point of time, we can see how they have been talking and addressing the audience, and they have been also claiming that the NIA and the other central agencies are targeting PFI as an organization and calling them terror group, which is not true. And they're saying that this will not be tolerated and protest will erupt across the state and the country. And we're seeing that regularly various attempts are being done to push these groups away is what they are claiming. They're saying that they're trying to be suppressed and that will not be allowed. They have been doing great deeds for the general public and for the people of the country is what they claim. And at this point of time, we'll just ask a couple of people who are here as to what they think about the protest. இன்னைக்கு வந்து நீங்க இங்க protest பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கீங்க. எதுக்காக protest பண்றீங்கன்னு கொஞ்சம் சொல்றீங்களா? நீங்க காலையில இருந்து இப்ப protest பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கீங்க. எதுக்காக இந்த protest பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கீங்க?
PFI தமிழ்நாடு ஃபுல்லாக வந்து இந்தியா ஃபுல்லாக ரைட் பண்ணுறாங்க. அது விஷயமா தான் சம்மந்தம் இல்லாமல் நல்ல மக்கள் நல்லது தான் செய்கிறோம். நல்லது செஞ்சு அந்த மாதிரி பண்ணுறதுனால தான் ரைட் பண்ணுறோம்.
The gentleman just said that even though they're doing good for the people, they're still being targeted. அண்ணா சொல்றாங்க இந்த மாதிரி டெரர் குரூப்ஸோட லிங்க் இருக்கு, அது சம்பந்தமா தான் இந்த ரேட்ஸ் அப்படின்னு சொல்றாங்க. அந்த டெரர் லிங்க்ஸை பத்தி நீங்க என்ன சொல்றீங்க? அது விஷயமா வந்து ஒரு எவிடன்ஸ் கூட எடுக்கல. எவிடன்ஸ் எடுக்கணும்னு சொன்னா வேணும்னு அந்த மாதிரி பண்றாங்க. எவிடன்ஸ் ஒண்ணுமே எடுக்கல. They're saying that there is no evidence which is there against them. Then how can they say they're part of the terror link? Is a question which is being raised by one of the protesters who are here, Nabila. And we're seeing that continuously police officials in different parts of the city are also trying to ensure law and order situation, because in many areas people of the PFI tried doing a road roko as a protest against the constant raid that is happening in the PFI offices and with the PFI officials in different parts of Tamil Nadu. Anna, இன்னைக்கு வந்து நீங்க protest பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கீங்க, அத குறித்து கொஞ்சம் சொல்லுங்க. ஏன் வந்து இந்த மாதிரி protest பண்றீங்க?
இந்த protest என்பது தேசிய புலனாய்வு முகமை என்று சொல்லப்படுகின்ற NIA இன்று தமிழகத்தினுடைய தலைமை நிலைமையாக கோட்டஸாக இருக்கின்ற பாப்புலர் ஃப்ரண்ட் ஆஃப் இந்தியாவினுடைய அலுவலகத்தை காலை 3:30 மணி அளவுக்கு அவர்கள் சோதனை செய்ய வந்தார்கள். 8:50க்கு அது சோதனை முடித்துவிட்டு சென்றார்கள். இந்த சோதனை என்பது இது 2வது முறை தமிழகத்தில் நடைபெறுகிறது. முதல் நடைபெற்ற பொழுது கூட எந்த ஆவணங்களும் அவர் கைப்பற்றப்படவில்லை, எந்த ஆவணம் எங்கிட்ட இல்லை. பாப்புலர் ஃப்ரண்ட் ஆஃப் இந்தியா என்பது ஒரு திறந்த புத்தகத்தை போன்றது. அவரை எப்போது வென்று யார் வேண்டுமானாலும் படித்துக் கொள்ளலாம்.
The gentleman here is saying that PFI is like an open book, and he is continuously stating that there were no evidences which have been taken from them against them or to prove that they're a terror organization. This is just a vendetta politics which is played out is what they're claiming now, Nabila, and the protest seems to be continuing. We have to wait and watch what actions will be taken, but at this juncture there is a protest that is going on in Pudupete by the PFI members in Chennai. Nabila.
Akshaya, give us some clarity. Like we saw NIA launching raids across India. In Tamil Nadu, how was it done? Was it also carried out in the wee hours of the morning? We hear it was almost a midnight operation there where they launched this simultaneous raid so that the PFI and its leadership are not aware of this operation. They caught them off guard. So tell us exactly what you know of the NIA raids and how they managed to conduct this in Tamil Nadu.
Nabila, this operation in Tamil Nadu across several cities also started off in the wee hours of today morning, and the PFI main headquarters office in Chennai city as well as several offices in Madurai, Coimbatore and other locations were also raided by officials, and this has not gone really down well with the people or the members of PFI. And as they were saying, multiple raids have been conducted in PFI organizations and related places, and still now no proper evidence against them is collected is what the people here are claiming. And you can hear the kind of slogans that they're raising also against the central government, the NIA, ED. They're saying that constantly these kind of organizations are being used and used as a propaganda to target PFI is what they're stating here, Nabila.
All right, Akshaya, thank you very much for joining us. We're going to come back to you as India Today's relentless coverage on this NIA crackdown, the most The largest, most important drive that's been taken out by the NIA in the recent past, an anti-terror crackdown where they've raided 10 cities, largely picked up leaders of the PFI, claiming that they could have links with terrorists and there could be extensive terror funding that's operating under the PFI. More details right after a short break. Do stay with us.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. and that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. In association with Acco. Download the app now. India's biggest terror crackdown. Mega raids on radical PFI. From Hyderabad, Bengaluru to Chennai. From Delhi, Kolkata to Coimbatore. Massive NIA and ED raids underway. Amid PFI protests and Go Back NIA chants, raids in over 13 states, 100 plus arrests. Money trail, radicalization in focus. Biggest terror cleanup.
And that's our top focus right here on India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Let me take you through the top news, the headlines first. Major NIA crackdown on PFI. 106 PFI members have been arrested in a pan-India raid. 60 arrests that were made so far, all centered around Kerala, Maharashtra, Karnataka. Home Minister Amit Shah chairs a meeting amid pan-India raids. From hijab protest to CAA stir, NIA raids prompted by PFI's alleged links to multiple unrests. PFI hit the streets in protest, calling this deliberate targeting. And politics breaks out over this major PFI crackdown. Congress hits out at the centre, calls it a diversionary tactic. BJP defends the raids, calls PFI a terror outfit. Day 2 of RSS Muslim intellectuals meet. Sangh Chief Mohan Bhagwat meets several prominent Muslim intellectuals in Delhi. RSS says it's part of their Samvad process. 2.3 crore Waqf Board land scandal in Karnataka explodes. BJP demands abolition of the Waqf Board. Prominent Congress netas accused of encroachment. More state Congress committees push for a Gandhi to lead the party. Rahul Gandhi to address news briefing today. He will be throwing his hat in the ring, or will he be backing Gehlot officially? Remains to be seen. And showdown over special assembly session in Punjab. BJP stages a massive protest against Bhagwant Mann's government. Police resort to water cannons to stop protesters from marching to Chief Minister Mann's residence. Right, the pan-India raids by the PFI has prompted massive protests across the country as several PFI members have hit the streets against central government. Here are some of the images of the protests coming in today. PFI cadre has resorted to disrupting normal life in Tamil Nadu. Protesters they are seeking, they stage a road roko protest in Tamil Nadu's Coimbatore. Top PFI functionary also arrested during the raids in Coimbatore. PFI workers were seen blocking a highway in Thiruvananthapuram in protest over the raids. Protesters refused to cooperate with that police. Eventually, violence broke out. Clashes reported between the PFI workers as well as the police.
These rallies that we organized was banned by the government.
Now, with multiple locations being raided by agencies in Kerala, massive protests have rocked the state. PFI led a protest march at Manjeri in Malappuram. Were also seen blocking the road in Kollam while using and raising slogans against the RSS BJP. Chennai has also witnessed protests at PFI workers gathered outside their office in the city as NI conducted raids and sealed off the PFI office. Protesters gathered in large numbers to condemn the nationwide crackdown. CRPF personnel were also seen deployed at the PFI office while raids were conducted. All right, as protests there erupt in multiple cities, Tamil Nadu and Chennai no different. Angry protesters hit the streets. Massive protests against the NI raids at the PFI offices in Chennai. Akshaya Nath, our reporter there, joining us live. Akshaya, a quick word. Show us what's behind you. We see PFI protesters there who have gathered in numbers, who claim that they are innocent. They're being deliberately targeted. What are their claims? Take us through.
Well, Nabila, we're standing at Pudupete and this is where the PFI protest was conducted. We're seeing here that the whole protest has now been stopped by the police officials, and the PFI protesters had raised slogans against the NIA, the ED, and they're saying that this is a crackdown which is being done against them. It is a petty politics which is being played out. I have a PFI member who's also participant in today's protest. Sir, can you tell us about why this protest is being conducted? NIA is saying that several terror links are there for PFI, and that's the reason why these raids are happening across the country.
Today we conduct this protest against the NIA activities for our state office raid, along with our chairman and almost 106 persons, our leaders of Popular Front of members are arrested by NIA. These activities we condemn for this activity. Popular Front of India is a social working done by all over the India, especially Corona and as well as rain, especially the social disasters. But NIA is and for only for working for RSS and BJP slogans. So we condemn this raid today. Popular Front of India ரொம்ப மக்களுக்காக செயல்படக்கூடிய ஒரு தேசிய அமைப்பு. ஆனால் பட் வந்து ஆர்எஸ்எஸ் மற்றும் பிஜேபி போன்ற இந்துத்துவ சித்தாந்த உள்ளவங்களுக்கு பாப்புலர் ஃப்ரண்ட் ஆஃப் இந்தியாவுடைய செயல்பாடுகள் மிகவும் கஷ்டமாக இருக்குது. அவங்களுடைய செயல்பாடுகளை எதிர்க்கிறாங்க. அவங்களுடைய மக்களுக்கு எதிராக பணியாற்றக்கூடிய செயல் திட்டங்களை எதிர்க்கிறாங்கன்ற ஒரே காரணத்தினால இன்னைக்கு அவங்களுடைய துணை அமைப்பான என்ஐஏ வச்சு இன்னைக்கு எங்களுடைய ஆபீஸ் வந்துட்டு ரெய்டு நடத்திருக்காங்க.
So Nabila, just to quickly translate what this gentleman was saying, he's saying that NIA, ED and other agencies like which is under the central government are being used as RSS and BJP's tools against the PFI, and he's saying that PFI is just a social activity forum and they've only been doing good for the people of the country, especially during COVID and other natural disasters. And right now you can see the police officials have made all the protesters disperse from the location that we're currently standing at, and we can see that the police presence is still here to ensure that there's no law and order situation. And this is the kind of scene that we're seeing in many parts of Chennai city today. From the wee hours of today morning, we had seen that several offices and locations related to the PFI and the SDPF had been raided by NIA officials, that too from the early hours of today morning. Madurai, Theni, Tenkasi, Coimbatore, Kadalur, all these places had very serious raids going on, and even in Chennai city, the main PFI headquarters was also raided. So at this point of time, members of the Popular Front of India have come out on the roads demanding justice and stating that NIA, ED and other agencies are used against them just to target them by RSS and the BJP is the kind of claim that is being made here, Nabila.
All right, if you can get some reactions there, could you reach out to those people who are protesting there yet again? We want to hear some more voices there, Akshaya, on what do they really feel has happened. This is, and I want to know if they've been caught off guard. Did they know of these kind of operations that will be carried out? Were they aware that the NIA was mulling over raiding them? And this has been a while now since the NIA has been calling them a hate outfit, a radical outfit, an extremist outfit, may have links with terror groups abroad. So this is not a new allegation against the PFI. So I want to know what they feel of these allegations that were mounting over the years. It's not something fresh that the NIA has said to us.
Anna, இப்போ வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா இந்த மாதிரி சூழ்நிலை it's not something இப்போ வந்தது இல்ல. They have been saying it for quite some time. NIA வந்து உங்களை PFI வந்து டெரர் குரூப்னு வந்து ரொம்ப நாளாவே சித்தரிச்சிட்டு இருக்காங்க. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு சூழ்நிலையை வந்து நீங்க எப்படி பாக்குறீங்க? இந்த ரேட்ஸ் நடக்கும்ன்றது வந்து நீங்க நினைச்சு பாத்துருக்கீங்களா?
தொடர்ந்து வந்துட்டு NIA இது மாதிரி ஆக்டிவிட்டிஸ் செய்வாங்க அப்படின்றத நாங்கள் நினச்சி தான் பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கிறோம். என்ன காரணம்னா இப்போலாம் பிஜேபி ஆட்சி வந்துட்டு வந்த பிறகுலேருந்து அவங்க தங்களுடைய ஏஜென்சி, அதாவது நீதித்துறை, எல்லா வகையான தன்னுடைய கவர்மெண்ட்டுடைய ஏஜென்சியை வச்சு அவங்களுக்கு எதிராக நிற்கக்கூடிய எல்லா அமைப்புகளையும் குறிவைக்கிறாங்க. காங்கிரஸ் ஆகட்டும், மற்ற எந்த கட்சிகளாகட்டும், யார் யாரெல்லாம் அவங்களை எதிர்த்து பேசுகிறாங்களோ அதில் பாப்புலர் ஃப்ரண்ட் ஆஃப் இந்தியா இஸ்லாமிய சமூகத்தினுடைய இருந்து பயணிக்கிறதுனால அதில் வந்து முன்னணியில் நின்று எதிர்க்க தான் செய்கிறாங்க. நம்ம அது அவங்களுடைய எதிர்ப்பை நம்ம வந்து எதிர்கொள்ள தயாராக தான் இருக்கிறோம். அதே சமயத்தில் அவங்க இது வரைக்கும் போட்ட பல வழக்குகள் வந்துட்டு ஒரு 13 வழக்குகள் மட்டும்தான், அதாவது இந்தியா ஃபுல்லாக NIA போட்ட 1000க்கும் மேற்பட்ட வழக்குகளில் 13 வழக்குகள் மட்டும்தான் சார்ஜ் ஷீட்டே போடப்பட்டிருக்கு. இப்படி இருக்கும்போது எல்லாம் அவங்க வந்துட்டு மக்களை வந்துட்டு திசை திருப்பறதுக்காகவும் ஒரு பயமுறுத்துறதுக்காக தான் இந்த மாதிரியான ரெய்டு கேஸ் எல்லாமே வந்து போடுறதுக்கு காரணம். இதை பாப்புலர் ஃப்ரண்ட் ஆஃப் இந்தியா வளமை போல என்ன செய்யும், இதற்கும் தங்களுடைய உண்மை என்கிட்ட இருக்கிறதுனால நம்ம யார்ட்டும் பயப்பட அவசியம் இல்லை. இப்போ கூட நம்ம ரோட்டில் நின்று மக்களை திரண்டு எங்களுடைய கண்டனங்களை தெரிவிச்சாங்க, எல்லாரும் முன்னாடி நாங்கள் நிற்கிறோமே தவிர யாருக்கு பார்த்து நம்ம ஓடி ஓடின்னு அவசியம் கிடையாது.
So just to quickly translate what he just said, Nabila, he's saying that they were well known of fact that NIA and several other agencies which are there under the central government have been used as a power tactic, has been used as an intimidating tactic against all those groups which are against the ruling government. He's saying that even the Congress and the other political parties who have been opposing the centre have been targeted in the past, and similarly that is what is happening with the PFI. And he also goes on to say that over 1,000 cases have been registered by the NIA against PFI, but of which only 13 of them have charge sheets filed. So that is the allegation that is being made by this gentleman, and he says that there is no fear in them. They know that they have not done any wrong, and that's the reason why they have come down on the roads of Chennai city to protest against NIA and ED. He's also going on to say that it is a high time that these kind of agencies are used by the central government. The usage of these agencies against opposition parties and opposition groups must be stopped. This is the demand of these protesters in Chennai. Nabila.
Akshay, thank you very much for joining us on that. We're going to continue tracking those protests coming in from different states, but the massive crackdown on the PFI has really got the PFI members to come out on the streets in hordes to protest against these NIA raids. So the NIA raids come after a series of events that were linked to the PFI as claimed by the local police in different states. The PFI, as per the police, was linked to Ghazwa Hind plot in which Prime Minister Modi was on target. The plot then was to attack the Prime Minister during his Patna visit. Apart from that, a member of the group and a karate teacher was nabbed by the NIA, who allegedly provided terror training to youth and inciting them as well. PFI is also linked to the murder of Praveen Netaru, a BJP worker who was hacked to death on July 26th in Karnataka's Dakshina Kannada district. And not just that, the group is also accused of inciting multiple hijab protests and violence during the anti-CAA protests. This is what the police has hinted at over the years, that PFI is linked to instigating the mob. The agency is also probing Hawala money trails linked to the PFI. Recently, the Ministry of Home Affairs was also made aware by the central agencies that PFI was covertly mobilizing funds through well-organized networks from the Gulf countries as part of their criminal conspiracy. Then we cut across to Pooja, giving us a lowdown on what exactly the NIA suspects as they crack down on the PFI.
So here are the 5 big reasons that a coordinated action of the NIA with the ED and the state police in 10 states have taken place overnight. More than 100 people arrested. On top, the first one was from Pulwari Sharif in Patna, that the Ghazwa-e-Hind plot was surfacing, that the intention to create and establish an Islamic Republic in India. Once that plot started to surface and the PFI came under the scanner and radar of the investigative agencies, here's what happened next. Nigambodh, which is in Telangana, even there, the arrests and raid have taken place. There was a karate camp that was being run. But in the garb of the karate camp, there was allegedly terror training radicalization that was taking place. Now, the PFI linked to Praveen Netaru's murder in Karnataka, which is in Karnataka and Kerala, both states have seen murders, and in that link to the PFI also brought in the coastal Karnataka belt under the radar of the investigating agencies. Let's take a look at other issues. Remember, the hijab protest that started from Karnataka, the allegation was that the Popular Front of India was instigating these young girl students to take to the streets and also reach out to the court. All of this with allegation and accusation of creating unrest in the country and creating communal tensions. PFI role primarily in the anti-CAA riots case and the Delhi riots in 2020 was prominent, and since then the Intelligence Bureau and the agencies were tracking. On the radar were activities for the past few months. This is not a random raid that has taken place. It's a coordinated action with regard to all the evidence that the agencies have surfaced in the past few months.
All right, that's Pooja Shali bringing us a lowdown on the reasons to why the NIA believes that the PFI has links with some terror outfits and why they are troublemongers. They have been instigating communal tensions in different parts of the country, and they could very well be entrenched in some kind of terror funding, which the NIA wants to probe. Now, the NIA has rounded up more than 110 PFI leaders. PFI, in the meanwhile, has condemned the NIA as well as the ED, the Enforcement Directorate too, along with the NIA, has launched this nationwide raids on all state leaders of the PFI. The organization, the PFI, has now slammed the centre, saying that the government is using these agencies to silence dissenting voices. The Popular Front of India's National Executive Council has also added that NIA's claims is only to sensationalize and solely aimed at creating an atmosphere of terror. Amid the raids, PFI workers have also staged protests across several parts of the country, including Kerala, Karnataka, as well as Andhra Pradesh. NIA and the ED has launched a massive nationwide search operation against groups, including the PFI and individuals allegedly supporting terrorists. Over 100 PFI members have been arrested in early hours of the morning. ED has also been investigating the PFI's alleged financial links on charges of fueling the Anti-Citizenship Amendment Act protests that erupted in the country and rocked Delhi particularly, resulting in riots in February 2020. Alleged conspiracy also in the Hathras case of alleged gang rape and death of a Dalit woman. These are instances which has prompted, it appears, the Home Ministry to crack down. The NIA now carrying out these multiple raids along with the Enforcement Directorate in 10 states where mostly the PFI senior leaders have been arrested. All right, some big news coming in. India now takes up the Hindu hate protests that broke out in the United Kingdom. Jaishankar, our External Affairs Minister, meets with UK Foreign Secretary and shares concerns. Jaishankar says Indian community being targeted in the United Kingdom. S. Jaishankar takes this up with United Kingdom. A warm conversation there with UK Foreign Secretary James Cleverly. Discuss the threat that Indians may face in the United Kingdom. In fact, they also discussed taking forward a roadmap for 2030. As we saw just a few days earlier, right, along the lines of the Queen's funeral, and as people across the United Kingdom came out to bid farewell to the Queen, we saw some protests that erupted outside a Hindu temple where some Islamists there chanted slogans condemning Hindus and also tore a saffron flag there. Geeta Mohan joining us on the phone line. Geeta, S. Jaishankar, Foreign Affairs Minister, has met with UK's Foreign Secretary and sharing concern over the Indian community being targeted in the United Kingdom. Take us through what was the deliberation, what more have they spoken about? Has there been a response on these protests that were rolled out by some Islamists outside Hindu temples?
Well, it has been a communal clash in the United Kingdom between both sides, Nabila, and the Indian side certainly raising concerns with regards to Indian community coming under attack, given that the clashes began after the Indo-Pak cricket match in August. And since then, the tensions have been on the rise. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar met with his counterpart Cleverly of the United Kingdom on the sidelines of the UNGA in New York. India raised concerns with regards to safety of Indians and people of Indian origin in the United Kingdom. And the United Kingdom, as has been the case in the past also, has assured action. There have been arrests that have been made in the UK, and also spoke about the kind of security preparedness. We've seen the kind of deployment by the Leicester police in and around the religious areas where things have been volatile. So both sides did speak. India raised concerns, and the UK looking into the concerns of the Indian administration.
All right. Geeta, what we saw was certainly unpleasant. Just along the lines of the Queen's funeral, we saw there were protests that were erupted, a saffron flag that was torn off that was seen erected near a Hindu temple there. So we saw the Hindu groups and the Muslim groups that came face to face, and clashes ensued. And this is not the first time. We know that this has been, this kind of undercurrent, communal tensions between the Hindu-Muslim communities, even in the United Kingdom. Give us some background on this. Has there been any substantial evidence to show that there could be deliberate targeting?
Well, certainly, if it's communal, Nabila, it is deliberate, and the provocations happened according to reports from the UK from both ends. There were massive rallies that were held by the Hindu community as well in Muslim-dominated areas, and then we saw a backlash with property being damaged by certain communities targeting Hindu temple and Hindu community. So, but the origins are not just communal; the origins are also to do with India and Pakistan. There's a huge Pakistan origin population in the United Kingdom. Again, a vote bank, and a huge Indian origin population in the United Kingdom who also are a vote bank. So sensitivities when it comes to these communities are absolutely always on a high on both sides. And the authorities, Leicester police certainly were on the ground. They reached the place quite early on and had barricaded the entire area, tried to quell the crowds. But in terms of investigations, the investigations are underway. We're given to understand that arrests have been made, but where are the investigations headed and what are the details are yet to come out, Nabila. This certainly is not the first time, like you said. It is something that both sides have been talking about in the past as well. The Indian side absolutely concerned about the safety and security of Indian community in the United Kingdom, even people of Indian origin from the Hindu community, and that certainly has been voiced to the UK side because there was a bilateral on the sidelines of the UNGA in New York.
All right. As we see, there's S. Jaishankar, Foreign Affairs Minister, has also put out a tweet. Geeta, would you elaborate for us? That tweet he's put out saying that they are discussing the roadmap to 2030. Geeta?
UK balance.
All right, cutting across to some big breaking news. Suspense over who's going to be the next Congress president. Rahul Gandhi rules himself out of this Congress president's race. Yes or no? We'll know in just a few moments. Rahul says that he has made his position quite clear. Rahul won't contest polls. While questioned, Rahul says won't contest polls. In fact, he's instead given advice on prospective candidates. Rahul Gandhi says, and I quote, In the last PC, I have made my position clear and I will stick to it. I have repeated it many times. Please see what I've said in the last press conference. The Congress president is an ideological post. It is a belief system. My advice should be whoever becomes the Congress president, he represents a belief system and ideology of the Congress. Rahul Gandhi is saying that he's not willing to contest, and he said this time and again.
चाहे वो बैंक से हो, चाहे वो सरकार से, वो हमें नहीं मिलती। तो घुमा फिर कर हम वहीं उन तीनों मुद्दों पे पहुंच जाते हैं। I believe you have a new owner. You have a new owner? That's what I'm talking about. Right? I'm going to answer your question, but that's just an example of what I was saying. I'm going to answer a question, but by the way, one second. By the way, ownership of newspapers is not immaterial at all. Ownership of newspapers defines what newspapers do. Yeah.
So I want to know right now, since you're leading this yatra, will you be the face of 2020?
As I have repeatedly said, this is a yatra being done by hundreds of Congress people. Actually, in Kerala now, lakhs of people. I am a participant in this yatra. You choose to focus everything on me, right? This is your choice. But the idea of the yatra is hundreds, thousands, lakhs of Congress people walking from
Press
one
conference,
side,
but
one
let's
point
get to
in
the
India
moot
to the
question.
other
Will
point
Rahul
in
Gandhi be contesting Congress presidential election or not? I have Maushami Singh joining us for a little perspective there. Maushami, Rahul Gandhi, we believe just a little earlier, has said that he's not willing to contest polls, and he's made himself quite clear time and again. Tell us a little more. What has he said about this Congress presidential election? When is it going to happen? One, and two, who are the potential candidates? Will Rahul Gandhi throw his hat in?
a position. It's a historic position. And it's a position that defines and has defined a particular view of India. The Congress president is not just an organizational post. The Congress president is a ideological post. It is a belief system. So my advice would be that whoever becomes Congress president should remember that he represents a set of ideas. He represents a belief system, and he represents a vision of India.
All right, as we continue tracking what Rahul Gandhi says in that press conference, I'm going to cut across to Sanjay Jha, political analyst, former Congress Neta. Mr. Jha, Rahul Gandhi says that Congress president is an ideological post. It depends who wants to contest. It's a free and fair election. Speaking of himself, says he's not willing to contest. He's made his position quite clear. How would you look at this development? Is Congress heading the right way?
Well, I think Rahul Gandhi needs to be, congratulated, admired, and appreciated for being so forthright. In 2019, when he resigned as a Congress president, he had indicated that neither he nor any member of his family ought to be the next Congress president. In ensuring that that is happening, I think he is actually going to enhance his credibility by a real significant number. And, I do also feel that he's absolutely right that while, the Congress party has a political battle, an electoral contest to win against the BJP and other rivals, ultimately Congress represents in a great number of ways the Constitution of India, which is secularism, pluralism, progressive politics of change, inclusive, basically being a liberal democracy. And I do think that whoever becomes the Congress president, I mean, at the moment, people are speculating on Mr. Gehlot or Dr. Tharoor, or it could be some third person as well. It doesn't matter. The truth is that you represent an idea of India as enshrined in the Constitution. So I think that is a very fair statement. Because, see, in a political organization is always a competing space. You know, we always talk about this personality, this success, this background, this ability to win votes. But ultimately, any organization is driven by its ideology. What does it stand for? What's its view on foreign policy, on the economy, on inclusiveness, on religious harmony, on independence of institutions, and so on and so forth. So I believe that's a very correct statement. And therefore, I think I'm sure everybody is waiting with bated breath to see who all are going to be filing their nominations and who ultimately becomes the Congress president.
You know, Mr. Jha, there's also a lot of speculation that there could be a decision made rather than an election, that this could possibly be handed over to Ashok Gehlot. Again, speculation, there's nothing substantial that we have to confirm this. But would you look at it in a way that the Congress party has possibly has always favored some of their senior leaders? Will this be almost a handover and less of an election?
Well, you know, I'm not going to be so skeptical about it, and I'll tell you why. There is bound to be somebody whom somebody likes more than the other, right? That's very, very normal. I think what the Congress is doing right is to actually do the election. If there is no election, frankly, I will be terribly disappointed. I believe Congress has tremendous talent, and why not compete for the top job? I mean, frankly speaking, I think there are other people who should throw their hat in the ring as well. So, you know, although it's obviously being rumored that Ashok Gehlot is very close to the Gandhis, and that if he stands and, you know, they give him, you know, a subtle support or a covert support or a surreptitious backing, then he's going to win it hands down against Shashi or anybody else. Well, that may be true because, you know, ultimately, you know, as you can see by the number of resolutions passed by different states, they still would like Rahul Gandhi to be the Congress president. So if they don't have him, they will say, who do you favor? And that candidate will definitely be first among equals. But even if that were to happen, assuming it does, I think Shashi would provide an extremely, you know, animated conversation for the job. And I think it would be good to see the Congress people battle it out. You know, I remember Rahul when he started and he came with a lot of fresh ideas, wanted the primaries in the Congress, just like how you have it for the, you know, the presidential and the democratic or the UK parliamentary system. Unfortunately, in India, we just don't do this at all. But imagine, just as you are part of the media, wouldn't it have been great if you could have 5 Congress leaders fighting for the big job and coming on India Today and debating what they stand for? I mean, this is what a good democracy is all about. So I will probably keep my fingers crossed and hope that even if Mr. Gehlot becomes the president, that it is, you know, assumed that he got the backing of the High Command, it is still an election, and I'm glad that, you know, the party is moving forward. I think all these accusations of remote control and all that, frankly speaking, is hugely exaggerated. We all have favorites. As long as eventually they do their job, what they're supposed to do, I think the Congress will be in a good beginning.
Right. You know, Mr. Jha, there was a lot of talk about how, in fact, the BJP tried to target Rahul Gandhi, saying that Rahul Gandhi is so arrogant that he does not even want to contest elections. He does not believe in contesting elections. Even in the Manmohan Singh cabinet, he refused to contest. He refused to partake. So this high-handedness and this arrogance is what is visible even now, which is why he refuses to contest. He doesn't want to be humiliated, and therefore he backs out.
No, the truth is that he won, you know, there was no contest against him in 2017. And I'll be very honest with you, if Rahul Gandhi were to contest, and let's assume he changes his mind, and tomorrow, a day after he files his nomination, he will win it hands down. I don't think there'll be any contest at all, because even if Shashi or anybody stands opposite him, it'll be a complete one-sided sweep. He's popular. You see, this is a problem for the Congress, right? And I think Rahul has sensed it, that the Congress can't do without the Gandhis. But the country is telling the Congress, can you move on beyond the Gandhi family? We know you love them, but politically we want you to put up a new face. And this is the dilemma that the Congress party has been struggling with for the last couple of years. In my opinion, Rahul probably, you know, carrying this impression that he's been the de facto head of the party and that he's running the show, that he, you know, nominated or announced the name of Charanjit Singh Channi as the Punjab Chief Minister. I think all these have created the perception that Rahul was, basically running the party without any responsibility. And I think it's important not to kind of have this kind of a liability.
With us, I'm going to cut across to Rahul Gandhi, who was speaking at that presser.
And I'm saying this with a significant degree of pride, because we are the only political party in this country that does this.
Well, friends, I think we have come to the end of the press conference. Go to question media section. Please, you have asked your question. Mr. Rahul Gandhi has had 2 press interactions in the last 15 days. There are some leaders who have been in public life for 20 years and not had a single press conference, not had a single press interaction.
No, I think there's only one leader, not some leaders.
Correction, thank you.
I think there's only one leader.
For 20 years who has not answered or subjected himself to a press interaction, even though that interaction may revolve around only one question. So I thank you very much. Mr. Gandhi has other engagements now, please. He has to meet others and then go back to the yatra. So thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Press conference there that Rahul Gandhi has held in Kerala as part of his Bharat Jodo Yatra. Now, the suspense is growing over who is going to be the next Congress president. The Congress president's polls are likely to take place anytime this week, and it appears that Rahul Gandhi has already made it clear. Again, during this press conference, he said, I've already said I'm not interested to contest. Please refer to my previous press conference comments, and that makes it quite clear that I'm not willing to contest. I will not contest. Congress president is an ideological post, and the fair man wins. That's more or less sums up what Rahul Gandhi has said as part of this press conference. But nonetheless, the suspense now only growing. There's a lot of talk about Ashok Gehlot, right now Rajasthan Chief Minister, who is likely to throw his hat in the ring. Shashi Tharoor, another prominent name that's doing the rounds. So who will it be, Gehlot or Tharoor? It seems like Rahul Gandhi himself has opted out. So now the suspense over who's the non-Gandhi face that will be at the helm of affairs for the Congress party. A bid to revive the Congress ahead of the 2024 polls. The Congress now indulging in a huge rejig, starting with its president's face. Right now, it's Sonia Gandhi, who's been the interim president for years now. There has been growing clamor around Rahul Gandhi being made the Congress president, but Rahul himself has said time and again that he refuses to be, does not want to be, has opted out. Shashi Tharoor, Ashok Gehlot, 2 of the prominent names doing the rounds on face for the Congress president, who's going to be the choice. Of course, if this is an election, then the election will decide. But if not, if this is a choice that they will hand over to Ashok Gehlot or to Shashi Tharoor, that also is something that we've got to wait and see. Will there be an election, or will it be a mere selection? That clarity we'll know in just a little while. But Rahul Gandhi himself says he's made it clear he's not in the race to contest for Congress president's poll. Now, Rahul Gandhi, particularly, while asked this question in that press conference, says that I'm ruling myself out, and I've said this again. In fact, even in my previous pressers, I've made it very clear. I've made my position quite clear that I won't contest Congress polls. And Rahul Gandhi says that the position of the Congress president is an ideological one. It's something that needs much thought and is a huge responsibility, and therefore he will only give advice on prospective candidates. He says, and I quote, that in my last press conference, I have made my position clear. I will stick to it. I have repeated it many times. Please see what I've said in the last presser. The Congress president is an ideological post. It is a belief system. My advice should be, whoever becomes a Congress president, he represents a belief system and an ideology of the Congress. These are the words of the Congress MP, Rahul Gandhi, hailing from the Gandhi family, who've been at the helm of affairs for the Congress party for decades. Now known as the first family of the Congress. Rahul Gandhi now, possibly for the first time in Congress's history, that a non-Gandhi will be selected to be the Congress president. He decides to opt out. This is a huge development coming in within the Congress circles. and within the party itself, a huge rejig. A face change would mean that the Congress will be led by a non-Gandhi. That itself was a far-fetched idea just a year ago. But it appears that this time the Congress, after facing massive defeat, state after state, and quite a humiliating defeat, considering that many of the states that they were governing, they lost out. And considering that they've been dwindling ever since the BJP has come to power, not once but twice, 2 times around, many of the states, Congress has literally been wiped out. So the Congress now deciding for some real internal changes, and that they start with a non-Gandhi face to lead the party. Supriya Bhardwaj joining us live. Supriya has been tracking the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Supriya, a quick word from you. Rahul Gandhi has opted out. He's not going to be contesting Congress presidential election. He says this is an ideological position. Whoever is selected and elected as Congress president must take forward the party's ideology. So it's a huge responsibility. I'm out.
Well, as far as Rahul Gandhi is concerned, Nabila, he has given a clear indication that he still takes the stand which he has taken in 2019 when he had resigned. He has gone all out to strengthen the Congress organization. Today also he was not very keen to answer as far as that question, direct question of the candidate of the for the election of the Congress president is concerned. When asked about one position, he made it very clear that the resolution which was passed in Udaipur Chintan Shivir holds the ground. It is still very much valid, and that's why sending a message loud and clear that either Mr. Gehlot will be a chief minister or he'll be the Congress president. At the same time also he was very clear that whosoever will be the next Congress president or is the candidate, he has to ensure that the post of the Congress president comes with a huge responsibility, and the responsibility is in connection with that of the ideas, the ideologies and the viewpoints that Congress party as well as the Congress party's entire leadership represents. So he was very clear about it. And also when asked about Dr. Shashi Tharoor, who also is a fellow MP, comes from Kerala, Rahul Gandhi is an MP from Wayanad, he said categorically that everybody is allowed to come, and it is good to have a contest. So if we are in a way going to see a contest, it seems the message is loud and clear that they from 24th of September, day after tomorrow, when the nomination starts, Congress party will be seeing a lot of leaders coming in and filing their for the candidates will be filing their nomination for the post for the election of the post of Congress president. But one thing is for sure, Rahul Gandhi has sent a message loud and clear from Kochi today that he is a man on mission. He is going all out, and he is raising the issues of unemployment and that of the price rise. And finally, what he had said that as to how the communal idea, the communal harmony has to be restored in the country. He has also said one more thing, Nabila, which is very important. All the opposition parties have to come together. They have to strategize to take on the might of BJP, the financial might, the institutional power. He said very categorically that all the opposition parties should come together and they should brainstorm and come up with a strategy to take on the BJP as far as 2024 election is concerned. So these are the big takeaways from this press conference where we are. When we asked him as to how has been his experience as a Bharat Yatri, he said right now he's just a district Yatri, and he has to go all the way to come up and share his experience as far as Bharat Jodo Yatra is concerned. The Yatra completes 15 days today, and it started from Kanyakumari on September 7th. That time in Tamil Nadu, Rahul Gandhi had sent a message loud and clear that whatever his position is as far as the candidate, being a candidate for the Congress president poll is concerned, it will be out by 30th of September. Today also he was said patience, everything will be out in coming days. Nabila.
All right. Supriya, a quick word from you on the Congress president's poll yet again. There's a lot of talk that there could be a likelihood that there won't be an election as well. Give us some clarity on that. Is the Congress senior leadership entirely pro-election? Do they want an election to take place, a free and fair one? Or is there going to be any kind of favoritism? Ashok Gehlot, Shashi Tharoor, both of them are the top names doing the rounds where this post will be handed over to either one of them. May not be an election, but just selection. How true is that?
Well, Nabila, I think we are looking at a situation where an election will take place. We are also seeing at a situation where just now Rahul Gandhi has said, when asked about Shashi Tharoor, that election is good and anybody who is a Congress person and believes in the ideology can fight the election. Already there was this information trickling out from Delhi saying that the top leadership has categorically said that they will remain neutral. Anybody who wants to contest can go all out and fight the election. There are many names doing the rounds. People who want to fight the election as a candidate are coming out. But as far as Rahul Gandhi is concerned, Nabila, what has happened here is that Rahul Gandhi is now the face of the Congress party. The Bharat Jodo Yatra, which started from Kanyakumari and is heading towards Kashmir, what you see at ground zero is nothing but only one thing, that workers, the leaders are saying Rahul Gandhi. So you will see huge cutouts of Rahul Gandhi. There's no other leaders cutout has been there. People have actually come to see Rahul Gandhi. So if we see a situation which is there that the face of the party is Rahul Gandhi, whether they are senior leaders from the party, when we talk to them, they say that a new Congress is coming out and a new Rahul Gandhi will emerge. Under him, a new leadership of the party will emerge. Right now, the topmost the priority of the party is to strengthen the organization. The elections will take place is what many leaders have told us, but the real basic issue, which is actually the big crisis of the party, is that they have to strengthen the party. They have to bring in a lot of young people and also to spread the ideology. So this is what the Bharat Jodo Yatra is also doing, apart from the three main issues that Mr. Gandhi had said, that the raising of the issue of unemployment, issue of price rise and that of the communal harmony. So apart from this, the other motive of this yatra is to strengthen Congress party, and this is what exactly is happening at ground zero.
All right, now this Bharat Jodo Yatra, tell us how much traction it's gained. What's the kind of, the support or the actual purpose that they took off this yatra for, to connect with the people? Has it really gained that kind of attention and traction on ground? All right, I'm going to cut across to Supriya and connect a line on that. But Congress ka King Kon, that's the question right now on our minds. Who's going to be the top, the man who's going to be leading the party now, a non-Gandhi face? Contenders for the job include Shashi Tharoor and Ashok Gehlot. But at least 10 other state Congress units have passed a resolution demanding that Rahul Gandhi indeed be made the party president. So is it Gandhi Mukt Congress that we will be seeing in the near future? And how serious is this grand old party about this new poll reforms? Let's have a listen.
No, come on.
The Scion makes a splash. While his party is caught between the rock and a hard place at the crucial juncture of electing a new president. Almost a dozen state Congress units have rooted for Rahul Gandhi for the top job in the grand old party. All this when the leader has ruled himself out of the fray.
He is not a consensus candidate. He is the only candidate which is acceptable to the people of congressmen in not only in Kerala, throughout the country. Because everybody knows that if he will take up the responsibility, that will be a new, we are going to start a new era in Indian politics. And he has got that courage to fight against Modi and the anti-people policies of the BJP, RSS combined.
Support at the same time seems to be diminishing for the one who seems ready to toss his hat into the ring.
If he is ready to say, I will support always in Nehru family, can he say? The person who are telling, I will openly support Nehru family, I will stand with him and the family. That person, they get 100% votes from the state of Kerala.
Otherwise, no.
Otherwise, no.
If Shashi Tharoor still decides to contest, he will likely face a tough challenge from Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot. The 71-year-old veteran is believed to enjoy the proverbial blessings of the Gandhi High Command. In Delhi, Gehlot gave it a go.
आज अगर मान लो पार्टी के लोग चाहते हैं कि नहीं मेरी जरूरत है मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अध्यक्ष के रूप में मैं मना नहीं कर सकता.
In an ideal situation that would have settled the election issue within Congress, a smooth contest between an Ashok Gehlot backed by the Gandhis on one side and a Shashi Tharoor on the other.
हम जानते थे कि निकम्मा है, नाकारा है, कुछ काम नहीं कर रहा है, खाली लोगों को लड़वा रहा है.
But not too distant memories of rivalry within Rajasthan Congress revived again as the state CM arrived in Delhi to meet interim party president Sonia Gandhi.
Mrs. Gandhi has also said many times in Udaipur, she said that the party is a strong organization if we have a democratic process, which is the only party in India where we have election process. So let's wait and see what happens. No matter what the outcome is, the party will come out stronger. That's what I believe.
And his former deputy joined Rahul in the Bharat Jodo Yatra in Kochi, sparking speculations about a potential clash between the two over the CM's post in Rajasthan. In Delhi, however, Gehlot indicated he was in no mood to quit as chief minister in the event of his election as party president.
कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष चुनाव ओपन है, इसमें कोई भी खड़ा हो सकता है. ये तो जो 9,000 लोग हैं, 9,000 में से कोई भी व्यक्ति खड़ा हो सकता है, चाहे वो MP है, MLA है, मंत्री है, मुख्यमंत्री है. कल कोई कहते कि राज्य का मंत्री मैं खड़ा होना चाहता हूँ, तो वो हो सकता है, वो मंत्री भी रह सकता है और कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष भी बन सकता है.
His comments gave the BJP a handle to mock Congress and its Rajasthan leadership. But Congress seemed to be in no rush to enforce its one person, one post rule from its Udaipur declaration in May this year.
कानून क्या कहता है, कांग्रेस का संविधान क्या कहता है?
कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में ऐसा नहीं है, कोई भी लड़ सकता है, डेलीगेट होना चाहिए.
सिर्फ डेलीगेट होना जरूरी है किसी भी पद पे रहते हुए
नहीं.
Election or handpicking? The exercise to give Congress a new president is a test for the party to prove how serious it is about introducing meaningful reforms to revive its sagging fortunes. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, the stakes are very high for the Congress party ahead of 2024, which is why this presidential election is being keenly watched. Over the next few weeks, watch out for the biggest faces, the most detailed analysis on what plagues the Congress. Premiering very soon right here on India Today. Let's have a look at what to anticipate.
How about we tell you a story? And like every story, this one too has two sides. So far, familiar script, right? But wait, let's throw in a few surprises. And here are some insights that give you context. And the countdown has begun.
Obviously, the biggest and most talked about story internationally right now is the death of Queen Elizabeth II. After a week of a particularly anti-colonialist drive taken by the government, strangely, a day of mourning was declared.
I find it unnecessary, Shiv. You have messages that come in from the Prime Minister, which is, okay, fine. You know, he's the Prime Minister, he's sending out a message of condolence on behalf of the nation. But then you take that forward and then announce one day of mourning in India. What was the need for that?
You want to reach out to the Raj in every way, or at least the United Kingdom as it stands today. Free trade pacts, student partnerships. You want to build a stronger relationship with UK, but we will decolonize by changing the name from Rajpat to Kartavya Path. Change my name also tomorrow, Rajdeep to Kartavya.
So what's bogus and hypocritical is not the name change. The what's bogus and hypocritical is the mourning.
You know, doing good Kartavya, you will be called Kartavya.
We're going back to the topic.
Prime Minister Modi himself has been very diplomatically correct when it comes to global relationship. I think Modi has aced it. So this is basically just protocol.
A certain respect for Queen Elizabeth the individual. And therefore, if the state decides to give one day morning, theek hai yaar. Why debating? And that too in English. That too you're debating in English. The language of the Queen.
My view, if you are getting rid of St. George's Cross, if you're getting rid of Rajpath and those things, which is why it looks a little jarring to me.
Mourn the Queen, but don't show your allegiance to the empire like that by declaring state mourning.
Fact remains, special relationship is a two-way street. Hand over Vijay Mallya, hand over Nirav Modi. Do not hide Indian fugitives in your country, and don't let the British Museum look like an active crime scene.
All I'm going to say now, I personally believe that the India-UK relationship is way beyond the royal family, and that's the way it actually should be.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
La main des aides-soignants. Pourquoi ? Parce que les aides-soignants, aujourd'hui, ils sont globalement sous l'eau. Ils ne peuvent plus faire leur métier qui est de soigner. Et donc nous, Emobots, on leur fournit cette information de l'état émotionnel. Ils vont pouvoir mieux comprendre l'évolution de l'émotion de leurs résidents, de leurs patients. Et derrière, on sera aussi capable d'objectiver. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, quand on fait un test pour la dépression, c'est un test normé, ponctuel. On demande à la personne de verbaliser les informations. Et donc ça pose plein de problèmes. Et notamment de difficultés pour les personnes qui ne peuvent pas verbaliser.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
India's biggest terror crackdown. Mega raids on radical PFI. From Hyderabad, Mangaluru to Chennai. From Delhi, Kolkata to Coimbatore. Massive NIA and ED raids underway. Amid PFI protests and Go Back NIA chants, raids in over 13 states, 100+ arrests. Money trail, radicalization in focus. Biggest terror cleanup.
Very good afternoon and thanks for being with us on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's begin with the headlines first. Major NIA crackdown on PFI. 106 PFI members arrested in pan-India raids. 60 arrests made so far in Maharashtra, Kerala and Karnataka. Home Minister Amit Shah chairs meeting amidst the pan-India raids.
The PFI rallies.
From hijab protest to CA stir, NIA raids prompted by PFI's alleged links to multiple unrest. PFI hits the streets in protest. Politics breaks out over mega PFI crackdown. Congress hits out at the centre, calls a diversionary tactic. BJP defends raids, calls PFI a terror outfit. Rahul Gandhi rules himself out of the Congress presidential race, says, "Have made my position clear. All eyes on now who is going to be the next Congress chief."
Whoever becomes Congress president should remember that he represents a set of ideas, he represents a belief system, and he represents a vision of India.
2.3 crore Waqf land scandal in Karnataka explodes. BJP MLAs demand abolition of Waqf board. Prominent Congress Neda accused of encroachment. Showdown over special assembly session in Punjab. BJP stages massive protests against Bhagwant Mann government. Police resort to water cannons to stop protesters from marching from Chief Minister Mann's residence. And let's begin this bulletin with the top developments on pan-India raids against the PFI. Amidst the ongoing raids against the PFI, Union Home Minister Amit Shah chaired key meeting with NSA and top officials. Kerala police detained PFI workers in Kannur after they tried to block a road in order to protest against the NIA raids. PFI has announced to hold massive countrywide protests against the raids. The organisation also targeted centre over the raids and said fascist government is using agencies to silence dissent.
Earlier by the PFI's state secretary.
PFI workers staged a protest against crackdown in Kerala's Malappuram. The protesters also raised slogans against central government and the NIA. NIA sealed the Telangana PFI head office in Hyderabad in connection with a case registered earlier by the NIA. A near-simultaneous multi-agency pan-India raid saw a never-before crackdown on Islamist PFI. Spearheaded by the National Investigation Agency, the raid saw India's biggest ever anti-terror crackdown in over 13 states. Over 100 suspected Islamist radicals were taken into custody. Incriminating papers, mobiles, laptops and bank account details were seized in the post-midnight swoop. While the maximum number of arrests were made from Kerala, arrests were also made in Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Assam, UP, Andhra Pradesh and Madhya Pradesh. Searches took place over terror funding, organizing training camps, radicalizing people to join terror activities. Over 4 NIA IGs, 1 ADG, 16 SPs took part in the raid, assisted by over 1,000 cops and Central Armed Forces personnel. The Union Home Ministry kept tab on the raids through 1 central and 6 localized control rooms. A week-long recce of over 200 terror suspects was carried out before the raids.
The Popular Front of India workers are taking out a protest march in Thiruvananthapuram on the highway at Injikil. You can see in the visuals a lot of workers from the PFI have gathered here. They've completely covered the road here and blocked a lot of vehicles. You can find a lot of vehicles from both the sides, from either sides being blocked, and people are waiting since a long time since the protest. They are protesting against harshly against the raids that took place since morning across the country. In fact, in Kerala, 50 locations were raided by the National Investigative Agency and the Enforcement Directorate, which started from 3 a.m. and ended at almost 9 a.m. They raided locations, PFI's offices as well as the residence of leaders, PFI leaders at different locations from Malappuram, Kozhikode, Thrissur, Kottayam, Kollam, Thiruvananthapuram, and all the major districts were covered in the raids. The workers here are alleging that the RSS is behind this. It's an agenda by the RSS, and we are not going to allow them to suppress us or to destroy PFI. They said that they are going to fight against the agenda that's been brought out by RSS against PFI.
The National Investigation Agency is conducting raids across various locations here in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. We're here at one of the PFI offices here at Chandrayana-Gutta. As you can see, the Popular Front of India office here at Chandrayana-Gutta not only has a notice been issued, but also the entire office has been sealed as well. We do know that these searches that were conducted started early this morning, and officials had also seized various documents, hard disks, pen drives and several other incriminating evidences is what we do know. While searches are underway in across various locations, we also do know that these raids are not only happening in Andhra Pradesh and in Telangana, in Hyderabad, but also in across various locations in South India, including Karnataka and Tamil Nadu as well. In Andhra Pradesh and in Andhra Pradesh, raids are ongoing in Nellore, Chittoor, where in other areas in Hyderabad and several other areas as well, these raids are being conducted. What we do know is that raids that started since early this morning, pan-India, are being conducted simultaneously across various locations here at Chandrayana-Gutta. The notice that has also, been put in place also reads that the people of this PFI office here at Chandrayana must come and visit and meet with the NIA officials before the seal that has been set in place must be removed. This is the seal that NIA officials had set here at the Chandrayana office of PFI, and with the seal that has been set in place, sources do say that not only have incriminating documents, pen drive and hard disk are being seized here, but also raids are simultaneously underway across various locations here in Hyderabad. With video journalist Asim Apurva, Jai Chandran, India Today.
Amid a nationwide crackdown by National Investigative Agency, the team of NIA has landed here in Kolkata probing the PFI, and let me show you what exactly happening on the streets of Kolkata at this point in time. We're given to understand that a place which is the residence of office bearer of PFI, Sheikh Mukhtar, is under scanner now, and we can show you that particular place, that particular building which is located in Tiljora is the particular office of PFI in Kolkata, which is under scanner now. This morning a team of NIA officials reached here and they are grilling Sheikh Mukhtar, who is considered to be an office bearer of PFI, as several CRPF personnel, they are blocking the way and not allowing anyone to enter this particular stretch of lane which is located in Tiljora. What more we are given to understand, that particular person and his role is under scanner now. Several documents have been recovered from his place. So further interrogation and of course more reveals are yet to come as of now. With camera person Probir Vishwas, this is Ritik for India Today from Kolkata.
पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया और उससे जुड़े हुए संगठनों पर एनआईए ने देश भर में ताबड़तोड़ छापेमारी की है। रात में एनआईए ने सीक्रेट तरीके से जो छापेमारी की है उसमें 106 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है। साथ ही अलग अलग राज्यों में भी गिरफ्तारियां हुई हैं। इसके अलावा 106 जगहों पर एनआईए ने इसको लेकर के छापेमारी की थी। कुछ लोगों को एनआईए गिरफ्तार करके दिल्ली हेडक्वार्टर भी ला सकती है। यही वजह है कि एनआईए के इस हेडक्वार्टर में सुरक्षा भी बढ़ा दी गई है। आप देखिए कि यहाँ पर जो दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान हैं उनको तैनात किया गया है भारी संख्या में, साथ ही बैरिकेडिंग भी यहाँ पर की जा रही है। इसके अलावा पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस के जो जवान हैं उनको भी तैनात किया गया है। ये इसलिए कार्रवाई की जा रही है क्योंकि जो पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया और ऑफिस बियरर से जुड़े हुए जो लोग हैं उन लोगों को दिल्ली लाया जा सकता है और यहाँ पर उनसे पूछताछ की जा सकती है। बड़ी कार्रवाई एनआईए ने पैन इंडिया कार्रवाई की है। बताया जा रहा है कि ईडी ने भी इसमें सहयोग किया है क्योंकि ईडी के पास जो पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया को फंडिंग विदेशों से मिल रही थी उसकी जानकारी मिली थी। यही नहीं, इस पूरे मामले को लेकर के गृह मंत्रालय भी मॉनिटर कर रहा था और गृह मंत्रालय के साथ साथ अलग अलग जगहों पर 6 कंट्रोल रूम बनाए गए थे जहां से देखा जा रहा था कि पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया से जुड़े हुए लोग किसी भी तरीके का हंगामा न कर सकें। इसके लिए बाकायदे कुछ दिनों पहले से ही सीक्रेट तैयारी की गई और आने वाले दिनों में पीएफआई पर बड़ा एक्शन किया जा सकता है, उस पर बैन लगाने की कार्रवाई भी की जा सकती है। हालांकि अभी सबूत एनआईए और दूसरी एजेंसियां पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया के खिलाफ जुटा रही हैं।
There's breaking news just coming in. Politics speaks over NIA raids on PFI. DMK claims centre misusing NIA Act. DMK says Act allows arrest of Muslims without any charge. DMK says centre using agencies to crush the opposition. That is the claim coming in from the DMK at the moment. Politics speaking over the NIA raid on PFI. The DMK has now trained its guns on the centre, saying that the centre is misusing the NIA Act. The act follows arrests of Muslims without any charge, and that is exactly what their contention is with this. We're getting some more breaking news coming in, but before that, some reactions coming in.
I don't know, they are misusing the acts, National NIA Act, and they are doing it for quite a long time. So we are against that act. Only under that act they have arrested PFI. Without any charge. This act allows them to arrest all Muslims. The government is misusing it. Openly, senior leaders of this BJP says that Muslims should go to Pakistan. That is the mindset of the people. They don't know our constitution, what our constitution
has given the rights to the citizens of this country. They know nothing of that sort. They want to run a different country in a different way without following the Constitution of India.
There's breaking news coming in. Sitaram Yechury has commented on the PFI raids. He's questioned, why are these raids being conducted? The government should tell us. NIA doing raids is okay, but what is the threat that government should tell us? What is that threat that nobody knows? Hence, they should give us that clarity. We will just get you a better translation of this in moments from now, but listen in to Sitaram Yechury.
क्यों हो रही है ये अरेस्ट, ये क्यों हो रही है छापा, ये इसकी जानकारी सरकार के पास ही है। आपको बताए तो आप बताइए हमें, ना हमें पता है। NIA जब कार्रवाई करती है वो करती है जब अंदरूनी सुरक्षा के लिए कुछ खतरा महसूस होता है। सही है, वो उसकी जिम्मेदारी है, वो करना चाहिए। क्या है वो खतरा, वो ना हमें पता है ना आपको पता है। इसके ऊपर क्या टिप्पणी दे, वो कार्रवाई अपनी कर रही है, अपनी जिम्मेदारी है, वो करे।
Amit Bharadwaj joins us live from the national capital for more on this. Amit, many leaders now training their guns on the centre as far as the NIA raids is concerned. How is the centre, especially the Ministry of Home Affairs, responding to all these, comments coming in from the opposition parties?
Well, the official response from the government is yet to come, but definitely the solid response that is coming is from the central investigative agencies, and the action that we saw unfolding across the country in at least 10 to 12 states, where the National Investigation Agency as well as the Enforcement Directorate raided several locations linked to the Popular Front of India network, SDPI, as well as its different outfits. And not only the national leaders of the PFI were under the radar of the NIA and ED today, but also their state leadership was under the radar. And that is why what we saw, that while the raids were being conducted in Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Delhi, there was complete silence from the Popular Front of India. And that was because their state leaders along with the national leaders were actually on the radar of the NIA. Their PFI chairperson has been arrested. Anis Ahmed, there is no clarity about their General Secretary Anis Ahmed as to what has happened to him, whether he has been detained, arrested. He is clearly incommunicado as far as the PFI is concerned. And that is why what we saw, Chaiti, was the National Executive Council of the PFI holding an emergency meeting and then issuing a statement dubbing all these arrests as unjust arrests, harassment of national and state leaders, and they are defending themselves in the classic manner.
All right, Amit, thanks so much for joining us with those details right there. There is a massive political war that has erupted over the NIA raids against the PFI. The BJP is demanding a ban on the organization, calling it a terror organization. The opposition has hit back at the government. Congress has called it an attempt to divert attention from the key issues. A whole host of political reactions coming in. Take a look.
It is a legal course being taken for the sake of country's security, and no one shall be spared against whom evidence will be there.
देखिए, कहीं अपराध हो, उसका कोई इनपुट हो, तो उसकी जानकारी सार्वजनिक करनी चाहिए। अन्यथा तो सरकार महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, राहुल गांधी की यात्रा के दबाव में, तो वो मुख्य मुद्दों से ध्यान हटाने के लिए तमाम ऐसी गतिविधियां कर रही हैं।
पीएफआई आज एक आतंकवादी संगठन है जो भारत विरोधी काम करता है। पूर्णिया को उसने अपना सेंटर बनाया है, फुलवारी शरीफ में पकड़े गए, उसकी प्लानिंग आपने देखा सुना, और ये संरक्षण के कारण यहाँ फलता फूलता है, और 13 राज्यों में फुलवारी शरीफ में जो कागजात मिले उसमें 13 राज्यों से जुड़े हुए रहे।
This is what is being reported, but we don't know what is the truth, what are the facts. Let government come forward to share the facts and truth with the people. Then only one can speak on that issue. Nobody knows. These are all agencies which are conducting the probe or searching or arresting. But what is the assessment of the government? What is the truth? That let us wait what government has to say.
मुझे लगता है कि जो पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया ये संगठन है, ये संगठन आतंकवादियों से संबंधित है। संगठन चलाने में हमारा विरोध नहीं है, मुस्लिम समाज को इकट्ठा करने में हमारा विरोध नहीं है, लेकिन देश का नाम लेकर मतलब यहाँ आतंकवाद को फैलाने की कोशिश अगर होती है तो जरूर उस पर एक्शन लेने की आवश्यकता होती है। जिस तरह एनआईए और ईडी के छापे पड़ रहे हैं, इसका मैं स्वागत करता हूँ और पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया ने अपनी भूमिका बदलनी चाहिए। अगर इंडिया में रहना है तो इंडिया के साथ रहना चाहिए।
पीएफआई निश्चित तौर से सिमी का बदला हुआ रूप है और वह बदले हुए रूप में तमाम देश विरोधी, समाज विरोधी गतिविधियों का हिस्सा बनती है। तो आज एनआईए की जो छापेमारी है उसमें बहुत कुछ सामने आ रहा है, लेकिन उसके संबंध में छापेमारी के बाद जो भी विषय आएगा वो एनआईए के माध्यम से बताया जाएगा।
I'm extremely happy that the government of India, its agency, investigation agency, National Investigation Agency, along with ED, Enforcement Directorate, in collaboration also with the state police, is raiding PFI headquarters and also arresting PFI workers. I think we just need to get to the roots of these people, their funding process, how the money is being spent, and what kind of a danger threat they are to the country. I think these are the issues into which certainly the National Investigation Agency will go into, and I hope they get prosecuted and they go behind bars for a long time.
A massive crackdown on PFI. The NIA raids comes after a series of events which are linked to the PFI. The PFI was linked to Ghazwa-e-Hind plot in which Prime Minister Modi was on the target. The plot was to attack the Prime Minister during his visit to Patna. Apart from that, a member of the group and a karate teacher was nabbed by NIA who allegedly provided terror training to youth and incited them. PFI is also linked to the murder of Praveen Netaru, a BJP worker who was hacked to death on 26th of July in Karnataka's Dakshin Kannada district. Not just that, the group is also accused of inciting multiple hijab protests and violence during anti-CA protests. The agency is also probing Hawala money trail linked to the PFI. Recently, the MHA was made aware by the central agencies that the PFI was covertly mobilizing funds through well-organized network in Gulf countries as a part of a criminal conspiracy. My colleague Pooja will now explain the reason behind PFI crackdown. We'll take a look at Pooja's report now.
So here are the 5 big reasons that a coordinated action of the NIA with the ED and the state police in 10 states have taken place overnight. More than 100 people arrested. On top, the first one was from Phalwari Sharif in Patna, that the Ghazwa-e-Hind plot was surfacing, that the intention to create and establish an Islamic Republic in India. Once that plot started to surface and the PFI came under the scanner and radar of the investigative agencies, here's what happened next. Nigambodh, which is in Telangana, even there, the arrests and raid have taken place. There was a karate camp that was being run, but in the garb of the karate camp, there was allegedly terror training, radicalization that was taking place. Now, the PFI linked to Praveen Netaru's murder in Karnataka, which is in Karnataka and Kerala, both states have seen murders, and in that link to the PFI also brought in the coastal Karnataka belt under the radar of the investigating agencies. Let's take a look at other issues. Remember, the hijab protest that started from Karnataka, the allegation was that the Popular Front of India was instigating these young girl students to take to the streets and also reach out to the court. All of this with allegation and accusation of creating unrest in the country and creating communal tensions. PFI role primarily in the anti-CAA riots case and the Delhi riots in 2020 was prominent, and since then the Intelligence Bureau and the agencies were tracking. On the radar were activities for the past few months. This is not a random raid that has taken place. It's a coordinated action with regard to all the evidence that the agencies have surfaced in the past few months.
The PFI condemns NIA ED pan-India raids against its national and state leaders. The organization has slammed the center and said that the government is using these agencies to silence the dissenting voices. The Popular Front of India's National Executive Council also added that NIA's claims is sensationalism there and are solely aimed at creating an atmosphere of terror in the country. Amidst the raids, PFI workers have staged protests across several parts of the country, including Kerala, Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh. NIA and ED launched a massive nationwide search operation against groups including the PFI and individuals allegedly supporting terrorists. Over 100 PFI members have also been arrested. Early morning raids. ED has been investigating the PFI's alleged financial links on charges of fueling the Anti-Citizenship Act protests in the country. The Delhi riots that took place in February 2020, alleged conspiracy in the Hathras case of alleged gang rape and death of a Dalit woman, and a few other instances.
Only local police itself getting the information and they are involving into the issue. So this is a shame to we look into this as a shame to the state government. State government should take severe action against these agencies and they should not allow any further actions like this.
RSSനും അവർ നിയന്ത്രിക്കുന്ന ഭരണകൂടത്തിനുമെതിരെ ഉയർന്നു വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ജനാധിപത്യപരമായ ജനകീയമായ പ്രക്ഷോഭങ്ങളെ അടിച്ചൊതുക്കുന്നതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടാണ് ഈ നടപടി.
எங்களுடைய மாநில துணைத் தலைவர் அவருடைய வீடுகளிலே ரெய்டு வந்து அவரை தற்பொழுது அவருடைய கஸ்டடியிலே எடுத்திருக்கிறார்கள். அவர் எங்கிருக்கிறார் என்று தெரியவில்லை. ஆக இந்த ஜனநாயக விரோத போக்கை பாஜகவுடைய RSSனுடைய கைப்பாவையாக இன்று மாறி இருக்கக்கூடிய NIAவும் EDயும் இந்த ஜனநாயக விரோத போக்கை ஒரு சர்வாதிகார போக்கை பாப்புலர் ஃப்ரண்ட் ஆஃப் இந்தியா வன்மையாக கண்டிக்கிறது. இதை கண்டித்து தேசம் தழுவிய அளவிலே மாபெரும் மக்கள் போராட்டங்களை நாங்கள் முன்னெடுப்போம்.
जो राइट चल रहे हैं ये सब एक डराने की साजिश चल रही है. कौन डरा रहे हैं आपको मालूम है? जो ऊपर सियासत में जो बैठे हैं NIA को और ED को उनका टूल किट बनाकर यहाँ पर इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं. तो हम सोशल डेमोक्रेटिक पार्टी ऑफ इंडिया कर्नूल डिस्ट्रिक्ट या कर्नूल असेंबली से ये आप सब लोगों को इत्तला देते हैं. अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आप हमारे हर मेंबर के घर पर आप राइड करो, इंशाअल्लाह कुछ भी नहीं मिलेगा, आपको फटकारी मिलेंगी और आपको नारे ही मिलेंगे.
सबसे पहले तो मैंने उन्हें 2-3 लोगों को देखा जब वो मेरा दरवाज़ा नॉक कर रहे थे. फिर मैंने उनसे कहा क्या काम है आपको बताइए. तो उन्होंने कहा कि मुझे मिलना है परवेज साहब से. फिर मैंने उन्हें बताया कि वो घर पे नहीं है, ठीक है, लेकिन वो बाहर जिद करते रहे कि मुझे उनसे ही मिलना है. जिद करते करते 7:30 हो गई. फिर मैंने कहा कोई वारंट है आपके पास अंदर? वो कह रहे थे, मुझे बार बार धमकियाँ दे रहे थे कि अगर आप अंदर नहीं आने दोगे तो मैं दरवाज़ा तोड़ के भी अंदर आ जाऊँगा, मुझे फुल परमिशन है. तो फिर मैंने उनसे बात किया कि क्या आपके पास कोई वारंट पेपर है जो आप मेरे अंदर आना चाहते हैं तोड़ कर? तो वो ना तो सही से मुझे वारंट पेपर दिखाए न कुछ दिखाए और बहुत सारी समझिए मिलिट्री फोर्स पूरा आगे पीछे जमा हो गई. फिर मैंने डर के मारे उन्हें गेट खोल दिया. देखिए परवेज साहब ऐसे आदमी तो है नहीं, बहुत शरीफ आदमी है, लेकिन जो भी है कुछ उन्होंने ऐसा इल्ज़ाम लगा के उन्हें अरेस्ट किया है. मैंने रिक्वेस्ट किया कि उनकी तबीयत ठीक नहीं है, आप जो है बाद में थाने पे जाके मिल लेंगे वो, लेकिन उन्होंने नहीं माना और ज़बरदस्ती मतलब कहा चलने के लिए साथ में, और फिर वो लेकर के साथ में. घर में भी उन्होंने बहुत सारी मतलब सामान की देखभाल की, अलमीरा वगैरह लॉकर वगैरह सबको खोल खाल किया, इधर उधर पूरा सामान को चेक किया. उन्हें 2 मोबाइल मेरा लेकर गए.
Pan-India raids by the PFI have prompted massive protests across the country as several PFI members hit the streets against the central government. Here are some images of the protests coming in. The PFI cadre resorted to disrupting normal life in Tamil Nadu. Protesters were seen staging a road roko in Tamil Nadu's Coimbatore. A top PFI functionary was also arrested during the raids in Coimbatore.
Last few months back,
PFI workers were seen blocking highway in Thiruvananthapuram in protest over the raids. Protesters refused to cooperate with the police and eventually violence broke out as clashes were reported between the PFI workers and the cops. With multiple locations being raided by agencies in Kerala, massive protests rocked the state. PFI led a protest march at Manjeri in Malappuram and were also seen blocking a road in Kollam while raising slogans against the BJP and RSS. Chennai also witnessed protests as PFI workers gathered outside their office in the city as NIA conducted raids and sealed off the PFI office. Protesters gathered in large numbers to condemn the nationwide crackdown. CRPF personnel were also seen deployed at the PFI office during the raids. Slipping to a very short commercial break here on India Today. But stay with us when we return. Rahul Gandhi rules himself out of the Congress presidential race. Says, I've made my position clear. All eyes are going to be on who is going to be the next chief of the Indian National Congress.
You are watching India Today.
खेल पत्रकारिता में करियर बनाने का सुनहरा मौका। ज्वाइन करें इंडिया टुडे मीडिया इंस्टीट्यूट।
रजिस्टर करने के लिए www.indiatodaymediainstitute.in पर विजिट करें। Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
watching India Today.
The suspense over who's going to be the next Congress president is peaking as Rahul Gandhi has made it clear he's not in the race. Rahul Gandhi reiterated he will not be contesting in the Congress presidential polls and that he will stick by his decision of not throwing his hat in the ring. Rahul Gandhi even went on to dole out advice to all those in the fray, saying that the position of Congress president hinged on an ideology and a set of ideas and to protect the same. And now the focus is going to be on who will contest in the upcoming Congress presidential polls. There's been a lot of buzz that Ashok Gehlot is going to get the backing of the Gandhis. Shashi Tharoor, meanwhile, is all set to contest as well. Now, sources have told India Today that Manish Tiwari is also contemplating fighting the internal elections. So it's a wait and watch.
A position, it's a historic position. And it's a position that defines and has defined a particular view of India. The Congress president is not just an organizational post. The Congress president is a ideological post. It is a belief system. So my advice would be that whoever becomes Congress president should remember that he represents a set of ideas, he represents a belief system, and he represents a vision of India. What we have decided, जो हमने उदयपुर में decide किया, वो Congress party का एक commitment है, तो I expect that commitment will be maintained.
कोई problem नहीं है, Congress president जो होता है बनता है वो जस्टिफाई भी कर पाता है अगर वो पूरे मुल्क में उसको काम करना है तो दो पोस्ट पे काम हो नहीं सकता है तो इसमें कोई बार नहीं है जो कि अभी मीडिया में आ रहा है उसके अंदर ये इलेक्टेड पोस्ट है कोई भी खड़ा हो सकता है इसका.
The buzz is that he might be the next president of the Congress party. There's this murmurs going on. What do you have to say, sir?
Ashok Gehlot already joined this Padayatra earlier. And he is coming also. I don't think there is no contest in the party election. The majority of the, not majority, the vast majority of the Congress workers wants Rahul Gandhi to be the president. And we all express our feeling to Rahul Gandhi. And I don't think there is no contest in the party. And it will be a unanimous decision taken by whoever may be the ICC person. It will be a unanimous decision.
But there are this buzz that there can be a contest between Mr. Shashi Tharoor and Mr. Gehlot.
Contest in the democratic process, it is good. But I don't think Mr. Shashi Tharoor will contest because he will obey what the Congress High Command decision. I feel though.
What's your take on the election as far as the Congress president is concerned?
Congress is a democratical party. Every individual who is a PCC member can contest as the Congress president. As far as the leadership is concerned, they've made it very clear that anybody has the right to contest. So I think this is a democratical process. So I think that will happen in Congress.
We are going to witness a contest. This is what the Congress buzz in Congress party is that Dr. Shashi Tharoor, who comes from Kerala, versus Mr. Ashok Gehlot, who is also coming to Kerala today, sir.
If there is more than one candidate for the post of Congress presidentship, if Honorable Shri Rahul Gandhi ji is not taking the leadership, in many states, in many states, there have been unanimous resolution where they say that even my state, where in Pondicherry, even where I was the returning officer for the state, they unanimously passed a resolution to make him the president of Congress. So if he is not willing and there are more than one candidates, of course there would be an election in Congress. We are an open system. And we have a very transparent process. And I believe that if there is more than one candidate, we will have an election.
Bharadwaj is now joining us live from Kochi in Kerala. Supriya, I believe you've got Pawan Khera also with you. So let's get a quick reaction from him as well. And also, if you could give us a bit of a sense of this new name that has made its way, which is of that of Manish Tiwari.
Well, first and foremost, Sheti, I would like to show you where we are at the moment. Mr. Ashok Gehlot, who's the Rajasthan's Chief Minister, has arrived here where we are. You can see this entire area has been cordoned off. He has just arrived and he's going to have a meeting with Mr. Rahul Gandhi, and most likely he's going to join the Bharat Jodo Yatra in the evening also. Mr. Khera, what do you have to say as far as this entire development is concerned? We heard the press conference. You were also there. Mr. Gandhi, in a way, had said categorically that he is not in the race. The words were not there, but he has also mentioned as to there should be a contest. He even mentioned that whosoever will be the next Congress president will be ideologically very strong. Because you come from Rajasthan, one of the contenders is Mr. Gehlot, who's present at the moment here where we are.
Now that the notification has been issued, it would not be correct on my part as chairman of the media department to make any comment on any individual. As far as Rahulji's press conference was concerned, it was on Bharat Jodo Yatra. Of course, people kept asking one question repeatedly, and the answer to that question he had given in the last press conference in Trivandrum, where you were also there and I was also there. So I don't think we need to keep discussing that issue of Congress president's election.
But we will be seeing a contest. Mr. Tharoor is preparing.
Let's see who all file the nomination papers, and then we'll know.
Also, the thing is that Mr. Gandhi has stated that Udaipur Chintan resolution remains, because the question was about one post, one man.
That goes without saying. That's our resolve, that's our commitment. One man, one post is something which is non-negotiable, as Mr. Rahul Gandhi himself said that that's our commitment.
What about Mr. Gehlot? You have worked very closely with him. What do you have to say about the leadership of his? How do you see him as a Congress president candidate?
As chairman of the media and publicity department.
I'm asking from your personal level.
Nothing personal, no, in politics. Everything is public. So now, for me to speak after the notification has been issued would be incorrect and not proper.
But one question which is coming from a lot of people and experts and who have seen Congress party for a very long time, they are saying it is for the first time it's going to happen that no one from the Gandhi family will be there in the top position after a long spell of 20-24 years.
Since 1989, there have been 6 governments at the centre, either supported by the Congress or led by the Congress, and there was no Gandhi as the Prime Minister. Yet, BJP is obsessed with them. They keep trying to run them down. They don't understand that the Gandhi family is the conscience keeper of my party.
So this is what is happening at ground zero. This Rajasthan Chief Minister has just arrived here, and outside the entire area has been cordoned off because even Rahul Gandhi is present here, and what we are hearing is that there is a meeting between the two going on at the moment in Kochi.
All right, thanks so much, Supriya, for joining us with those details right there and that reaction from Pawan Khera on this issue as well. Moving on to the other big story we're tracking on India Today. The Waqf land scam in Karnataka has now exploded. From Uttar Pradesh to Karnataka, Waqf properties are increasingly under the scanner. In Karnataka, the Basavaraj Bommai government has now demanded the abolition of Waqf board while upping the ante for a CBI probe in the alleged 2.3 crore rupees scandal. The Yogi government has also cracked the whip by ordering a survey of all the Waqf properties. As per the Anwar Manpadi report accessed by India Today, over 29,000 acres of land worth a stunning 2 lakh crore rupees has been encroached and misused by the Waqf board. Prominent Congress leaders have been named as the accused in the scam, and the report has now been tabled in the Karnataka State Assembly. Those allegedly named in the Waqf land misuse report are Mallikarjun Kharge, Roshan Beg, N.A. Harris, JDS State President C.M. Ibrahim. The Bommai-led Karnataka government has demanded the Waqf board be abolished, while training guns at the Congress party for its silence on the Waqf report, calling it one of the biggest corruption scandals in the state.
ಇದನ್ನು ಮಂಡಿಸಾಗಿದೆ. ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗಬೇಕನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಸದನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ತಮ್ಮ ಪೀಠದ ಒಂದು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರುವಂಥ ವಿಚಾರ. ಬಟ್ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಆಸ್ತಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಕಬಳಿಸಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅದನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸೋ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ ತಂದೆ ಆದಂಥ ಕಾನೂನಿದೆ ವಾಫಲ್ಲಿ, ಅದು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಉಲ್ಲಂಘನೆ ಆಯಿತು, ಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿದರು, ತಪ್ಪಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಯಾರು, ಅವ್ರಿಗೇನು ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇದು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಮತ್ತು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಜನತೆಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಬೇಕು.
ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. ಎಂಡೋಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಚಾರಿಟಬಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟೀಸ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಏನು ಬೈಫರ್ಕೇಟ್ ಆಗಿ ವಕ್ಫ್ ಸಪ್ರೇಟ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರೇ. ವಕ್ಫ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಆದಾಗ ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟು ಕೆಲವು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಚ್ಯೂಟರಿ ಪವರ್ಸನ್ನು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ರು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸು ವಕ್ಫ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ಗೆ ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಎಂಟ್ರಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಿರಾಳವಾಗಿದ್ದರು. ವಕ್ಫ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ವಾಸ್ ದಿ ಕಸ್ಟೋಡಿಯನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಹೋಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟಿ ವಿಚ್ ವಾಸ್ ट्रांसफर्ड ऑन दैट डे.
हम पहले ही बोले सीबीआई इंक्वायरी दे दो ना, मान्य पार्टी का जो है सीबीआई इंक्वायरी को दो, किसने मना किया है? आई विल वेलकम इट. सीबीआई से अच्छा जुडिशियल इंक्वायरी कराओ. जज मैजिस्ट्रेट को कहा.
My report consists of 7,000 pages of 2.3 lakh crores scam involving 29,000 of acres of land. It has won in the High Court twice, that's the regular case, as well as contempt of court. Later on at the Supreme Court. Anything for that matter of fact has to be returned as it is, where it is, back to the fold of Waqf Board.
Massive political showdown over the cancellation of Special Assembly session in Punjab. The BJP workers tried to घेर out Chief Minister's residence and raise slogans against Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. Police had to resort to water cannons to stop the protesters. The BJP workers were protesting against the special session of the assembly called by Chief Minister Mann for trust vote, which has been cancelled by the Punjab governor. The development is coming soon after the ruling Aam Aadmi Party MLAs started their protest march against the Punjab governor's order. AAP has alleged Operation Lotus in Punjab. AAP's national convener and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal led this charge. Kejriwal said democracy is over. Meanwhile, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann also said the move raises questions on the democratic process in the country. BJP, Akali and Congress have slammed the Aam Aadmi Party over this row. Congress said that Mann government is wasting money of public, while BJP said that AAP is repeating Delhi drama in Punjab.
पंजाब में पहले ऑपरेशन लोटस और उसके बाद विधानसभा सेशन बुलाए जाने के बाद राज्यपाल द्वारा नामंजूर करे जाने के बाद आम आदमी पार्टी ने कहीं ना कहीं पंजाब के राज्यपाल के आम आदमी पार्टी के तमाम धरने पर बैठ रहे हैं, तो दूसरी तरफ इस धरने को देखते हुए चंडीगढ़ पुलिस ने भी तमाम तैयारियां मुकम्मल करनी यहाँ पर शुरू कर दी हैं। तो कुल मिलाकर पंजाब में भी अब हालात कहीं ना कहीं बंगाल जैसे होते जा रहे हैं। सरकार और गवर्नर के बीच में टकराव यहां पर हो गया है। कैमरामैन गुंजीत कुमार के साथ सतेंद्र चौहान, चंडीगढ़, आज तक।
कांग्रेस पार्टी, अकाली दल ते बीजेपी तीनों स्वागत कर रहे हैं कि सैशन रद्द हो गया। इत्थों की सिद्ध होंदा है? इत्थों यही सिद्ध होंदा है कल्ले पंजाब च नहीं। कांग्रेस पार्टी जिहड़ी कि खुद पीड़ित है ऑपरेशन लोटस की, कई स्टेटां दे विच उन्हां दीयां सरकारां तोड़तीआं बीजेपी ने, कई स्टेटां च उन्हां दे MLA जिहड़े ने वो शामिल हो रहे हैं बीजेपी च। तां इहदा मतलब ये हो गया कि दोनों पार्टियां रलियां होईयां ने। इन्हां ने सोचिया होना कि खेतरी पार्टियां जिहड़ियां ने उभर रहीआं ने उन्हां नूं खत्म कर दो, आपां दोवें रह जाएंगे ते राज करांगे, पर इस तरह नहीं होना।
अगर लोटस हुआ होता तो हम गवर्नमेंट की मदद पर उतरते। अगर फ्रॉड ही कर रहे हैं, लोगों का बेवकूफ बनाने का ये फैसला करना है, तो ऑब्वियसली हम अपोज करेंगे। वी आर द मेन ऑपोजिशन पार्टी। हम आपके हर प्रोपेगेंडे को और इनके हर फ्रॉड को सपोर्ट तो कर नहीं सकते। जहां ये फ्रॉड करेंगे हम इसको अपोज करेंगे। यहाँ बीजेपी गलत काम करेगी या हमारे आदमी तोड़ने की कोशिश करेगी, हम उसको अपोज करेंगे।
देखिए, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी कुछ कह रहे हो, संविधान क्या कह रहा है? ये प्रताप सिंह बाजवा जो हमारे नेता हैं वहां पे, उन्होंने स्पष्ट कर दिया है। गवर्नर के रूप में ऐसा लगता है कभी कभी कि जैसे वो एक जन नेता के रूप में बोल रहे हैं, एक पार्टी के रूप में बोल रहे हैं। तो ये कहीं से भी संवैधानिक पद पर बैठे हुए व्यक्ति के लिए आवश्यक और जरूरी नहीं है।
Slipping to a break. When we return, tension still prevails in Leicester after weekend communal clash in the British town. Details in moments from now.
You are watching India Today. watching India Today.
Welcome back. There is still tension in Leicester after the weekend communal clash in the British town. A total of 47 people have been arrested. Videos of the clash showed masked men banging on people's windows in Hindu-majority areas and pulling down a saffron flag and religious decorations. Others were seen marching down predominantly Muslim-populated streets chanting Jai Shri Ram. The tension spilled onto Smethwick on Tuesday. About 100 people gathered outside the Durga Bhavan temple in Smethwick in West Midlands.
The people who are doing the agitation and the stirring and the violence have got to be accountable. The police have got to bring them to book. Innocent people have been frightened out of in their homes, they've been frightened on the streets. Now, I've heard very clearly that a lot of these agitators are not from Leicester.
The twist in the tale of Leicester's story has come with the information that the person who disrespected the Indian flag, and which is where the entire situation was turned, is neither from Muslim nor from the Hindu community. This information comes from eyewitnesses as well as community leaders and some of the politicians, senior politicians of the city. Now the question is, when the person is of neither community, then why are these two communities fighting? A lot of it is possibly rolling or is to be blamed on, so to say, fake news and the social media activity that went out after the Asia Cup disruption happened on the 28th of August. And it so happened that people who were going for a Ganpati Puja in a specific house were targeted, and then their mob mentality took over. Both the communities were seen head to head, and the police were short on resources and could not control the situation quite so well as we have been told by those involved. It's a very critical situation that absolutely needs being addressed, and more so from the authorities. The community leaders are working to bring some semblance, but I think really that peace will come, healing will happen when justice is brought forth to the people who have caused all of this, even though there was a lot of mob mentality involved, and also to find out who was the person who started it all by disrespecting the flag. That's really where the buck stops. Lavina Tandon for India Today from Leicester.
Joining us now on this broadcast is Nitin Lodhia, a security personnel who was an eyewitness to the Leicester clash. Nitin, first, what can you tell us about what really happened right there at Smethwick?
I've been going to this temple for some 20 years. What I saw yesterday, along with many other devotees, was shocking and horrifying, and very unfortunate by any standard. There were a group of some 200 to 300 people outside the temple wall chanting Allahu Akbar. Their body language was very aggressive and very abusive. Devotees, some 30 to 40 within the compound, mandir walls, were in a state of shock and speechless. There were other faith leaders from Muslim community as well as Christian communities and the Sikh community as well. And they all are witness to what is happening or what was happening there.
Nitin, was there any provocation from the temple or the Hindus that prompted this conduct?
That there was no abuse of any kind or provocation by the mandir devotees. The police had a real difficult job controlling the crowd as they were pushing simply because of the sheer number.
All right, so India Today just spoke to the eyewitness. Thanks so much, Nitin, for joining us on this broadcast. Nitin says that there was no provocation whatsoever from the temple or the Hindus. Geeta Mohan is joining us for the very latest on this. Geeta, if you could tell us a little more about what you're picking up in terms of what's going on in Leicester and Smethwick. How did this even all begin and spiral into what we see now?
Well, the Leicester police, Chaiti, certainly on high alert when it comes to the two communities clashing against each other. But there is a history to this, and it started in August since the Indo-Pak match, is what we've been told. Tensions were heightened. There were a certain amount of provocation from both sides. Now, this eyewitness that you just spoke with is speaking of the recent incident of the vandalization of a Hindu temple, but there were rallies that were carried out by certain communities, a Hindu community in the Muslim areas as well. Rallies cannot be considered provocation, but certainly that was considered provocation from the other side. And there have been there has been a lot of tension between the two sides since the cricket match. So Leicester police over here keeping a watch on what is happening, but things can take a violent turn even if the police is on high alert, Chaiti, and that's what's really happened. Now, we do know that External Affairs Minister Jaishankar on the sidelines of the UNGA summit in New York is meeting with various leaders. He also met with his British counterpart, Cleverly, and the matter was raised with the British side on concerns regarding the safety and security of Indian community or people for that matter of Indian origin. And security and safety was assured from the British side. Remember, there has been an investigation that has been carried out. Action was taken. Reports of 2 arrests already been made. So, Chaiti, they are moving forward. They are on high alert. But again, these are communal tensions that we are seeing in the United Kingdom between communities, Hindus and Muslims. But
thanks,
also,
Geeta, for joining us with those details. We're slipping into a break. When we return, major NI crackdown on PFI. 106 PFI members arrested in pan-India raids. 60 arrests made so far in Maharashtra, Kerala and Karnataka. Home Minister Amit Shah shares a meeting amidst the pan-India raids.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political black.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India Today.
Very good evening and thanks for being with us on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's start with the headlines first. Major NIA crackdown on PFI. 106 PFI members arrested in pan-India raids. 60 arrests made so far in Maharashtra, Kerala and Karnataka. Home Minister Amit Shah chairs a meeting amidst the pan-India raids. From hijab protest to CA stir, NIA raids prompted by PFI's alleged links to multiple unrest. PFI hits the streets in protest. Politics breaks out over mega PFI crackdown. Congress hits out its centre, calls it diversionary tactic. BJP defence raids, calls PFI a terror outfit. Rahul Gandhi rules himself out of the Congress presidential race. He says he's made his position clear. All eyes on who's going to be the next King Kong.
Whoever becomes Congress president should remember that he represents a set of ideas. He represents a belief system and he represents a vision of India.
2.3 crore Waqf land scandal in Karnataka explodes. BJP MLAs demand the abolition of Waqf board. Prominent Congress Neta accused of encroachment. Showdown over special assembly session in Punjab. BJP stages a massive protest against Bhagwant Mann government. Police resort to water cannons to stop protesters from marching to Chief Minister Mann's residence. There's breaking news just coming in. Details of PFI's Plan B access. PFI is going to be launching its Plan B if it is banned by the centre. And we've accessed these details here on India Today. The PFI to use its subsidiaries to evade the agencies and ban. The agencies include Campus Front of India, National Women Front, All India Imams Council, and several others. That is the latest coming in. We've accessed the Plan B that the PFI has. We'll get a reporter to bring you up to speed with more inside details that we've accessed as far as PFI's Plan B is concerned. We have the details. We're bringing you those details. The details are that just in case PFI gets banned by the central government, PFI will use its subsidiaries to evade the agencies. The agencies include Campus Front of India, National Women Front, All India Imam Council and others. So these agencies that we're talking about perhaps would be acting as a proxy to the exact activities that PFI does in India. And that's the detail that we have access at this point. So if the central government goes ahead and bans the PFI, their Plan B is to activate the Campus Front of India, National Women Front, All India Imams Council, and there are several more agencies, the names of which we have access, but our reporter will tell us more on what those agencies are at the moment. My colleague Amit Bhardwaj, who's breaking the story, will be joining us to get us the more details in terms of what the other agencies are, because for now the information that has come in is that just in case they get banned by the centre, they will use their subsidiaries, and that's their Plan B for the moment. That is their Plan B to evade the agencies. Amit Bhardwaj is joining us. Amit, I've given a brief to our viewers about the news that you've just broken right now and the proxy agencies that the PFI would probably be using their subsidiaries. I've told them about Campus Front of India, National Women Front, All India Imams Council. Which are the others?
Well, the PFI has modeled itself on similar lines to the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh. That is what the ideologues of the PFI have been claiming over the years. But what they have also done is that they always knew that, there are a lot of controversies that were coming their way, and there were serious allegations of, radicalizing the youth, organizing training camps, of giving arms training to several youth, and getting involved in political violence culture in the state of Kerala and Karnataka. So they always knew that there could be very serious crackdown by the central agencies sooner or later. And in fact, the backgrounder to this is that even the UDF government in Kerala which was the Congress-led government, and the LDF government in Kerala, which is the left-led government, had sent, files to the Union Home Ministry asking ban on activities of the PFI long way back in 2018.
All right, Amit, thanks for getting us that breaking news. We'll continue updating you on more information as it trickles in. Let's bring you the top developments on the pan-India raids against the PFI as well. Top development number one on your screens. Amidst the ongoing raids against the PFI, Union Home Minister Amit Shah chaired a key meeting with NSA and with top officials. Kerala police detained PFI workers in Kannur after they tried to block a road in order to protest against the NIA raids. PFI has announced to hold massive countrywide protests against the raids. The organization also targeted centre over the raids and said fascist government is using agencies to silence voices of dissent.
State Secretary who said that
PFI workers staged a protest against crackdown in Kerala's Malappuram. The protesters also raised slogans against central government and the NIA. And the NIA sealed the Telangana PFI head office in Hyderabad. All of this in connection with a case registered earlier by the NIA. Breaking news just coming in. PFI has called for a hartal from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. in Kerala tomorrow. The PFI leadership says that the hartal is called to protest against the arrest of their leaders in the state. So the Popular Front of India announces a hartal from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. tomorrow. It's a 12-hour hartal in Kerala tomorrow. That's the venue. The PFI leadership has said that the hartal is called in order to protest against the arrest of their leaders in the state. We'll get you more on this story as we go along the way, but you already know we're tracking the story in close detail, every angle covered of the simultaneous multi-agency pan-India raid that we are seeing, a never-before-seen crackdown on the Islamist PFI. The PFI has now said that they've called for a hartal. The Popular Front of India calls for a hartal from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. This in Kerala tomorrow. So the PFI also says, the leadership says that the hartal is called to protest against the arrest of leaders in the state. We'll have to wait and watch to see if they are permitted to conduct this hartal or not. Shibimol now joins us for the very latest. Shibimol, you know, tensions are already simmering as far as the story is concerned. Will the state administration allow this hartal to take place? PFI clearly has called for a hartal to protest against the arrest of their leaders.
Well, Chaiti, we were hearing from PFI leaders in the morning also that if their leaders who were arrested are not let free, they will go to an extent of calling for a hartal tomorrow. And by evening, they have made a call that they have a call for a hartal tomorrow from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. We haven't received an official confirmation on how this is going to affect from the state government or any sources, because to what extent can the PFI create a problem for the public with this call for hartal is something that needs to be watched, because usually when hartals are called here by political parties, it really affects the livelihood here. People need to shut down their shops and a lot of, clash takes place also. So how well this is going to affect the livelihood, the normal day life of people is something that needs to be watched. There has been no official confirmation or any statement from the government side on whether they're going to let this happen on a large scale. But yes, they have been saying that we have seen since morning that they were protesting massively across the state, since most arrests have been made from Kerala, and since PFI's hub is Kerala, and it was founded here in Kerala back in 2006. So, in fact, before it widened its base, the headquarters was also in Kerala's Kozhikode. So, we are seeing massive reaction from this part of the country actually, because their national chairman, OMA Salam, was also arrested from Kerala's Malappuram today. So most top leaders have been arrested top leaders arrested, top offices being raided.
Vimal, thanks for joining us for the very latest details. And your simultaneous multi-agency pan-India raid saw a never-before crackdown on the Islamist PFI. We've been bringing that story to you, spearheaded by the National Investigation Agency. The raid saw India's biggest ever anti-terror crackdown in over 13 states. Over 100 suspected Islamist radicals were taken into custody. Incriminating papers, mobile phones, laptops, bank account details, all of that was seized in the post-midnight swoop. While the maximum number of arrests were made from Kerala, arrests were also made in Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Assam, UP, Andhra and Madhya Pradesh. Searches have taken place over the terror funding, organization of training camps, radicalizing people to join terror activities. Over 4 NIA IGs, 180 G, 16 SPs took part in the raid, assisted by over 1,000 cops and Central Armed Forces personnel. The Union Home Ministry kept a tab on the raids through 1 central and 6 localized control rooms. A week-long recce of over 200 suspects was carried out before the raids.
The Popular Front of India workers are taking out a protest march in Thiruvananthapuram on the highway at Injikil. You can see in the visuals a lot of workers from the PFI have gathered here. They've completely covered the road here and blocked a lot of vehicles. You can find a lot of vehicles from both the sides, from either sides, being blocked, and people are waiting since a long time since the protest. They are protesting against harshly against the raids that took place since morning across the country. In fact, in Kerala, 50 locations were raided by the National Investigative Agency and the Enforcement Directorate, which started from 3 a.m. and ended at almost 9 a.m. They raided locations, PFI's offices, as well as the residence of leaders, PFI leaders, at different locations from Malappuram, Kozhikode, Thrissur, Kottayam, Kollam, Thiruvananthapuram, and all the major districts were covered in the raids. The workers here are alleging that the RSS is behind this. It's an agenda by the RSS, and we are not going to allow them to suppress us or to destroy PFI. They said that they are going to fight against the agenda that's been brought out by RSS against PFI.
The National Investigation Agency is conducting raids across various locations here in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. We're here at one of the PFI offices here at Chandrayan Gutta. As you can see, the Popular Front of India office here at Chandrayan Gutta not only has a notice been issued, but also the entire office has been sealed as well. We do know that these searches that were conducted started early this morning, and officials had also seized various documents, hard disks, pen drives and several other incriminating evidences is what we do know. While searches are underway in across various locations, we also do know that these raids are not only happening in Andhra Pradesh and in Telangana, in Hyderabad, but also in across various locations in South India, including Karnataka and Tamil Nadu as well. In Andhra Pradesh and in Andhra Pradesh, raids are ongoing in Nellore and Chittoor, where in other areas in Hyderabad and several other areas as well, these raids are being conducted. What we do know is that raids that started since early this morning, pan-India, are being conducted simultaneously across various locations. Here at Chandrayan Gutta, the notice that has also been put in place also reads that the people of this PFI office here at Chandrayan Gutta must come and visit and meet with the NIA officials before the seal that has been set in place must be removed. This is the seal that NIA officials had set here at the Chandrayan Gutta office of PFI, and with the seal that has been set in place, sources do say that not only have incriminating documents, pen drive and hard disks have been seized here, but also raids are simultaneously underway across various locations here in Hyderabad. With video journalist Asim, Apurva, Chandran, India Today.
Amid a nationwide crackdown by National Investigative Agency, the team of NIA has landed here in Kolkata probing the PFI, and let me show you what exactly happening on the streets of Kolkata at this point in time. We're given to understand that place which is the residence of office bearer of PFI, Sheikh Mukhtar is under scanner now, and we can show you that particular place, that particular building which is located in Tiljora is the particular office of PFI, in Kolkata, which is under scanner now. This morning, a team of NIA officials reached here and they are grilling Sheikh Mukhtar, who is considered to be an office bearer of PFI, as several CRPF personnel, they are blocking the way and not allowing anyone to enter this particular stretch of lane which is located in Tiljora. What more we are given to understand, that particular person and his role is under scanner now. Several documents have been recovered from his place. So further interrogation and of course more reveals are yet to come as of now. With camera person Praveen Vishwas, this is Ritik for India Today from Kolkata.
पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया और उससे जुड़े हुए संगठनों पर एनआईए ने देश भर में ताबड़तोड़ छापेमारी की है। रात में एनआईए ने सीक्रेट तरीके से जो छापेमारी की है उसमें 106 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है। साथ ही अलग अलग राज्यों में भी गिरफ्तारियां हुई हैं। इसके अलावा 106 जगहों पर एनआईए ने इसको लेकर के छापेमारी की थी। कुछ लोगों को एनआईए गिरफ्तार करके दिल्ली हेडक्वार्टर भी ला सकती है। यही वजह है कि एनआईए के इस हेडक्वार्टर में सुरक्षा भी बढ़ा दी गई है। आप देखिए कि यहाँ पर जो दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान हैं उनको तैनात किया गया है भारी संख्या में, साथ ही बैरिकेडिंग भी यहाँ पर की जा रही है। इसके अलावा पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस के जो जवान हैं उनको भी तैनात किया गया है। ये इसलिए कार्रवाई की जा रही है क्योंकि जो पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया और ऑफिस बियरर से जुड़े हुए जो लोग हैं उन लोगों को दिल्ली लाया जा सकता है और यहाँ पर उनसे पूछताछ की जा सकती है। बड़ी कार्रवाई एनआईए ने पैन इंडिया कार्रवाई की है। बताया जा रहा है कि ईडी ने भी इसमें सहयोग किया है क्योंकि ईडी के पास जो पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया को फंडिंग विदेशों से मिल रही थी उसकी जानकारी मिली थी। यही नहीं, इस पूरे मामले को लेकर के गृह मंत्रालय भी मॉनिटर कर रहा था और गृह मंत्रालय के साथ साथ अलग अलग जगहों पर 6 कंट्रोल रूम बनाए गए थे जहां से ये देखा जा रहा था कि पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया से जुड़े हुए लोग किसी भी तरीके का हंगामा न कर सकें। इसके लिए बाकायदे कुछ दिनों पहले से ही सीक्रेट तैयारी की गई और आने वाले दिनों में पीएफआई पर बड़ा एक्शन किया जा सकता है, उस पर बैन लगाने की कार्रवाई भी की जा सकती है। हालांकि अभी सबूत एनआईए और दूसरी एजेंसियां पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया के खिलाफ जुटा रही हैं।
Massive political war has erupted over the NIA raids against PFI. The BJP is demanding a ban on the organization, calling it a terror organization. The opposition hit back at the government. The Congress called it an attempt to divert attention from the real issues. Here's a look.
I don't know, they are misusing the acts, National NIA Act, and they are doing it for quite a long time. So we are against that act. Only under that act they have arrested PFI. Without any charge, this act allows them to arrest all Muslims. The government is misusing it. Openly, senior leaders of this BJP says that Muslims should go to Pakistan. That is the mindset of the people. They don't know our constitution, what our constitution has given the rights to the citizens of this country. They know nothing of that sort. They want to run a different country in a different way without following the constitution of India.
क्यों हो रही है ये अरेस्ट, ये क्यों हो रही है छापा, ये इसकी जानकारी सरकार के पास ही है। आपको बताए तो आप बताइए हमें, ना हमें पता है। एनआईए जब कार्रवाई करती है वो करती है जब अंदरूनी सुरक्षा के लिए कुछ खतरा महसूस होता है। सही है, वो उसकी जिम्मेदारी है, वो करना चाहिए। क्या है वो खतरा, वो ना हमें पता है ना आपको पता है। इसके ऊपर क्या टिप्पणी दे, वो कार्रवाई अपनी कर रही है, अपनी जिम्मेदारी है, वो करे।
It is a legal course being taken for the sake of country's security and no one shall be spared against whom evidence will be there.
देखिए, कहीं अपराध हो, उसका कोई इनपुट हो तो उसकी जानकारी सार्वजनिक करनी चाहिए। अन्यथा तो सरकार महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, राहुल गांधी की यात्रा के दबाव में तो वो मुख्य मुद्दों से ध्यान हटाने के लिए तमाम ऐसी गतिविधियां कर रही हैं।
पीएफआई आज एक आतंकवादी संगठन है जो भारत विरोधी काम करता है। पूर्णिया को उसने अपना सेंटर बनाया है, फुलवारी शरीफ में पकड़े गए, उसकी प्लानिंग आपने देखा सुना, और ये संरक्षण के कारण यहाँ फलता फूलता है। और 13 राज्यों में फुलवारी शरीफ में जो कागजात मिले उसमें 13 राज्यों से जुड़े हुए रहे।
This is what is being reported, but we don't know what is the truth, what are the facts. Let government come forward to share the facts and truth with the people. Then only one can speak on that issue. Nobody knows. These are all agencies which are conducting the probe or searching or arresting. But what is the assessment of the government? What is the truth? That let us wait what government has to say.
मुझे लगता है कि जो पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया ये संगठन है, ये संगठन आतंकवादियों से संबंधित है। संगठन चलाने में हमारा विरोध नहीं है, मुस्लिम समाज को इकट्ठा करने में हमारा विरोध नहीं है, लेकिन देश का नाम लेकर मतलब यहाँ आतंकवाद को फैलाने की कोशिश अगर होती है तो जरूर उस पर एक्शन लेने की आवश्यकता होती है। जिस तरह एनआईए और ईडी के छापे पड़ रहे हैं, इसका मैं स्वागत करता हूँ। और पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया ने अपनी भूमिका बदलनी चाहिए। अगर इंडिया में रहना है तो इंडिया के साथ रहना चाहिए।
पीएफआई निश्चित तौर से सिमी का बदला हुआ रूप है और वह बदले हुए रूप में तमाम देश विरोधी, समाज विरोधी गतिविधियों का हिस्सा बनती है। तो आज एनआईए की जो छापेमारी है उसमें बहुत कुछ सामने आ रहा है, लेकिन उसके संबंध में छापेमारी के बाद जो भी विषय आएगा वो एनआईए के माध्यम से बताया जाएगा।
I'm extremely happy that the government of India, its agency, investigation agency, National Investigation Agency, along with ED, Enforcement Directorate, in collaboration also with the state police, is raiding PFI headquarters and also arresting PFI workers. I think we just need to get to the roots of these people, their funding process, how the money is being spent, and what kind of a danger threat they are to the country. I think these are the issues into which certainly the National Investigation Agency will go into, and I hope they get prosecuted and they go behind bars for a long time.
Massive crackdown on PFI. The NIA raids come after series of events which are linked to PFI. The PFI was linked to Ghazwa-e-Hind plot in which Prime Minister Modi was on target. The plot was to attack the Prime Minister during his Patna visit. Apart from that, a member of the group and karate teacher was nabbed by the NIA, who allegedly provided terror training to youth and incited them. PFI is also linked to the murder of Praveen Netaru, a BJP worker who was hacked to death on 26th of July in Karnataka's Dakshin Kannada district. Not just that, the group is also accused of inciting multiple hijab protests and violence during the anti-CA stir. The agency is also probing the Hawala money trail, linked to the PFI. Recently, the MHA was made aware by the central agencies that PFI was covertly mobilizing funds through well-organized network in Gulf countries as a part of a larger criminal conspiracy. Let's go straight across to my colleague Pooja now, who's going to be explaining to you the reason behind the crackdown.
So here are the 5 big reasons that a coordinated action of the NIA with the ED and the state police in 10 states have taken place overnight. More than 100 people arrested. On top, the first one was from Pulwari Sharif in Patna, that the Ghazwa-e-Hind plot was surfacing, that the intention to create and establish an Islamic Republic in India. Once that plot started to surface and the PFI came under the scanner and radar of the investigative agencies, here's what happened next. Nigambodh, which is in Telangana, even there, the arrests and raid have taken place. There was a karate camp that was being run. But in the garb of the karate camp, there was allegedly terror training, radicalization that was taking place. Now, the PFI linked to Praveen Netaru's murder in Karnataka, which is in Karnataka and Kerala, both states have seen murders, and in that link to the PFI also brought in the coastal Karnataka belt under the radar of the investigating agencies. Let's take a look at other issues. Remember, the hijab protest that started from Karnataka, the allegation was that the Popular Front of India was instigating these young girl students to take to the streets and also reach out to the court. All of this with allegation and accusation of creating unrest in the country and creating communal tensions. PFI role primarily in the anti-CAA riots case and the Delhi riots in 2020 was prominent, and since then the Intelligence Bureau and the agencies were tracking. On the radar were activities for the past few months. This is not a random raid that has taken place. It's a coordinated action with regard to all the evidence that the agencies have surfaced in the past few months.
The PFI condemns NIA, ED, pan-India raids against its national and state leaders. The organization slammed the centre, said the government is using these agencies to silence the voices of dissent. The Popular Front of India's National Executive Council also added that NIA's claims are sensational. They are solely aimed at creating an atmosphere of terror. Amidst the raids, the PFI workers have staged protests across several parts of the country, including in Kerala, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh. NIA and ED have launched a massive nationwide search operation against groups including PFI and individuals allegedly supporting terrorists. Over 100 PFI members have also been arrested in the early morning raids. The ED has been investigating the PFI's alleged financial links on charges of fueling the Anti-Citizenship Amendment Act protests in the country, the Delhi riots that took place in Feb 2020, the alleged conspiracy in the Hathras case of alleged gang rape and death of a Dalit woman, and a few other instances.
The only local police itself getting the information and they are involving into the issue. So this is a shame to we look into this as a shame to the state government. State government should take severe action against these agencies and they should not allow any further actions like this.
RSSനും അവരെ നിയന്ത്രിക്കുന്ന ഭരണകൂടത്തിനുമെതിരെ ഉയർന്നു വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ജനാധിപത്യപരമായ ജനകീയമായ പ്രക്ഷോഭങ്ങളെ അടിച്ചൊതുക്കുന്നതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടാണ് ഈ നടപടി.
எங்களுடைய மாநில துணைத் தலைவர் அவருடைய வீடுகளிலே ரெய்டு வந்து அவரை தற்பொழுது அவருடைய கஸ்டடியிலே எடுத்திருக்கிறார்கள். அவர் எங்கிருக்கிறார் என்று தெரியவில்லை. ஆக இந்த ஜனநாயக விரோத போக்கை பாஜகவுடைய RSSனுடைய கைப்பாவையாக இன்று மாறி இருக்கக்கூடிய NIAவும் EDயும் இந்த ஜனநாயக விரோத போக்கை ஒரு சர்வாதிகார போக்கை பாப்புலர் ஃப்ரண்ட் ஆஃப் இந்தியா வன்மையாக கண்டிக்கிறது. இதை கண்டித்து தேசம் தழுவிய அளவிலே மாபெரும் மக்கள் போராட்டங்களை நாங்கள் முன்னெடுப்போம்.
जो राइट चल रहे हैं ये सब एक डराने की साजिश चल रही है. कौन डरा रहे हैं आपको मालूम है? जो ऊपर सियासत में जो बैठे हैं NIA को और ED को उनका टूल किट बनाकर यहाँ पर इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं. तो हम सोशल डेमोक्रेटिक पार्टी ऑफ इंडिया कर्नूल डिस्ट्रिक्ट या कर्नूल असेंबली से ये आप सब लोगों को इत्तला देते हैं. अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आप हमारे हर मेंबर के घर पर आप राइड करो, इंशाअल्लाह कुछ भी नहीं मिलेगा, आपको फटकारी मिलेंगी और आपको नारे ही मिलेंगे.
सबसे पहले तो मैंने उन्हें 2-3 लोगों को देखा जब वो मेरा दरवाज़ा नॉक कर रहे थे. फिर मैंने उनसे कहा क्या काम है आपको बताइए. तो उन्होंने कहा कि मुझे मिलना है परवेज साहब से. फिर मैंने उन्हें बताया कि वो घर पे नहीं है, ठीक है, लेकिन वो बाहर जिद करते रहे कि मुझे उनसे ही मिलना है. जिद करते करते सारे साथ हो गई. फिर मैंने कहा कोई वारंट है आपके पास अंदर? वो कह रहे थे, मुझे बार बार धमकियाँ दे रहे थे कि अगर आप अंदर नहीं आने दोगे तो मैं दरवाज़ा तोड़ के भी अंदर आ जाऊँगा, मुझे फुल परमिशन है. तो फिर मैंने उनसे बात किया कि क्या आपके पास कोई वारंट पेपर है जो आप मेरे अंदर आना चाहते हैं तोड़ कर? तो वो ना तो सही से मुझे वारंट पेपर दिखाए न कुछ दिखाए और बहुत सारी समझिए मिलिट्री फोर्स पूरा आगे पीछे जमा हो गई. फिर मैंने डर के मारे उन्हें गेट खोल दिया. देखिए परवेज साहब ऐसे आदमी तो है नहीं, बहुत शरीफ आदमी है, लेकिन जो भी है कुछ उन्होंने ऐसा इल्ज़ाम लगा के उन्हें अरेस्ट किया है. मैंने रिक्वेस्ट किया कि उनकी तबीयत ठीक नहीं है, आप जो है
Another point here today.
Those are the live visuals coming in from Chennai of the protests from the PFI. Let's bring you those live visuals in moments from now. They're coming in from Chennai as we speak. Let's take a look at the live visuals that are coming in at the moment of the protests, the PFI protests. These are the visuals, I'm being told they're from Chennai. And these are live visuals that are coming in. These massive protests that are taking place across the country. Of course, this particular one is from Chennai. The PFI members have hit the streets against the central government. Let's actually listen into what they're saying. Pramod is now joining us live from Chennai for the latest on this. Pramod, just walk us through the sloganeering that is going on at the moment. Of course, this seems to be a part of the larger pan-India protest that is being conducted by the PFI, and please correct me if I'm wrong there.
Well, this is at a location in Coimbatore called as Wallavan area, and here you could see PFI cadres are protesting. They are condemning the actions of NIA. They claim that it is nothing but vendetta, and that's the reason PFI cadres have come to this location. Earlier in Chennai, nearly 4 different locations, they held protests and road roko, and similarly the same situation is occurring over here. PFI cadres are claiming that this is political vendetta, whereas NIA is saying that the massive raid that occurred in Tamil Nadu, nearly 10 districts spanning, and 2 people have been detained, is because of PFI's connections regarding money laundering, training and recruitment of people, all for alleged terrorist activities, and that's the reason NIA said that the massive raid was conducted. In fact, in Chennai, the headquarters of PFI was raided, from where NIA officials claim that they have recovered incriminating documents and electronic evidences, which was also being scrutinized, and that's the reason PFI is currently holding protests all across Chennai in various locations, showing their condemnation here.
All right, if you could get us some reactions as well from one of the protesting members, please. Pramod, can you hear me?
Yes, tell me. I'm trying to reach.
All right, Pramod, you're trying to get us a reaction right there. We'll stay with this. We're trying to get a reaction from one of the protesters. Pramod is reporting from ground zero on this story. All right, reactions coming.
இந்த ஆவணங்கள் இந்திய நாட்டினுடைய இறையாண்மைக்கு எதிரானதா என்பதை தேசிய புலனாய்வு அமைப்பு தான் வெளிக்கொள்ள வேண்டும். ஆனால்
हिंदी
अच्छे आप यहाँ पे क्यों एक प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं? हिंदी दैट्स तमिल नो, क्यों यहाँ पे प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं? एनआई के रेड के बारे में आपको क्या बोलना चाहिए आज?
You can speak in whichever language and you can translate that for us, Pramod.
कम से कम तमिलनाडु में तो 10 जने और पूरे मेंबर्स टोटली 106 मेंबर्स को अरेस्ट किया है. कुछ भी नहीं किए हैं पॉपुलर फ्रंट मेंबर्स. ये तो यूं ही आता रहा है, पास्ट 1-2-3 साल से यूं ही चल रहा है. इसमें क्या मिल रहा है इन लोग को? इन लोग राइड कर रहे हैं, कुछ तो मिल रहा है क्या? कुछ भी नहीं मिल रहा. फिर भी इन लोग राइड करके क्या करना साबित करने आते हैं? मक्कल को पीपल को डराना चाह रहे हैं क्या इन लोग? यही तो कर रहे हैं. जो आरएसएस बीजेपी वाले हैं ना, उन लोग क्या कर रहे हैं, जो एजेंसी है ना, उन लोग के रख के कंटिन्यू से राइड चला रहे हैं. कुछ भी नहीं मिल रहा फिर भी राइड चला रहे हैं. कुछ तो साबित किया क्या इन लोग? कुछ भी नहीं करके फिर भी क्यों ये करा रहे हैं? हमारे चेयरमैन को अरेस्ट किया है, टोटली 106 मेंबर्स को अरेस्ट किया है. उन लोग को रिलीज करना चाहिए, इसलिए हम लोग प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं.
इनने की तरफ से बोल रहे हैं कि पीएफआई और आईसिस लिंक जैसा कुछ है, इसीलिए दोबारा कर रहे हैं. इसके बारे में आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं?
ये तो पास्ट ईयर्स में यूं ही बोल रहे हैं, साबित कर नहीं चाह रहे हैं. ये तो झूठे इल्जाम लगा रहे हैं. इतने दिनों से इन लोग बोल रहे हैं, एक तो साबित नहीं हुआ है, एक बार भी साबित नहीं हुआ है. पूरे झूठे इल्जाम है इन लोग का.
So he claims that like all this is happening is like fake and false narration is being provided by NIA, and he claims that like for several years the NIA has been conducting raids and
they are going to say that. They are going to say that. What is the basis of them saying that? If you could just get that reaction from us. What is the basis of them denying these allegations?
Let me just get the same person over here. आपके अगर जो अभी जो बोल रहे हैं इसका allegations का आपके पास क्या सबूत है?
हम लोग के पास कुछ भी नहीं है क्या भी हम लोग के पास अगर उन लोग इंजाम लगा रहे ना इंजाम लगा रहे तो साबित करना चाहिए अभी तक तो साबित करे नहीं है पास्ट ईयर्स में यही तो इंजाम लगाते हैं झूठे इंजाम एक भी साबित किया है क्या एक भी साबित नहीं है ये पूरे झूठे इंजाम है जो पीपल को डराने के लिए यूज कर रहे हैं टैक्टिक्स है दूसरा कुछ नहीं
ये नहीं तो बोल रहे कि थोड़ा सा भी जो लोग उनको अरेस्ट किया था उनके साथ उनके पास एविडेंस था कि टेररिस्ट लिंक का कुछ था पर अभी उनको पूरा इन्वेस्टिगेशन होने के बाद ही वो दे सकते हैं सब कुछ
नहीं ये तो झूठा इंजाम है अगर साबित होगा तो उसके बाद देंगे पूरा झूठा इंजाम
So like they are calling all this as baseless accusations and until it is proven completely they do not want to agree with it and that's the reason PFI officials here cadres here say that 106 people from their end have been detained and they are demanding they should be released and they are calling this as nothing but harassment.
That's correct. And Pramod, you're getting us those reactions at this point. How many number of people have gathered? And is there any concern as far as the safety and security of the locals in that area is also concerned? Is the police managing the situation fine?
Well, several NIA raids have occurred in the state so far and we've been reporting on constantly but this time in the morning when the raids were conducted there were CRPF Jawans. So we thought like it's going to be a really good concern matter and all those CRPF Jawans have been stationed in the NIA headquarters which also we showed earlier. Now here close to 50 people have gathered and in similar locations at various spots they are gathering. The biggest concern here is about holding the traffic act. This is an arterial road. Thankfully police have also been deployed over here who were able to stop the people from blocking the road and they have made sure that the traffic flows as much as possible and currently as we speak they are raising slogans once again. Police have also told them that if they continue to protest they will be detained and we could see what is happening over there at this point.
Absolutely. How many more days are they planning to continue these protests for? But they've also called for a hartal in Kerala.
So I think one thing we could see here is that for today, the protests have been started and conducted by second level leaders. The first level leaders are not present over here. Earlier, if these people are coming to, if PFI or STPI are coming to protest, they will come in a large number and do so. But this time it's happening area after area, section after section. We tried speaking to certain PFI people and they very clearly mentioned that they are gathering on themselves because they are waiting for what should be done from their leaders and that they have to wait and only they have to get the instructions from the leaders later. But for now, each and every section of PFI in various locations in Chennai, they are holding a protest on their own and that's the reason it's happening in pocket-wise across the city.
Give it at that. Thanks so much, Pramod, for getting us those details right there. The pan-India raids by the PFI prompting massive protests across the country. These visuals you see are from Chennai at the moment. Several PFI members have hit the streets against the central government. Let's also bring you the images of the other protests that are coming in. Take a look. PFI cadre resorted to disrupting normal life in Tamil Nadu. Protesters were seen staging a road roko in Tamil Nadu's Coimbatore. A top PFI functionary was also arrested during the raids in Coimbatore. PFI workers were seen blocking a highway in Thiruvananthapuram in protest over the raids. Protesters refused to cooperate with the police and eventually violence broke out as clashes were reported between the PFI workers and cops. With multiple locations being raided by agencies in Kerala, massive protests rocked the state. PFI led a protest march in Malappuram and were also seen blocking a road in Kollam while raising slogans against the BJP and the RSS. Bring you a very short commercial break. When we return, Rahul Gandhi rules himself out of the Congress presidential race, says, "Have made my position clear. All eyes on who's going to be the next King Kong."
You are watching India Today.
My headmistress said that, I remember her name Mrs. Fernandez, she said, "Alia, come in the front, everybody will sing like Alia." So now Alia sing. And I started singing and I remember loving the fact that everybody was looking at me. I remember just like, wow, they are looking at me. Like there's no other this attention is only for me right now, and that was it. After that, it was only all about the attention and how people looked at me and how good and great I was.
She came to a photo shoot of mine, which my friend Sumit Chopra was shooting me, with her little water bottle and a little change of costume in her little bag with her nanny at that time, Sharda, and patiently sat around and took pictures like a pro.
Ever heard of zombie fires? No, I'm not talking about flesh-eating maniacs. This is a rare phenomenon that is also known as overwintering fires. This occurs mostly in countries like Russia, Canada and Alaska. So what are zombie fires really? Peat fires burn underground and are very difficult to detect. They're also known as zombie fires as they can burn underground and reignite weeks or months later. Climate change is drying peatlands and making them more susceptible to fire. During a fire, burnt trees fall to the ground, igniting the flammable peat in the soil. The embers can continue to burn more than a meter underground for weeks or months, even in winter in certain regions of the world. The embers are fed by peat, a spongy material rich in carbon formed by decomposition of organic matter. They burn underground and return to the surface where in dry and windy conditions they can start a new fire.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Watching India Today.
The suspense over who's going to be the next Congress president is peaking as Rahul Gandhi has now made it clear he is not in the race. Rahul Gandhi has reiterated he's not going to be contesting in the Congress presidential polls and that he's going to be sticking by his decision of not throwing his hat in the ring. Rahul even went out to dole out advice to all those in the fray, saying that the position of Congress president hinged on an ideology and a set of ideas, and to protect the same, he's going to be opting out of the race. Now the focus is going to be on who's going to be the next King Kong in the Congress presidential polls. There's been a lot of talk about Ashok Gehlot and that he will get the backing of the Gandhis. Shashi Tharoor, meanwhile, all set to contest as well. Now, sources have also now revealed one new name that has come up, which is of Manish Tiwari, who is contemplating, according to sources, fighting the internal election of the Congress party.
A position, it's a historic position, and it's a position that defines and has defined a particular view of India. The Congress president is not just an organizational post. The Congress president is a ideological post. It is a belief system. So my advice would be that whoever becomes Congress president should remember that he represents a set of ideas. He represents a belief system and he represents a vision of India. What we have decided, जो हमने उदयपुर में decide किया, वो कांग्रेस पार्टी का एक commitment है, तो I expect that commitment will be maintained.
कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट जो होता है, बनता है, वो जस्टिफाई भी कर पाता है अगर वो पूरे मुल्क में उसको काम करना है. तो दो पोस्ट पे काम हो नहीं सकता है. तो इसमें कोई बार नहीं है, जो कि अभी मीडिया में आ रहा है, उसके अंदर ये इलेक्टेड पोस्ट है, कोई भी खड़ा हो सकता है. इसका
मेरे साथ हैं दिग्विजय सिंह जी. दिग्विजय सिंह जी, नोटिफिकेशन जारी हो चुका है कांग्रेस पद के अध्यक्ष के चुनाव के लिए. क्या आप
अभी हुआ है 24 को?
नहीं, 22 नोटिफिकेशन जारी हो गया आज.
24 से.
तो क्या मैं एक दावेदार से बात कर रहा हूँ?
मैंने आपको कह दिया ना, मैं तो इसको कह चुका हूँ कि 30 तारीख का इंतजार करिए.
अच्छा, दो नाम सामने आए हैं, अशोक गहलोत साहब का, थरूर साहब का. उनको आप कैसे देखते हैं? अगर दोनों चुनाव पड़ते हैं?
पूरा अधिकार है हर व्यक्ति को चुनाव लड़ने का. पीसीसी डेलीगेट अगर हैं तो उनको अधिकार है चुनाव लड़ने का.
ऐसी भी खबर आ रही है कि मनीष तिवारी जी भी चुनाव लड़ सकते हैं.
ठीक है, लड़े.
अच्छा, एक आखिरी सवाल, अगर नॉन गांधी अध्यक्ष बनता है तो गांधी परिवार की फिर क्या भूमिका होगी सर?
वही होती है और होगी जो आज तक रही है.
जो आज तक रही है उसी भूमिका में वो रहेंगे.
जी.
There is no controversy. Everybody is free to contest. There are speculations, and there should be speculations, but everybody is free to contest the Congress president's election. This has been our constitutional arrangement also, but that's what we want. As an ordinary worker of the Congress party, I want Rahul Gandhi to be my president. But if Rahul Gandhi decides not to be the president, I'll be upset, I'll be sad, but so be it.
कांग्रेस में अध्यक्ष पद के लिए नामांकन की तिथि बहुत दूर नहीं रह गई. कांग्रेस में आंतरिक लोकतंत्र है. जो नामांकन दाखिल करना चाहे करे. जब स्थिति सामने आएगी, उम्मीदवार सामने आएंगे, चुनाव होगा. अगर आवश्यक हुआ, मेरा बस चले, तो मैं यही कहूंगा गांधी परिवार का ही अध्यक्ष बनना चाहिए.
We are not thinking Shashi Tharoor will be contesting against the I don't think that he will contest as a Congress person post.
More than 10 states have passed the resolution saying Rahul Gandhi should be made the Congress president.
Still, we are demanding that Rahul should take over as Congress president, and then only party can strengthening more. You see the workers' enthusiasm, you see the public support, you see the common people support of Rahul ji in Bharat Jodo Yatra. Such a leader should lead the party.
AICC का मतलब ऑल इंडिया कांग्रेस कमेटी नहीं,
ऑल इंडिया कंफ्यूज्ड कमेटी और ऑल इंडिया कॉमेडी क्लब बन चुका है। ये एक ऐसा इकलौता चुनाव है, दुनिया में ऐसा कोई चुनाव का उदाहरण नहीं होगा जहां पर चुनाव लड़ने से पहले प्रत्याशी परमिशन मांगने जाते हैं, जैसे कि एक प्राइवेट कंपनी में कोई भी कर्मचारी अपने मालिक की परमिशन मांगने जाता है। इस चुनाव की कोई विश्वसनीयता नहीं है और इसको चुनाव नहीं बल्कि ताजपोशी कहना ही सही होगा।
Rahul Gandhi needs to be congratulated, admired and appreciated for being so forthright. In 2019 when he resigned as a Congress president, he had indicated that neither he nor any member of his family ought to be the next Congress president. In ensuring that that is happening, I think he is actually going to enhance his credibility by a real significant number. Whoever becomes the Congress president, I mean, at the moment, people are speculating on Mr. Gehlot or Dr. Tharoor, or it could be some third person as well. It doesn't matter. The truth is that you represent an idea of India as enshrined in the Constitution.
The Waqf land scam in Karnataka has exploded now from Uttar Pradesh to Karnataka. Waqf properties are increasingly under the scanner. In Karnataka, the Bommai government has now demanded abolition of Waqf board while upping the ante for a CBI probe into the alleged 2.3 crore rupees scandal. The Yogi government has also cracked the whip by ordering a survey of all Waqf properties. As per the Anwar Manpadi report, accessed by India Today, over 29,000 acres of land worth a stunning 2 lakh crore rupees has been encroached and misused by the Waqf board. Prominent Congress leaders have been named as the accused in the scam, and the report has now been tabled in Karnataka State Assembly. Those who allegedly named in the Waqf land misuse report are Mallikarjun Kharge, Roshan Beg, N.A. Harris, JDS State President C.N. Ibrahim. The Bommai-led Karnataka government has demanded Waqf board be abolished while trading guns at Congress on their silence on the Waqf report, calling it one of the biggest corruption scandals in the state.
ಇದನ್ನು ಮಂಡಿಸಾಗಿದೆ. ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಸದನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ತಮ್ಮ ಪೀಠದ ಒಂದು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರುವಂಥ ವಿಚಾರ. ಬಟ್ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಆಸ್ತಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಕಬಳಿಸಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅದನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸೋ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ ತಂದೆ ಆದಂಥ ಕಾನೂನಿದೆ ವಾಫಲ್ಲಿ, ಅದು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಉಲ್ಲಂಘನೆ ಆಯಿತು, ಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿದರು, ತಪ್ಪಿಸ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಯಾರು, ಅವ್ರಿಗೇನು ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇದು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಮತ್ತು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಜನತೆಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಬೇಕು. ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ
Slipping to a very short commercial break. Up next, we've got news coming in for the hearing impact.
You are watching India Today.
La main des aides-soignants. Pourquoi ? Parce que les aides-soignants aujourd'hui, ils sont globalement sous l'eau. Ils ne peuvent plus faire leur métier qui est de soigner. Et donc nous, Emobots, on leur fournit cette information de l'état émotionnel. Ils vont pouvoir mieux comprendre l'évolution de l'émotion de leurs résidents, de leurs patients. Et derrière, on sera aussi capable d'objectiver. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, quand on fait un test pour la dépression, c'est un test normé, ponctuel. On demande à la personne de verbaliser les informations. Et donc ça pose plein de problèmes. Et notamment de difficultés pour les personnes qui ne peuvent pas verbaliser.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Simultaneous multi-agency pan-India raids on Islamist body PFI cracked down in over 13 states. 100 suspected radicals taken into custody. Maximum arrests made in Kerala. Massive protests in Kerala against the crackdown. Waqf land scam explodes in Karnataka. Reports suggest over 29,000 acres of land worth 2 lakh crore rupees encroached and misused by Waqf board. The reports also showed several names of Congress leaders. BJP MLAs demand the abolition of Waqf board. Punjab Governor Banwarilal Purohit has withdrawn AAP government demand for special session of the Punjab Assembly. After Governor's decision, AAP slammed the Governor and BJP's government in the centre. BJP staged protests against Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann.
in association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ। India's biggest terror crackdown. Mega raids on radical PFI. From Hyderabad, Mangaluru to Chennai. From Delhi, Kolkata to Coimbatore. Massive NIA and ED raids underway. Amid PFI protests and Go Back NIA chants, raids in over 13 states, 100 plus arrests. Money trail, radicalization in focus. Biggest terror cleanup.
All right, that's our top focus right here on 5 Live. I'm Nabila Jamal. NIA launching pan-India raids, anti-terror crackdown. PFI leaders in hundreds arrested. More details, first the headlines. From hijab protest to CAA stir, NIA raids prompted by PFI's alleged links to multiple unrests. PFI hits the streets in protests. Politics breaks out over mega PFI crackdown. Congress hits out at the centre, calls it a diversionary tactic. BJP defends the raids, calls PFI a terror outfit. Rahul Gandhi rules himself out of the Congress president's race, says, have made my position quite clear here. All eyes, though, on who's going to be the next Congress chief, if not for one from the Gandhi family.
Whoever becomes Congress president should remember that he represents a set of ideas. He represents a belief system and he represents a vision of India.
And 2.3 crore Waqf land scandal explodes in Karnataka. BJP MLAs now demand the abolition of the Waqf board. Prominent Congress netas accused of encroachment. Showdown over special assembly session in Punjab. BJP stages a massive protest against Bhagwant Mann government. Police resort to water cannons to stop protesters from marching to the Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann's residence. Right, let's begin with the top breaking that we're currently tracking. Row that's erupted over renaming of NTR Health University as YSR Health University, and that confusion and that war explodes. Superstar Junior NTR wades into this renaming row. In fact, Junior NTR says, and I quote, both NTR and YSR are very popular leaders. This kind of honor brought by taking one's name and naming one's name does not rise. It does not, in fact, raise the level of YSR in any way. It does not lower the level of NTR in any way. By renaming the university here, the fame of NTR earned, his stature in the history of the Telugu nation and his memory in the hearts of the Telugu people cannot be erased. Huge development as NTR himself, the superstar, Junior NTR, wades into this controversy. In fact, there's been a lot of talk and protest asking for the NTR University to be renamed to YSR Health University. And this controversy now has exploded with Junior NTR himself now wading into this renaming row. The actor and superstar says both NTR and YSR are very popular leaders. Let's not get down to this fight. It's not going to raise or lower either leader's standards. Let me cut across to Abdul Bashir joining us from Hyderabad. Abdul, a quick word from you. Junior NTR himself now coming down to commenting on this name change, asking, in fact, there is this whole controversy and people there demanding that NTR Health University be changed to YSR Health University. Give us the significance of this controversy and what has the superstar said.
See, this whole controversy that has erupted is after the amendment bill was passed in the both houses of Andhra Pradesh Legislative Assembly to rename NTR Health University as YSR Health University. This was done yesterday, yet this bill is set to be on table for the approval of the governor. Here now TDP claims that this university was established by NTR and was named by N. Chandrababu Naidu in 1998. But now YSRCP is renaming it, calling it as unconstitutional. And also the TDP has met the governor, submitted a memorandum appealing that the name of the university must not be changed. That is what the TDP has said. But YSRCP looks like they are on their stand of renaming the university. However, the bill was passed yesterday. Today, the governor is said to give the green signal for the renaming this bill. But now junior NTR has stated that both the leaders, the NTR and YSR, are popular leaders, and renaming a university or getting down somebody's name will not affect their proud or their name, and it must not be done. That is what NTR has said, and under the whole controversy that is going on in Andhra Pradesh. Yes.
All right, stay with us, Abdul. We have TDP spokesperson Pattabi joining us on the phone line for some more clarity on this. Of course, the TDP there condemning the YSRCP government of trying to change the name of NTR Health University to YSR Health University. Mr. Pattabi, a quick word from you on what do you